ashes coming from the ether. All I hear is static. Breathe a little deeper. Fallen, broken, a million light years away from home. My eyes opened, and now I've come to claim life. Oh, never letting go. These wings carry me. Live this fantasy. Running through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah. Gonna let it burn. Running through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, Messiah. Gonna let it burn. 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 Found me in the darkness. Now they see me shining. Calling me a goddess. Thunder and the lightning. I'm falling, I'm faster. Making my way back, I'm close to home. I'm fighting harder because I've come to claim my throne. Never letting go. These wings carry me. Live this fantasy. Running through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah. Gonna let it burn. I'm running through the fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah.
don't want your empathy, I just want another enemy. I'm not gonna change a thing for you. I'm over middle ground, and I really wanna burn it down. I'm not your friend, and I won't pretend I am. So don't reach out, and I mean that. I'm under siege, and I need you to see that. You're on one side, I'm on another, and we will wage war upon each other. I'm no angel, you're not either. I'm at a favorite pitch, you're at a leisurely pace. I'm unscathed, I'm unafraid. A warm welcome to the war game.
Welcome to the war game.
You're no ally of mine. Your life is a kind of lie, and I know that I won't change your mind. We have no common ground, and we're never gonna figure it out. So don't get friendly, get angry, I'll bury you down by the bar. So don't reach out, and I mean that. I'm under siege, and I need you to see that. You're on one side, I'm on another, and we will wage war upon each other. I'm no angel, you're not either. I'm at a favorite pitch, you're at a leisurely pace. I'm unscathed, I'm unafraid. A warm welcome to the war game.
Sitting on a bench, waiting for the time to pass, dreaming of what happens next. I see what I wanna be, questioning my destiny, only knowing what I see. I don't even realize I've already made a path, and I can change it anytime. I can't take it back. I know what I want, but it seems so damn far away. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said off, keep the hustle moving. Wanna see you be what you want it to be, prove it. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh,
doesn't go down, and we will drift away until the day the world stops spinning. Oh, baby. Oh, 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 yeah, yeah. The stars falls around us, entwining us. So baby, stay with me where the sun doesn't go down, and we will drift away until the day the world stops spinning, 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 until the day the world stops spinning. This ain't a song, it's a battle cry. No life. I see the clue between the strobe lights. I'm haunted, black face. Hey, follow me around, okay? Black face. Hey, follow me around, okay? Used to want it bad, used to want it bad, but I can't taste. I can't help you now, okay? Follow me around, okay? Black face. Hey, follow me around, okay? Get push. Follow me around, okay? Black face. Hey, follow me around, okay? Get push. Got too much up on my plate, now I can't think. I said woke up to get X and now I'm feeling this is it. Want the money, want the rest. I do purse, not no cess. They say done is why you sad. I said I just need a thing. Red tape, got too close, I hit the city. Black face, show you everything you need till you forget it back. Someone said it's sad. I used to want it bad. I know it's in my head, keep seeing you too many times, yeah. I know it's in my head, keep seeing you. I know it's in my head. Follow me around, okay? Black face, hey, follow me around, okay? Got too much up on my follow me around, okay? Black face, hey, follow me around, okay? Got too much up on my follow me around, okay? Black face, hey, follow me around, okay? Got too much up on my follow me around, okay? Black face, hey, follow me
isn't over yet. You lost one fight, but it's not the end. So get back up and fight again. Take one step, take another. Find the strength for your brothers. Erase the doubt with your battle cry. Clash of steel spills your blood. A whisper doubt fills your head, but you have to fight again. So take one step, take another. Find the strength for your brothers. Erase the doubt with your battle cry. With your battle cry. You feel the earth move to the drum of steel boots. Banish the fear inside. You're strong enough that you don't have to hide. No, you don't have to hide. You're strong enough with your battle cry. Brings you to your knees.
Don't you know I'm a bad little mama? I got moves like Madonna. Don't tell me cause I move when I'm gonna. I'm not afraid to lose, I am a prima donna. Don't you see I'm a winner, I'm a queen. I cause no scene if you work with me. Don't stop me cause I fight when I wanna. I'm not afraid to lose, I am a prima donna.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up! All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up! All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up!
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. All we know is ball to empty out the mouth. The chosen one they call, I take my fan with me. Know about it if you tell, know you're breaking codes. What your credibility and all fall like dominoes. Can you really take the stands? All I wanna know. Need me real ones when it's time to go. Stepping in, elevator. Deuces to all the haters. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up.
Level up! All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up! All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up! I found out I'm not alone, 'cause I'm just like you. We are
ESL 1 Thailand is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, Ministry of Tourism and Sports of Thailand, and Sports Authority of Thailand.
These are those moments I don't think anybody else is going to forget.
Welcome everyone here to yet another day of ESL 1 Thailand powered by Intel. We're into the lower bracket one more time here for our playoffs in our Mercedes-Benz pre-show. So we go through all of yesterday's matches and what you guys can expect from day number 3 here in our playoffs. I'm Fluke, as always, your lovely host, and I've got some new panelists for you guys today. Poglet, QO lads, welcome back here to playoffs.
Oh, thanks so much. This was actually my first day of playoffs. Thank God, because I've been at home sweating over some of these games. I've been really enjoying them, but I'm glad I haven't been on the panel for some of these nail biters. To have to come back and analyze them would have been an absolute hassle.
I mean, game was pretty fun, and like a lot of unexpected moments happened. But I mean, pretty straightforward. I think whoever gets a better draft just gets good advantage. So.
And we saw that from yesterday, right? Where a lot of the times we were seeing some of these drafts, especially coming out from Sparky and stuff, they had a few draft issues, and that's where it really felt like it was a little bit hard for these teams to come back into it. But we had some good series. We had a good series as our first series, which was super exciting. The fact that Neon was able to take a game up against TNC there, but off the back of Gabby's morphling there, it just seemed like that first game was a little bit too hard for them. And once again, they're just letting TNC get this Magnus.
Yeah, I'm surprised by this because Magnus has been solid for every team. It's not just, like, I don't want to knock on Armel. His Magnus has been fantastic. But every team that seems to be picking it up has been playing it pretty well. Carry, offlane, mid, doesn't matter. I think the hero's just a bit too strong right now. And I would have liked to see a bit more respect from Neon's side to not let this Magnus through.
But like Southeast Asia is the only region like that picks a lot of Magnus at the moment, right? So a bit surprising, like, seeing how this hero does so well in the laning, and you know, like, you just get so farmed every game. So,
yeah. I'd be curious to see that. Like, we've seen here on Boom, like the barnyard strat. I watched this from home. Just absolutely overpowered them with creeps. I'd be interested to see if that actually stops Magnus, because we haven't really seen anything that definitively ruins Magnus's day.
Well, we were expecting Neons to ruin the Magnus gameplay just by picking Pango and a lot of fast-paced gaming hero, but didn't happen yesterday. Was close. Like, first game and second game looked really promising. Third game looked a bit shaky for Neon.
But yeah, on the other side of that, Boom looked extremely strong going in that upper bracket. Obviously, Sparking Arrow Gaming, they dropped down into our lower bracket for today. But Boom, on the other side, they looked really strong. As you know, Poglet said, they had that barnyard strat, so they came in with the zoo, demolished them in about 20 minutes, and the second game was a little bit longer, but they still looked as definitive. I'm still not 100% sold on this Abaddon hero just yet.
Yeah, I mean, a 35-minute game for me is still quick. It's not that 22-minute stomp fest. But I think you're right. The Abaddon, I like the hero, but it feels awkward right now. I don't think people are playing around it. I'm not a big fan of it in the offlane, either POS 3 or 4. I think it might just be a POS 5 only special.
Well, 3 factors like really important. First is like laning, and second is the draft, and third is the hero composition. And Abaddon doesn't really suits too well with the POS 4 role, like when you especially have to take these maps properly.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it really does feel like that, you know, some teams have some ideas coming into these drafts and some ideas that might not work out a little bit here. But, you know, we're coming through with the way that our bracket's been working through. So let's go and have a quicker look at it now about how this has panned out for you guys playing along at home. Fortunately, if you guys didn't catch our lower bracket or upper bracket matches, shame on you, but we still do have more Dota ahead of us. Motivate Trust, Geek Fam, first 2 teams out of playoffs so far. And now Neon as well as Sparking Arrow do drop down into that lower bracket where they are fighting for their tournament lives up against teams that look like they're on the up and up.
Yeah, I mean, a shout out to Motivate though. Like, I know they were the first one to leave. They were the first game, but they played well in the group stage. They deserve to be in this playoff. It's a shame to see T1 found their form one game prior to the playoffs starting and just cleaned up Motivate. But so far, all of these teams have been playing so well. Like we're talking about improvement coming through the bracket. Everyone here is because they've improved from game 1 to game 5 and then obviously into the playoffs. And it's just great Dota to see, honestly.
Yeah, all of the team remaining here is they have really good laning phase and draft. These two factor is the one that keeps them in here. And I think someone who had like a shaky in one of the part were eliminated in my opinion.
And you know, the fact that we've got all these talented players across all these rosters as well, I think it really does come down to execution and draft. We saw that yesterday with TNC. The fact that Neon versus TNC looked extremely close in their play styles and how, you know, mechanically skilled all those players were, but it just came down to letting that Magnus through or not getting the Divine Rapier or, you know, just not doing a few small things up against TNC.
Yeah, I mean, I've been harping on it. Every single game we see this Divine Rapier, the game just becomes easier. Even if you end up throwing it on the floor, the fights that you win from them, like we saw in game 2 of Neon where they went the Rapier, it was a 3 rampage on their own, like on their Ancient. And it made the game easier. Even if he threw the Rapier away, I think it's just a purchase that's a must-have. It's too much damage. The True Strike's just too strong. And it's a shame that Neon didn't commit in game 1.
I mean, it's pretty obvious. Item should be valued at like more than 10k, this item. But like obviously there's a gamble where you can just lose it when you die. But like once you get it, like with that patch with the piercing ability where you can never miss the hit, that part is like so big, making this item really broken.
Yeah, and it's also making the fact that Aegis and Divine Rapier is a very strong combo. But let's go and have a look at how our schedule will be going today. As I said at the top of the show, all lower bracket matches today. That means we do have to say goodbye to 2 more of these teams. Neon taking up T1 in our first series, and then Sparking Arrow Gaming going up against Fnatic. It's going to be sad to see 2 of these teams go, but 2 of these teams have to fall out so the other 2 can progress in our playoffs. And you know, right now, Sparking Arrow, they're on a little bit of a downward trajectory, but I think Neon still have a really good shot in their first series against T1, right?
Yeah, I do agree. It's weird to come in and me saying neither team I would give them favorites. I would say it's pretty even. You obviously got to give some credence to Neon. Despite the fact they lost, they looked better. Where Sparking Arrow lost in like, what, 55 minutes worth of gameplay in a best of 3. It's a real toss-up, and I'm hoping Sparking show up with something better than what they did yesterday, to tell you the truth.
Yeah. With the Neon and T1 is probably my favorite games like to watch, just because these 2 teams have a very unique play style like that other people doesn't really they don't follow it. So I think it's the battle of who takes a control of this early mid game, and whoever is like taking that advantage is probably just gonna win.
Yeah, super fast tempo games from here. But as I said, across all these days so far, Mercedes-Benz MVP voting is open for you guys. So let's have a quick look at how our top 4 is shaping up here. With only a few days left of ESL 1 Thailand, God King DD still in that top 2. JG has come up, and now DreamerCell sneaked himself into that top 4.
I think that's fair with DreamerCell. Like we saw at the start of this tournament, he was picking a bit wonky, I want to say. Like we saw a carry IO, etc. But the problem is we could see 3 of these players actually leave us today. Like we could see the top 3 all get eliminated before you even hit that upper bracket, lower bracket final, before you hit that grand final, which could just really open the door for DreamerCell, really.
That could, especially if they're able to clean it through here. Are you expecting any changes to come through here for Mercedes-Benz?
Personally, I don't want SAG to like get knocked out. I want to see like these 2 players' name in the list. But if they lose today, I have a strong feeling that the placing will just get like changed.
Yeah. Well, unfortunately there for Sparking Arrow Gaming, the man DreamerCell is nipping at their heels here for Mercedes-Benz MVP, and he was also the focus of one of the videos coming out from our friends over at SAP. He was the one player that got the most damage in 10 seconds. Let's go check out the video.
He's going to be okay. He holds up back up to the Satanic, even putting the damage out from Macy. Macy, but... Oh, goodness gracious.
เ
Thanks to our friends over at SAP for putting that together for us. A lot of interesting stats coming in there. We've had 140 games so far in ESL 1 Thailand. There was 28 million hero damage being dealt across here, and DreamerCell was the one man sitting at the top there for most damage in 10 seconds.
Yeah. The part that surprises me the most there, everyone thinks about Morphling and they think about that shotgun, the E-Blade, the Waveform, plus the Adaptive Strike. None of that damage came from E-Blade Adaptive Strike. It was all auto attacks.
Yeah, you just need to right click down Arcward and you can never, I think, shotgun him down. You'll never die. So,
Yeah.
like, Morphling player have to get used to it, like with right clicking. But I think with this video, I think this is the coolest video I've ever sort of seen with this like layouts and stuff. Yeah.
Really cool to break it down, and obviously DreamerCell's been able to carry his team quite a few times with that Morphling, so maybe we might see it a little bit more in the upper bracket here. But before we go to a short break, make sure you guys join in the conversation. Our little ticker man down there, he's quite lonely, so use the hashtag ESL1 to let him know where you guys are watching these games, which series you guys are excited for, or what cool, interesting facts you guys want him to show up here for ESL1 Thailand. But as I said, we're going to go to a short break, and on the other side of this, we'll have our first series of the lower bracket here. It's going to be Neon taking on T1.
Intel Gamer Days is on now. Whether you're looking to buy or build, now is a great time to upgrade. Get limited time offers and giveaways from top names in PC gaming. Unleash elite gaming performance with systems featuring new 10th gen Intel Core processors, and bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game optimizations for a mightier PC experience. Act now. Intel Gamer Days is only here for a limited time.
These feelings are waiting for you to come back. Amazing feelings are waiting for you to explore again once the world is ready. Until we meet again. Amazing Thailand.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is still unclear.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Just a vibe with you, I feel alive, now I'm feeling like up to the fine, will it stand the test of time? Right now I need a sign. Tell me if it's over, come a little closer. We should take our time to think this damn thing over. Should we grow closer, should this be over? No heart for your mind, probably we should start over. up, her face is saying don't go. I'm acting like I don't know. Whisper my name, say what you want, show me your thoughts. I do the same. My breath on your neck while I slowly caress. Feelings in gray, it's still the same. Tell me if it's over, come a little closer. We should take our time to think this damn thing over. Should we grow closer? Should this be over? My heart for your mind, probably we should start over. Tell me if it's over, am I your lover? Are we going solo? Or is it polo? Her face is saying don't go. I'm acting like I don't know. Tell me if it's over, come a little closer. We should take our time to think this damn thing over.
ESL 1 Thailand is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, Ministry of Tourism and Sports of Thailand, and Sports Authority of Thailand.
As we creep closer to our first game of this series between Neon and T1, we start to break down how these teams have fared so far in ESL 1 Thailand and why Neon dropped down into that lower bracket and why T1 started in the lower bracket. Lads back here on the desk, Polyglot QO. I first want us to start to break down how these teams are going to play against each other. Do you think these playstyles are going to start to clash a little bit or what?
Well, for me, I feel like they're both very mid-game focused. Like we're seeing Neon, they're not really worried about their draft. They'll properly throw anything anywhere. Like we've seen Void Pos 5, we've seen Carry Chen. Low-key Carry Chen is looking insane for Neon. And on the other side, T1, they haven't really been picking these hard carry styles for Miracle. Like we're seeing Night Stalkers, we're seeing Queen of Pains. So I think this is going to be a massive brawl fest from like 20 to 35 minutes, and the game will just end when the first team to run out of buybacks happens.
I'm gonna be expecting like 30 kills gonna be happening first 10 minutes with these two teams just battling each other in mid lane.
Yeah.
I came from future, so
You come from the future, all right. So you've come back to tell us that this first game is going to be
gonna happen.
30 kills in 10 minutes. All right. Well, I feel like that's probably how both these teams are going to play. Neon do like to play that little bit of a high tempo in T1, as we said. They do like those semi-carries a little bit more. But I'd be interested to see whether or not T1, now that it is do or die, that they don't come into this series with, maybe if they lose the first map, they go back for Miracle hard carry. Maybe they try and go for that Terror Blade. Maybe they try and go for that Annie Mage or something along those lines.
To tell you the truth, I think if they're going to do it, it'll be game one more than anything, because that's where you have a get out of jail free card. So if you lose that game, you just come back with your tried and tested strats for this tournament, which, by the way, have just been absolutely phenomenal in the last 2-3 games coming into the lower bracket and then obviously winning that first series. So I don't think we're going to see them panic too much, but we might see that Terror Blade, that Anti-Mage, that Spectre from Miracle, or Miracle rather, in game one.
From what I analyzed, like Neon might just stick with the original plan, but T1, I think they are very flexible with like whatever the route they want to go on, and they can decide it in the middle of the draft. So if it's a good looking for hard carry, they'll do it. If it's not, then they're just gonna stick with semi carry.
Yeah, I think the big thing for them will be whether or not we talked about Neon going for this super fast pace. Like that, I think that's going to be the deciding factor. Like you said, it's more how Neon want to draft. T1 will just reactionary Dota, which I'm not normally a fan of, but T1 seem to pull it off just because they pick 3 semi-carry cores rather than that super hard style where they rely on one strat for the entire game.
Yeah, we're just to see whether or not these teams will change up a little bit or whether or not we're going to see the same. I feel like Neon, they're going to come in with their Chen strat. They always do go for this Chen strat in the first map. They try and secure themselves that cheesy first win so they can come into the rest of the series and relax a little bit. Maybe if things don't go their way, like, you know, Skem going Gyrocopter for 3 games in a row up against T1 where he basically went in the same build every single time. The one game that he won, they didn't give away the Magnus and he went for a Divine Rapier.
Yeah. Did he also get the Paladin Sword, I think?
He's got a Titan
we can see a sliver in this one. This was really, really awkward gaming. To watch this whole thing at home, I was like, oh my god. They've given Anti-Mage a Rapier. They don't care though. They just bought back and ran back into the base, obviously with that no buyout situation. I could see this exact style happening for T1 Neon again, to be honest.
Yeah, it was pretty shaky though. Like if if the Anti-Mage didn't get the egg, Divine Rapier, and they actually killed the Gyrocopter after, I think they would have won the second game. So
yeah.
Today's main focus is like, what will Scam play? He always choose this one hero, and then he just plays until the end every like day. So last time was Chen, and yesterday was Gyro. What's today?
What's a carry hero we haven't seen Skem play for the entirety of ESL Thailand? I don't know, maybe like a Lycan or something. You might come out with like Necro Book Rapier Rush or something.
Yeah.
That would fit their Zookeeper strat. But the issue is we're not really seeing Lycan get played that much, which is odd because I originally thought coming into this tournament that would be a high priority pick, purely off the fact that you can push the waves, push the towers. It can disrupt the Magnus strat. It doesn't really care about the Venomancer strat. It can just run him over. So I'm really surprised to see that pretty much no one's picked it.
I think only problem is you can't really take down the towers very easily in this patch. That's what we thought, but it doesn't seem to be like that way. I think the more the tournament it goes, there is an opportunity for the teams to take down the towers really fast. I think one of the game that I saw was a bench Draw Ranger, and then Draw Ranger I think it was Fnatic, and they took top tower and mid tower by like 10 minutes. So
yeah.
We've seen it a few times though, like these teams try and go for this early draft and they can try and get towards these towers if they want to, but if you have a hero like a Venomancer, maybe like an Underlord or something like that, you can really defend those towers quite easily, right?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of those heroes that are meta in the offlane, like Luke said, they're just toxic. Put simply, they just slow the game down as much as you can, and that's why they're meta in my mind, which is a bit of a problem because I love Underlord, I love Venomancer. I just don't like watching how it creates this like stagnant game. We're seeing these T1 towers. They're getting defended by 4 or 5 men at 7-8 minutes. They don't care. They'll commit the carry, they'll commit the mid, they'll commit the offlane. Everyone just baboon Dota in the mid lane. It's insane to watch.
Yeah.
Are we expecting anything different, boys? Anything exciting? We talk.
I think
you guys have been talking about like Juggernaut pos 4, Bloodseeker pos 4. I want to see a techies. What's like? We've only got a few days left here for playoffs. What do you guys want to see before the end of ESL Thailand?
I mean, I've got to double down. If it's not pos 4, I just want to see a Bloodseeker picked that in a game that I get to analyze afterwards, especially in a game where they win. That would be tip top for me. I don't want to see a techies though.
Go on, techies. What about you, QO? You still hammering home the position 4 Juggernaut?
I hope they do it. It's a secure, fun. It feels good that you're healing teammate. I think that if you think about it mathematically, Juggernaut healing ward will do so much more heal than Mechanism or like Greaves or Pipe or whatever they have. So
that's true.
Yeah, I wanna see like the worthy Juggernaut post 4.
Who do you think would do it though? Who's the player in your mind that you
TNC.
want to see? You reckon TNC will do it? You reckon Tims will bump it out?
I'm sure March like watches our panel and try to get the idea. So
I mean, he's watching our panel to see if you slip up. So if they ever get another interview, they can roast you again.
Probably.
That could be it.
Yeah.
That'd be pretty funny. I feel like TNC could be a team to do that. I feel like Fnatic could also do it as well. Jabs and DJ a little bit of masterminds as well. They could probably switch it around.
Yeah. The big issue with Fnatic, obviously, they don't have that luxury of being in the upper bracket. Where like we're talking about TNC, not that you ever want to drop down, but they do have the luxury of they have that second life in the upper bracket. So if they do a relatively clowny draft, they can just get away with it, either 2-1 the series or go lower bracket and run from there. Fnatic, though, it's their last life, really.
I don't know, it looks pretty straightforward for Fnatic, though. Like, I think the SAG versus Fnatic. God King's the one who sort of like disappointed me with his laning phase. I think whenever he was versing against a strong offlaner, he finds the game a bit difficult. And his farming speed, his efficiency all drops down when that happens. And he's versing 4F today. And I value like FPZ and 4F as like pretty even, sort of like the strengths of laner. So I think that's my main focus.
Well, we'll have to wait and see with that series, lads. But it is time once again here for Fluke's wonderful trivia. Yes, lads, you guys remember this. You guys know how this trivia works. For everyone that's playing along at home, my trivia is I bring up an item build with a hero, and my panelists have to figure out whether or not it's from a competitive game in ESL 1, whether or not it's one of their pub games or competitive games in QO's sense, or whether or not it's a build that I've made up.
I guess
you've done pretty good, QO. I'm
Yeah.
gonna have a look at my lovely little notes here. We've got a lot of notes here. Yeah, QO, you're 3-1 right now. Poglet's 1-1. So
I get a point from the
no,
caster side.
that doesn't count. That doesn't count. This is my thing. I get to tell where the points go. But lads, are you guys ready for this one?
No, but yes.
QO, you ready?
Yeah.
You super excited? All right, let's throw it up on the screen. Let's see where you guys are going. This is a Tinker build. Heart, Pipe, Hex, E-Blade, Bloodstone, Travels to.
Oh, God.
This looks pretty late game. Pretty late game.
I've only played about 35 games of Tinker, and to tell you the truth, I don't remember ever not building a Blink. So I think if it is, it's from like 2013 when I didn't know how to play Dota and I played it like a POS 3 or POS 4. How about you, QO?
I probably never built the Heart of Tarosk in my game. I think the other items are all reasonable. Like maybe Blink could be in stash, like when the game finished. Like that's the reason why the Blink could be not in here. But it looks like it's some game from ESL.
You think it's an ESL 1 game?
It's some from ESL.
So you think this is a competitive build with the pipe?
It's reasonable.
Yeah?
Look, I think you're on the money with the in the stash thing with the Blink Dagger.
Yeah.
The only issue I have, like obviously we can see the Boots of Travel there. It obviously doesn't tell us if it's Boots of Travel 1 or 2.
No, it is. That's Boots 2.
Is it just the cosmetic or is it actually what?
No,
was
it's
purchased?
Boots 2.
Okay,
Yeah.
well this makes it recent.
The Tinker cosmetic looks way different to that. And I wouldn't include that in the graphic.
You could just prank us with it, honestly.
No.
You get me.
No, my trivia has integrity.
I reckon it's too soft to be ESL 1 build in my mind. I'm going to say it's you made it up.
You think I made it up?
Yeah.
You think it's too soft for an ESL 1 build?
Yep, I think it's too soft.
You know there has been quite a lot of ESL 1 games.
Yep, I think it's too soft.
So you
if
think
the
it's
Blink's
too
in the
soft?
stash, I will happily take that L.
All right, what about you, Kyo? Where you standing?
No, I'm standing same. I think it should be from some of this ESL game.
All right, so you think it's from ESL, you think it's made up. Poglet wins this one. That was a made up one. I tried to make that one fairly similar to like what you guys actually would think for a Tinker, but you know, you saw through my ruse, Poglet, and you did get the victory on that one. So that one is made up from the Tinker. Okay. So I thought that maybe all the other items would like bring you guys around to it being a legit build, but I didn't actually think about the Blink Dagger. That's what caught me out, was the fact that you guys are like, there's no Blink Dagger. So
here's the real secret. Fluke doesn't play mid, so he didn't realize the Blink Dagger's essential.
No. I just picked 6 items. I was like, yeah, these 6 items will do. Yeah. And they worked out, but you know, I confused one of you guys. But lads, we're getting very, very close to our game number 1 draft here between Neon and T1. What are we expecting are going to be the most contested heroes so far? Phoenix, Tiny, Grim, Clock?
I mean...
Anti-Mage. All right, cool, let's go.
Feeling it.
I was going to say Phoenix, Tiny are going to be contested, but that just feels soft if I say it now. How do we see the picks? But you know what I do like? T1. They've banned the Pango, they've banned the Earth Spirit, and they've banned the Chen. They are just 3 fantastic respect bans towards Neon.
Yeah, like I think those bans are fine, and well, like what do you? I think Neon will just pick up like bunch of AOE with Anti-Mage. They are not the team that thinks about this like small pick-off. They want to always like
team
fight. Yeah, and the Anti-Mage to join the team fight as well. So I think looking like so far, I think T1 has like more solid early mid game potential, but.
Yeah. I mean, they still have the first pick coming into the second round of the stage. They could pick up the Magnus here and then go like you said, all AoE, Magnus, Phoenix, maybe a Treon Protector if that doesn't get banned out. I could feel like that'd be a Neon style draft.
Strangely enough, Neon don't play Magnus. They don't pick it on Yopaj. I believe JG is the only one that actually plays it on their team when they do pick it up.
Very rarely, yeah.
I feel like they're going to be a team that, well, we saw in yesterday's series where they don't seem to ban it. So maybe they're not putting as much stock into the Magnus as everybody else is.
Yeah, and I don't like Magnus anti-mage against Coddle.
Mm.
You know, like one ball from Coddle's just gonna kill 2-3 heroes, and then Magnus and anti-mage won't be able to fight. They need like better thing, or if they do go Magnus, I don't expect a better Fury build.
Yeah.
Probably expecting like first item Manta and like Abyssal or something.
Yeah, I wouldn't hate to see their God King style build, that Mask of Madness Echo Saber.
yeah, that
all
could be
all
done.
jokes aside, I think it's not bad against the white orb that is Coddle. But I think that's a rare chance we get to see Neon. They're clowny in their picks. They're usually pretty solid in their actual itemization.
How do you draft against this Keeper of the Light right now? Do you just try and get more AoE yourself? Do you try and play a little bit more team fight? Do you try and get pick off for the Coddle? Or, you know, what's the game plan when you see this Will-O-Wisp coming out?
The big thing for me is if you have A, disengage, or B, you can get on top of the Coddle and insta-kill him. Because Coddle is one of the weakest heroes, and his itemization is pretty garbage when it comes to health. Like, you almost never build a mech. You almost never build a pipe. You really don't get an Ags for health. You can't get a BKB. It's like basically Refresher Glimmerclate is what I see from him.
Yeah, but when you're playing against anti-mage, like anti-mage won't be able to really lock down this Coddle to kill. Because he needs like so much items like in order to do that compared to like PA or like Phantom Lancer. You just need one Diffusal, one Blink, then Coddle might be dead. But they picked anti-mage, and I really like how they picked up this Coddle here once they see it.
It is kind of a T1 special, right? Paulson's the only one so far that has been playing this Keeper of the Light. Joken being able to pick up the Tiny again is a really nice pickup for them. Let's see what Neon go for their third pick. So they're going to run it back here. Yopaj playing the big fiery boy in the mid lane.
I really like how Neon picked Ember here, because if they didn't, I feel like T1 would have just taken in the third pick, because they need to pick position 4 now, like at this third or fourth phase. Otherwise, they're not gonna be running a solid post 4 here.
Yeah, and we're seeing obviously T1. They don't really care. They pick up the In Your Dream Magnus. I don't hate this against anti-mage if you get on top of him. Ember can slight dodge it, obviously, which could be awkward. But I think it's a good combo with Coddle and Tiny, so you can actually just do that AoE bomb site of a team fight.
Do they just go the Phantom Assassin here for T1? So is Neon just trying to figure out whether or not they have to have a counter to this Phantom Assassin?
I think they should, yeah. But like here, they have to pick Grimstroke. Okay.
Okay, so they're going to try and have a little bit more team fight lockdown. They don't really... I guess they've got the Mana Void that's with the Soulbind, so it's not too bad.
The big thing I think with Grimstroke, where people, like you just did there with the Soulbind, you're like, oh, what spells can you double up? They forget that, honestly, I don't think that's his best spell. I don't even think that's the best mechanic of that spell, because it can lock down, it can stop Blink, stop Force stuff like that.
Nice Stalker. Boom.
Thinking Night Stalker.
Oh, it's Void.
Okay, so they're going to run it back with a different one of Miracle's heroes that he likes to play. The big purple man, the winner of the Arcana vote, just so you guys know. Ice Frog called me up today and he was like, hey, Flick, yep. Yeah, Faceless Void won the Arcana vote.
I can't tell if you're like...
Where is Ice Frog
from?
from?
It's a couple days, right?
Ice Frog is from America.
Okay.
Oh, that was the least confident answer I think I've ever heard come out of your mouth this entire tournament, Fluke. Just saying.
Yeah, we'll just leave it with that. All right, let's not talk about Ice Frog and what Ice Frog wants to do and where he is and who wins the Arcana vote. But I'm really liking this T1 draft so far. I think they've got a lot of pick-off. They've got a lot of scalability. They've got very strong lanes already.
Yep.
They've got really good team fight on top of that as well. So what does Neon need to combat that? They need a JG hero, right? I would love Pango.
Pango was the first ban.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Feels bad, man.
It's weird though, because they need so much right now. They're lacking lockdown in my mind. They've got Inkcell, they've got the Soulbind, they've got a very haphazard chains plus egg combo. Anti-Mage provides next to no lockdown, let's be real. Against the Void who can time walk, against the Coddle who can drop the ult. Tiny's probably going to go that 4-star fuels. They really need a pos 3 that can stun, and there aren't many left in the pool. I feel like something like an Underlord might be viable, just with seeing Beastmaster, the Doom, the Legion, the Puck, they're all gone as well.
Yeah.
There's not much left in the pool.
I want to say Tidehunter here. Yep. I mean, it's not that great against Void, but I think it can... I think they need some sort of AoE.
Yeah, Tidehunter could work.
Can always cracking off the... Oh, sorry. Can always cracking off the Magnus ulti. They're going to get rid of the Slardar here for themselves. So they don't want to have Skem having such a hard lane.
Yeah, I mean, the other side of it is if the starter gets out of the lane, Corrosive Haze in power, this Void is 3-shotting your cores. Not just your supports, but your cores as well in that chrono. So I do like that ban a lot. I don't know what I'm feeling about that Queen of Pain ban for Neon. Like, is that really the thing they're worried about in the offlane, or do they think Miracle was going to play
Yeah,
it?
I think that's the main reason. There's no reason for...
Well, that was their third phase, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was the second phase.
No point giving Miracle a Queen of Pain. That's
Yeah.
his most comfort hero.
What do T1 need here, lads? They need a offlane hero for SamH.
Something that can be good against anti-mage.
Batrider?
I don't hate Batrider with
Techies.
Tiny.
Alright, I figured it out. It's Techies.
To tell you the truth, they only need
T1.
they need anything that can play in the lane with no mana. So there's only 4 or 5 heroes that can play in the lane with no mana. Pretty much all of them are banned. So this could just be like either
Centaur?
I was gonna say a Centaur or a Timber in my mind. Because Timber, even if he dies, he just creates so much havoc and annoyance that this Void can find farm. Obviously, in your dream, we'll be playing the Magnus most likely, and he'll catch up. He'll get that blink, that BKB, and then that's the window they want to play around, rather than this offlane timer. But I'm not sure.
I think Timber is good. Yeah, Timber is good. Centaur.
To tell you the truth, I've been seeing Centaurs in my pubs lately. The removal of Retaliate as an active has felt super awkward.
Yeah, because like you just pretty much
There's no
Yes, tier one. I actually think if there's a game for it, it's probably this. You give obviously the Blood Rage to the Chrono. That's an extra 85 attack speed with the level 10 talent. The Blood Ride is insane. You cannot miss it. You'd have to be pretty dumb to miss it with this amount of stun. And just generally, I feel like it can run against this anti-mage quite comfortably. I talked about the no mana strat. Well, Blood Rage costs 25 mana, and that's the only spell you're going to be really using. And Blood Right's 100, so it's passable in the lane. I like it.
All right. You do get to see it. Yeah. I'm sad that I don't get to see Techies. But I do agree with you. This is a really good Bloodseeker game. They do have a lot to set him up and a lot to let him run rampant. So let's see what Neon do try and figure this out. I would like them to pick up a Centaur for themselves.
Centaur against Bloodseeker is quite awkward though.
You only have one Rupture target, so it's not the worst. I feel like trying to get away from the ball is what they need right now.
What could dodge the ball? I mean, Centaur's coming to mind, and that's pretty much it, eh? This is the problem, like, we talked about like the carries getting banned in the second phase. The offlaners get absolutely railed in the last phase if you haven't picked them by then. Because usually you ban 1 or 2 OP ones early, and then if you haven't picked it by this last pick, you get another 2 bans per team. And it's looking quite dire for the actual picks left.
What do we feel about Panda? Okay, so they're going to go with something a little different. They're going to get the Omni Knight. So this Ember as well as the Anti-Mage are always going to be Heavenly Grace, so it will be a JG Omni Knight. Oh, it's going to be a 5 Phoenix and a Play Hard Grimstroke. Okay.
I guess it works. I'm not a massive fan. I think Phoenix would have done work this game. Like, if you get levels on this Phoenix, I don't see how they kill the egg, because obviously SamH and Miracle are both melee. Magnus and Tiny, they don't really hit egg either. So
I was a bit afraid with the anti-mage versus Void, but they didn't have any save for the chrono, and I really like that Omni Knight pick.
All right, lads, where are we going here for our second game?
I'll live and die by the Bloodseeker pick.
All right, you're going T1.
I'll go for Neon.
You're going to go for Neon? It looks like my panel is split once again here for our lower bracket match. It's Neon taking on T1, and our casters will be Lyrical and Trent.
Sitting on a bench, waiting for the time to pass, dreaming of what happens next. I do what I wanna be, questioning my destiny, only knowing what I see. I don't even realize I've already made a path, and I can change it anytime. I can't take it back. I know what I want, but it seems so damn far away. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said I know I am
Ladies and gentlemen, as we set our sights up here on the hills, we're getting ready to watch some beautiful Dota 2 today. Yes, indeed, it's going to be T1 facing off against Neon. Trent, we're here.
Hey.
It's all happening. ESL 1 Thailand, how you feeling?
Feeling good. Feeling rejuvenated here for another day of Southeast Asian Dota. And yeah, this is it. We're kicking off with Neon versus T1. We're already right into the match here. And thank you so much to our panel for that lovely draft. And well, they begged, they pleaded, they got it. It's the Sam H Bloodseeker coming out here in the off lane. It felt like they were running a little bit low on options there for something that could try and deal with these pesky mobile heroes in the AM and the Ember. And so the silence will be the key.
And that is the most horrific set that I've ever seen in my entire life for the Bloodseeker. That's terrifying. We got a close-up of it there just a second ago in the showcase mode. Very, very scary indeed. But yeah, the silence, always something that you got to be super wary of. Relatively low cooldown, right? It's scary. But looking like we might potentially have a little bit of a fight to start things off. Throws the silence up on the high ground, and well, we'll toss the anti-mage back away. So that will put the kibosh on the early aggression, it looks like, as well.
Yeah, we found the counter to the Inkswell. You just toss them away before they explode. It's all this time, all these Grimstroke games, and finally, Jokum has decided that we have an idea here. But yeah, a little bit of early aggression. It's not often you see them clashing that far before the rune spawn, so we might get a second round of this.
Yeah, absolutely. That Inkswell is going to be back up, but so too will be the toss. See if they're going to be able to make it work, but they lay down the silence, force them out, and just like that, it's going to be a trade-off of 2 bounty runes apiece, most likely. So the things to watch for in this game, panel talked about it a lot already, but we've got some big team fight coming out from T1, and then on the side of Neon, it's all about that anti-mage.
Yeah, whenever you pick this hero, that's the plan. So it won't be any different for Skem, right? At least you know you're going to get a lot of help, right? The team's depending on you, so it's in their best interest to leave those last hits for you, which is always pleasant for you. But yes, the offlane Bloodseeker, the new hot thing. You already saw contesting the bounty runes. That's like, there's steps for this offlane Bloodseeker. You see, that's step 1 because Blood Right's broken. And they're going to try and push this advantage again here. And look, see, dude, it's over. Your time is done, Grimstroke.
That's pretty awesome. I like it a lot. I mean, particularly in the ensuing chaos of a tri-lane versus tri-lane, a ton of creeps around, finding that toss back. Very well played by Jokum to salvage any potential kills that they might have had there. So well done there. Mid matchup, we haven't really talked about it much, but it's going to be the Magnus versus the Ember as per normal, as another Blood Right just gets thrown out there to secure some runes. Mag naturally going to have a pretty significant advantage in that one.
Yeah, right clicks, just burn them down. I don't know, maybe there's a play eventually with the Flame Guard there for Yopaj. And top lane's the snoozer. It's you know, Void versus Omni. It seems really good for Miracle though. Like, the fact that Sam H is down here on this Bloodseeker just like harassing and annoying and being a part of like the low farm lane, right? And then you get your hard carry in a 1v1 versus an Omni Knight. Seems pretty good.
Dude, did you see that? Now they blinding light push him back. That's like the 3rd or 4th Inkswell that they just haven't been able to connect on afterwards. And now the toss back from Januel, he's in trouble. No dive, still level 1, is going to be brought down very low, but not quite enough for the kill. And yeah, man, this Blood Right, just devastating.
Yeah, this is a pretty big key as to why this hero works in the offlane, because you just have different options with. Number 1, it's 70 mana and it's 120 pure damage.
Yes.
That's some quick math. That's like one of the best level 1 spells in the game. And it's AoE.
Yeah.
Which means not only can you hit multiple heroes, but you can also use it to try and control the wave and decide, like, do I want to push it into the tower? Do I just want to, like, guarantee the range creep? That's the huge thing that, of course, you're always going to hear in a discussion about it, too. As, hey, well, they pull it to the camel. Blood Right.
And this level 2 now as well by the Coddle, getting a point in that Chakra Magic. Now it's like he's going to be able to consistently spam it, roll down that cooldown. This is going to be some constant harassment for them. Blinding Light pushback as well. I really like this tri-lane a lot. It's super neat.
I'm frankly kind of surprised no one's died yet, though.
Yeah.
It seems like now there's level 2 on the Tiny, it feels like it's a pretty risky business to get anywhere close to him. And they go for the big one in the AM. That's going to be a tough hero.
And now maybe in a little bit of trouble. Blinding Light pushback again, saving Jokum's life. But Januel there getting the right clicks in and that will be the first blood as Playhard tries to run away. Sam H trying to stay on top of him. They get the Stroke of Fate pushback, but not able to connect it onto the Bloodseeker. Very interesting.
Movement speed is pretty helpful for Playhard. Trying to get the ink swells hasn't been there, but the blood right too, just like dodging out. Might I need some boots on everybody.
Oh man, you're not wrong.
Yeah, Jokum's just right back at it though, and he's already diving back towards him. He planted an obs in plain sight on the camp and got like instantly dewarded by Playhard, so that's also why we're still having all these battles in the neutral camps as Playhard goes for another pull.
And does manage to connect it, but will they be able to keep well control of this lane? They also got a side pull off on the other angle, and this is going to be the Phoenix. Managed to get the dive, but he's coming back. That is the downside to his silence. The blinding light pushback will eventually be able to get the kill onto that Phoenix. And now the right clicks over on Yokum. Skem also pretty deep in here. And maybe going to lose his courier. Sam H comes on in and takes that down as well. So why not? Right. Stroke of Fate going to connect. Has Blink Dagger, or Blink back up again in a second. And we'll try and run them down. Blinding Light pushback again. He can't stay on a target. It's just not quite enough there. Now they can have a re-injection of mana. Another toss. Very brawly down bottom.
Skem didn't lose more HP through all that. Wasn't really the worst trade. Now, sneaky backline here from Jean Yuel. He's got the bounty on the high ground.
Okay.
And this might result in getting all four. They just dive on Skem instead of going for the rune.
Oh my god, they are going to get the silence, which is kind of rough, but stick charges, he's fine. Turn back on Yokum. Play hard, moving in. They have the blinding light pushback, which is going to get him caught in the silence. So again, no opportunity for an Inkswell, but as you said, getting those bounties.
Yeah, unless In Your Dream goes cross country for that other one, which he's not going to. That is going to be all four secured for Neon.
Big pickup.
Now he skewers over, though.
Yeah, they want to try and get a return kill here in exchange for those bounties that they lose. But Genuel going to take them on a bit of a walk. Has dive again in a second, but the avalanche is there. Secures the finish.
Yeah, so he didn't actually grab it when he initially came up here, huh?
No.
Got a little bit too involved going for the kill, but at least he got back there before they were able to get it for the mag. That's worth.
Totally.
Now first blood, getting another bounty. Moral victory of having all four, you know. Oh, double bash up top. Triple bash! All right, Miracle's got some serious bash already.
Yeah, you can see very quick arcanes picked up here for JG. This lane has gone fairly well for the Omni Knight. Everybody gained a good amount of farm. The only one that's really lagging behind right now is going to be Skem on the Anti-Mage, who has been a little bit pushed back in this bottom lane. But, you know, this is kind of okay, I think, at this point in time.
For now. But you can't let it get out of hand.
And level 6, Yopaj on top of him. Try to go for the blinding light pushback, but the damage is there. RP used, but he dies. Whoa, Yopaj is stunned. They managed to bring down that Magnus. Big plays.
That's all the remnants, though. But seems like Yopaj is fine. Where did... Yeah, Tiny's gone back. How about Yokub's just running at Skem? I don't know why I looked anywhere else for him. So as long as there's no threat then on the mid lane to Yopaj, then he's fine even without these remnants.
Yeah, they don't really feel like they want to make any concerted effort towards there. And obviously very difficult to take down In Your Dream again, even with the Grimstroke nearby. Play hard. So it's sort of settled down into everybody staying up top, but then 2 heroes mid, 2 heroes bottom for each team. So let's see where these first rotations make their way at. Maybe an early Chronosphere could be a pretty nice attempt at a kill if they can find some extra damage to throw into it. That's kind of one of the problems I sort of see as Ember brought down very low farming in the jungle, and well, Bloodseeker sees him. Meanwhile, roll away from Januel. He's able to escape. And Yokum's still chasing. Not going to go after him all the way.
Yeah, not quite. Still no boots on the Phoenix, so pretty slow, but we'll be all right now. And AM is finally out here. It's had enough. Says, all right, GG, I know it's cool and all. You're not me. You're the top net worth, whatever. I got to come up here because they've made the rotation. We have the Obs Ward in the lane. I am not getting Chronos.
Yeah, he doesn't want to be here anymore. So wise decision. Miracle makes that rotation down bottom. Might be able to kill off the Phoenix here, who is just level 3. That's the downside to the tri-lane for sure. It's a hero that loves to get a little bit more.
I kind of like committing for this though. Like 8.5 minutes. You know the AM's not going to do anything up top.
Right.
And they can't really fight you. Unless JG comes down here like with the Ember, and even then that's going to be a tough one.
Well, they are bringing in some heroes for the moment. JG already here. And
he doesn't have any points in the Heavenly Grace though, so like, he's not that good at helping someone in a team fight right now.
They're just going to drop the Chrono, and well, there's the Heavenly Grace, but he dies to the pure damage anyways. Interesting. Very interesting.
I mean, there's still 4 heroes here for a pretty long time, and with that Chrono drop, they can't finish it.
Yeah. Well, okay. That sets them up to have a tower alive. JG can keep farming bottom, and there's a bunch of space created for Neon. Looking good.
Got a lot of waves in Skem's hand, that's for sure. And total freedom up there. But you can imagine that Sam H will be right back into chasing him pretty soon. Already has the Veil done, and looks like he's just queuing straight into that Yule. So same build that we've been seeing from the offlane Bloodseekers that have ventured into the pro matches so far.
Yes. Yeah, very classic one there. And, well, he is just going to retreat a little bit. Hits level 6 now, so does have that Rupture available as they're going in on him. Skewer pulls him back underneath the tower, still finds the sun.
Oh, that Phantom.
Invis as well looks for the RP, doesn't end up popping it. They're going to pop the Rupture instead onto Yopaj, who's going to Remnant away. Silence is there. Another Remnant jumps out, and that keeps him alive. Good job there not to do any panic moves. Good that he keeps it all fine and dandy.
Yeah, Bloodseeker has useful tools versus the Ember, but not as like the initiator, right? Like he needs someone else to do something to like actually connect the blood right.
Yeah.
You would hope that your Ember's not just gonna get like raw blood righted by a Bloodseeker.
Yeah, that's not a recipe for success. But the plus side about this for Sam H is he's also a Bloodseeker that gets some power. So that will be real nice for him. As the Remnant forward damage. And able to find him with the Remnant. Sleight of Fist dodges the blood right. That's the downside to it. As they burn him down, he will end up falling. And Yopaj looking for a bit more. You got to be careful though. In your dream, off to the side, waiting for the pull-in. Skewer catches on to play hard. Yopaj does not have any Remnants out. So he is just going to go for the walkaways. In your dream could pull him back in if they want to go for it. As we will have a short pause here.
Oh, yeah, looks like JG's having a little nap, a little snooze.
Well, he'll be back, surely.
All right, well, Skem's still up here, and obviously he has the Mana Void, but not the easiest of targets. Although there's one juicy coddle.
Yeah, that would be a nice one.
Was it 0.8? 0.8 damage move, that's, I mean, they only have one of the bolas, the RP's there. Maybe just let him slide.
Yeah, it's a possibility. And
just this one time.
Yeah. You don't need to get all kinds of crazy right now, it feels like. As Yopaj hits the creeps on his way past, Skem gonna finish up farming him. Already has the Mask of Madness done.
Yeah, Paulson did get that ward though. Nice sentry drop. Well, that's gonna hurt Yopaj's rotations. He instantly drops an obs on it too. Yeah, this is a nice place for a ward.
Keeps some pretty good vision off to the side there. So, state of the game, very even across the board. It feels like Anti-Mage has been able to get out of the laning stage pretty unhampered. But likewise, Faceless Void is pretty farmed right now. They're both got the Mask of Madness. If you do manage to find one of them, as the Silence is going to land onto the Ember and trying to chase down Sam H a little bit here. He does have a DD also on Yopaj. So he's moving in there, trying to tempt a little bit of fate. Rupture is out, and, well, gonna jump away after Will-O-Wisp is down, but no, he gets the second one away!
He just dodged the, what?
Dude.
Will-O-Wisp and Chrono?
Wall ruptured? They did pop the Supernova for that one, but what a play! Yopaj. Dude, they're ready to fight now. They're like, all right, they used everything.
Yeah, and he still has that DD as you pointed out before, so he's like coming back buffed.
Yep, and jump forward. That's the one remnant he has, but that's more than enough. As Paulison caught, rooted on Yokum. They're going to try and bring him down. Can they get the kill, though?
Armor.
And in your dream, RP's available. They got to back away. This is dangerous. It's far too much damage. Damn, dude. Looking good. Meanwhile, they pop the Guardian Angel. Silence can't jump out of there with the skewer. And meanwhile, the stun is not going to land. Miracle turns, wants to get the punches out there onto them. Sam H also going. Yopash pull back in Silence.
That was good.
But the Heavenly Grace immediately there afterwards. So they're keeping everybody alive, with the exception of the Grimstroke right now, as Yopash still there with the DD. It's wearing off now. And he's going to just play so freely with that Omni Knight behind him.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
He doesn't really have anything to be concerned about, does he? Like, I mean, once the Chrono and the RP's dropped, clearly.
Right.
But yeah, at that point, it's just like too much protection being there.
And even the silence from, you know, the Bloodseeker. You've got the Heavenly Grace right afterwards. Status resistance is there as well. The only thing I feel like you really need to worry about is that Chrono. Well,
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
14 minutes. They find the route there onto the Bloodseeker. Trying to run him down a little bit. Has the urn. Chase is continuing. The RP attempted it. Catches on to both. Is pretty big, but the Sunray is healing them all up afterwards. Burning them down. Opaj still living as the chase is there. Supernova. The root. It comes out again. Can they bring down the egg? They will. I'm trying to make something else of this one. JG is down very low, so Will-O-Wisp is going to connect
nice
and forcing them away. The only ones left, the Ember and of course the Anti-Mage. Skem just continues to farm.
Toss to bash is apparently a true combo there, so that's going to save them a little bit. Nice Will-O-Wisp too. That egg, pretty precarious situation for a moment there for T1, but Polison just able to save it there, and that's going to be a constant battle throughout this too, right? It's just like trying to take down this Will-O-Wisp, trying to take down the egg. The egg just feels quite a bit easier to destroy, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's the problem, at least for the moment. And we did see some amount of help that Sunray has gotten from the Phoenix right now. Genuel going for 3 points in it early on here, as opposed to maxing out the Fire Spirit. So this is, I think, sort of been a bit of a revelation over time. Has been Phoenix playing much more around the Sunray than just the Supernova.
I mean, they just nerfed one spell on Phoenix, so people just start maxing the other one because the hero's still busted.
It's true.
You know? Just like they finally hit Fire Spirits enough that it's like, okay, all right, whatever. I'll just go with the other really broken spell.
It's true. That's why you like seeing the hero.
3 Spirit Vessel charges now. As they smoke up with Play Hard, they want to send in another jacked up Ember. He's looking for some prey here.
God, they need a purge.
I know, but I mean, that is the Oracle Ench. They're valuable for a good reason. And they got the cheap ones.
They definitely do. It's going to be a slow and steady beat down here at least. As Yopaj again shows himself in the mid lane, keeps that catapult alive. And looks like they want to try and pressure this tower again. So should be able to secure this with the catapult coming in and just the right clicks from the Ember. As down bottom, you can see Mag continuing to farm up. In your dream, trying to get towards that Blink Dagger. And Chrono gonna land. The Sunray comes in from the other side, healing him back up. Can they keep him alive with the Will-O-Wisp? It is not going to happen. And now, gonna find that Rupture. Play Hard just TPing away. JG, they toss him. All right, the Rupture toss. And Play Hard gonna get bashed to death. No chance. Another catch there. Genuel is gonna try and dive away from there. Your dream pulls back in again, but big plays from T1.
Yeah, with these empowers, you know they're going to be taking objectives too. And that's a big fight for them because it's a fight that they're winning before the Blink Dagger on In Your Dream. And once that comes out, it's going to be easier. And look at JG, like, he knows that once the Chrono's gone, it's, not quite that scary. Plus, he's ridiculously tanky right now.
And can throw this Heavenly Grace onto Yopaj. Status resistance is there, along with all that extra survivability. Yopaj has to jump away now, as they just blow up the Omni Knight. He's stepped far too far forward. And the RP making brilliant use of it. And Root
Still
onto
has
2.
mech.
Yeah,
I think he just thought he'd have a chance to get it off for sure, but then he just goes Avalanche and RP'd, and of course he had Heavenly Graced his Ember, not himself.
Sunray out again, not able to break that with the Avalanche. Silence taking a lot of damage there, but the jump forward again. Miracle finding it, gonna pop the Supernova yet again. Forced to run away. Root is there on to 2. Meanwhile, find a Mana Void on the backside of it. Skem gonna be under control, in a ton of trouble. The beatdown is coming, and Skem nowhere left to go. He showed up for the fight, but he got owned.
I can't believe he just lived on that tiny. He stuck around at like 80 HP, and he got Spirit Vesseled, and he still managed to come back up with a full round of spells. That made such a big difference to stick around like that. Oh, that next level play that's like so dangerous, but it pays off when it really does.
Particularly around like all that AoE damage that you've got on Neon as well, right? Like everything from Phoenix, the Ember Spirit can just like randomly hit you, the Sleight of Fist. But recognizing he was safe where he was, and they capitalized beautifully. That was like Battle Fury.
Yeah, just trying to slow down Skem, because this is where he's trying to accelerate as fast as he can. And In Your Dream is still sitting on like 2,700 gold, but it has not bought the Blink, interestingly enough.
Okay. What is he thinking about here? I don't even know what like the other greedy item would be.
I don't even know what else would feel that great. Like going Bloodthorn or something? Like
that's like Radiance maybe? Usually when you keep around that gold, that's the item, but it sounds horrendous. Maybe he is though.
Maybe he wants the Nullifier. Maybe that's Yes, I will go straight for it.
Well, he is going to go straight to the grave unless he buys something quickly. In a lot of trouble, 3,000 gold, and he just loses cash off of it. Doesn't buy anything.
We're not blinking.
Okay, Will-O-Wisp pulls him in. Avalanche toss, catch onto 2. A really big jump in now, trying to control him. They have Chronosphere, don't want to use it on Just Play Hard, but JG right there for the turnaround. They've already lost the mag and the Caudal, actually. So this fight not going the way the T1 hoped it would.
Oh, and the extra catch on the Miracle.
Oh, one last punch is going to be there. They get the silence onto the Ember Spirit, but Miracle going to get caught there, and Skem on top of him needs a billion bashes and a few more on top of that. As they chase, they run in, and has a jump in just a moment, but the Root is there to end his life. Huge win for Neon.
Yopaj gets the 5x kill streak too. So just putting him closer back to the top where he once was. All right, so what's... Oh, it's all right. In Your Dream did just end up buying the Blink. So
okay.
I like that decision. I do think they still need like big RPs right now. I don't think you can go like straight BKB or some damage item.
No, I think particularly after that fight, it showed the issues that they've got. And I mean, I guess sort of, I don't know if it was a decision to take the fight after In Your Dream was already dead or what, but I mean, whatever it was, that was a pretty quickly seen as a bad decision.
Yeah. The other part is that like that RP can lead to so much for them, especially if you hit the blood right, because there's still no answers, right? Like if you get silenced right now, you're stuck. Assuming you catch the Omni too, that is.
Right. And it looks like Omni's actually going to get the Guardian Greaves delivered to him in just a moment here.
Oh, there you go.
Or he's going Midas. Wait, is he going to stop off for Midas before he goes GG boots?
Yeah, he's had it queued for a while.
Maybe that's what Mag wanted.
Yeah, seriously. That is a really tough call. I mean, Midas has always been very good on Omni. Just because it feels like you don't need that many items, but you really want the levels. And then, of course, like if you can get like the big items later, it still feels really good.
Right.
Oh, it's a tough call.
If you go Greaves right now, then you're probably not going to get those big items later.
Yeah, that's probably like your last like,
RP.
Oh, man.
Oh, they get him. Yeah, but now you got to run. Now you got to get out of here. In some trouble. JG going to give himself the status resistance and diving off to the side. Can just make the runaway happen, it looks like. So he gets a heal. Okam showing up, wants to grab himself a pesky little Phoenix, and, well, they'll get him.
That's where JG can say, look, I live. I can buy mine. I don't need the Greaves, guys.
I like it. He's going to... thought about it. He's going to TP out there. Mask of Madness. Oh, Yokum, this is not an easy kill, but with the Grimstroke, maybe they can make it happen. Inkswell on top of him as well. Mana Void is there. They blow him up. Just like that. Big win for Skem.
And he just runs alongside Paulson for a
Radiant's middle
second
tower is under attack.
before they part ways.
It is a 1,000 gold lead right now for T1, but I would not feel entirely confident about this.
Defensive chrono.
I've never seen the Phantom stopped by a chrono before.
Yeah, that's a fun one.
And chase down Yopaj here as well. They don't have RP available. He's going to jump away from that silence. Leashed up onto 2, but they will escape. For the moment, at least. Yopaj still looking for more. Another Sleight of Fist Chains combo. Going to connect now onto that Coddle. Taking a lot of damage. Juke's back the other way. Is he going to burn down? It looks like he will with the Spirit Vessel.
They go from TP to the T1.
And looks like he's fine. In the meantime, my man JG getting the Midas.
So try not to die before you get the Greaves at the very least, so your team doesn't get super upset.
There you go.
Yeah, now typically with the Midas build on the Omni, that's where we think about like these the Radiances and the S and Ys and those kind of style Omnis. When it's like the pure defensive Omni, I wonder what he's even gonna want. Like maybe like a BKB for himself. I mean, it's always nice to get like Aether and Blink too. Probably that actually.
You could go Ags or something also, since AM's probably going to be away from him a lot.
Yeah, the Ags is like super value versus in power lineups.
Can't quite catch there. I don't know. I'm feeling quite good about Neon's game right now. If I had to put money on something, it feels like it's sort of everything going the way that they want it to at this point.
I think the big problem is that their style kind of runs out of steam in like 10 minutes or so, or like maybe even a little bit sooner. With this idea of like the ink swell stuff, it's already starting to kind of get weakened.
Right.
And their team fight is like egg. They don't really have like great soulbind options. And then you're facing RP and Chrono and Will-O-Wisp. It's like they have the matching thing to your egg with the Will-O-Wisp, and then they have like 2 more team fight spells you don't have.
Yeah, that's true. That does make things a little bit tougher. And I guess that there isn't really a way to solve that necessarily. I do say that this Miracle rushing the Aghanims is always so interesting to me. On the Faceless Void.
Yeah, it's kind of cool with the Mag, though. It's almost like a soft initiation for RP.
Right.
Like, you know how if you like just jump in onto an Ember, you never know if it's just gonna like remnant out or dodge or something to try and RP. But if the Faceless Void just jumps first and gets that guaranteed bash, that's like a little window at least for you as in your dream to like maybe go in.
I guess it's the same thing for the AM too, like being able to blink away afterwards. Yeah, in the midst of it. So yeah, something good to watch for there. Do have the cooldown on Blink talent right now for Skem, as they are pressuring the bottom lane. Level 20 for him. And has Manta gonna pop it. Meanwhile, Yopaj ends up pretty close, but they won't go any further, it looks like. Do not want to cross that river.
Alright, well, if Skem doesn't get RP'd or Chrono'd, they can probably win most fights.
Okay.
I think that's pretty fair. So, yeah, just don't get hit, Skem. Typical AM plan.
Exactly. I mean, he does have like some defensive capabilities from his friends around here, but it's not great. Really needs to get more out of that Omni as far as like positioning tools and stuff. Feels like. And actually, speaking of Omni, he's way over here and is going to have already popped the GA just to run away from the rest of T1.
Yeah, it looks like they're trying to find a fight win into Roche here, right? Whenever you're like hunting around this area, that's the goal. They're going to smoke up too. They've sent Miracle into the wave. They just don't want the rest of their positions to be known. There's no raiding obs. I don't think saw that, but they've now passed through a couple observers. So see if they can catch them off guard. They're actually hurting them towards the Dire Basin. There's a big ticket. Oh, that's a good one.
Can they get him? Avalanche toss with the silence afterwards. Sleight of Fist jumps away. Gets out of there. Wow. Timing was not quite on point, and so they are able to escape with the Ember.
And they actually had him without the Omni and before a defensive item.
Yeah.
Is under attack.
And in the meantime, they're just chasing him. Skem is pushing bottom lane, taking the tower.
And they're still going to force the Roche, it looks like, even though they didn't get their kill. But perhaps because, as you said, they just see Scam destroying their tower down bottom.
No, it's not dropping that quickly. Do they have an inkling that this is going on? Do they want to contest it? Yopaj is nearby, but I think that they're just going to get this one.
All those melee heroes, too. If they got that egg on the backside of the Roche pit.
Ooh. Oh, Remnant's in, jumps in, tries to get it, snatched at the Aegis. They got the last hit, but they are likely going to lose the Ember, but he's actually not taking that much damage. Yopaj able to live, turns this back around, finds a both, and will find possibly a kill there on Ioka. They're coming back in just a moment with Miracle, but no more Chronosphere. Scam jumps on top of him, completely out of mana at this point, but they give him a little bit more, not gonna work. Mana Void is there. 3 dead, about to be 4. Neon playing this perfect.
Yeah, that was a really good egg too. Like first there was the stun ray that came out from Jonuel, and then he just dumped the egg because it guaranteed that In Your Dream was just stuck hitting the egg the whole time, so he couldn't actually capitalize on the fight. He didn't even get off an RP. Wow. He was also chasing Playhard at one point during that team fight too. He pretty much spent his whole time just walking at supports while his team was getting dumpstered in the pit.
Yeah, man. And taking a look at this replay immediately afterwards, they cut it at like the last possible second.
Yeah, and there you see the Fire Spirits, the Sun Ray, so then he heads on to the egg, and the egg comes out, and now they're just messing with Yopaj and Scam in the pit.
And I guess the other big problem there was that they got the Soulbind on, so Miracle couldn't jump out.
Yes.
They were stuck together. Well, very impressive showing, and now back into the real world. High ground is being assaulted by Neon. They're already there, and Magnus not back up again for 10 more seconds. It looks like with the tier 3 going down, it will be a retreat by Neon.
Yep, so tier 3 is not as valuable, of course, as they used to be, but still helps to apply some pressure down that mid lane as the 27-minute plus tier items of the 3rd shall be gathered.
Wow.
That's how I always talk about neutral items.
Some goddamn like Roman Colosseum
it's the old
person.
English explanation of neutral items.
And yore there was, hark and hear me, fellow peasants. 27
You never
minutes.
hear about the second.
No.
Like if I want to start a line of Trent the second, if I just drop a Trent out next
Do you know
kid.
why? Because it's called Junior.
Oh yeah, you're right. No wonder no one wants to be a junior. That's
Right.
exactly the problem.
Exactly.
That's why there's no thirds anymore.
Yeah, that's true. Well, 6,000 gold lead right now as we pontificate more on the decisions that parents make, whether good or bad. But it has a feeling like it's probably going to be waiting for the next Roche before there's like another high ground push, unless there's some catastrophic mistake by one team or the other. But how do you see T1 sort of pulling this one back now? Because it feels like it's kind of fallen a little bit out of their hands.
Yeah, I don't know. The game was like pretty even, and then suddenly it felt like Neon kind of got that last little timing window that they had. You know, we're talking about how like, oh, it's gonna start looking a little bit harder with like these sort of like single tire initiations, like the Inkswell style. But I mean, when you hit a giant Inkswell like that in the middle of the Roche pit, it's like the perfect terrain for them to fight. And that Soulbind, as you pointed out before, just doing so much. But it's still big team fight spells are quite scary here from T1. Do we have all their defensive items? I mean, yeah, I guess that really is the key, right? The 10-second BKB on Yopaj.
Oh my god, and they got him again. Soulbind onto 2. One of them's Miracle. Yopaj jumping into the midst, trying to find the kill. Almost able to get Miracle. Is he gonna drop to get the silence afterwards? He dies. Sunray does it to him with Yopaj securing the kill and finding more as Paulison, well, does he get out of there? Don't have any way to break the TP. So at least one escapes, but I don't think it's the one they wanted to.
Was he silenced that whole time?
I think so.
I think he was. I just don't think he could shake it. Double Soulbind is brutal.
Yeah, it's pretty devastating. I mean, just not being able to jump anywhere, and he like doesn't have an answer to it.
No, I mean, oh yeah, there's our replay.
So yeah, once he's soulbound, he just can't do anything.
Yeah, it's like they managed to kill the silence, but by then he gets stunned after by the Inkswell and just dies right away.
Radiant structures
Now, unfortunate for Miracle, who goes down again, and Skem gonna keep hitting away at buildings. Does not appear to care that much about the silence. As he hits some creeps afterwards.
We're talking about big spells. They're not casting them though.
No, it's not happening. 10 seconds until Faceless Void is back up, but will he have any friends when he comes back? Root is there. Sam H in trouble. Yule Scepter trying to keep him alive, while Yokum, left in no man's land, gets blown up, and they don't have an answer.
It feels like they're just fighting for the last set of racks. Like mid is basically just gone.
It's true.
Although Indian Dream's got the spin moves. Keeping the spirits high, you can see.
Yeah, you gotta do what you gotta do, man. So tier 3 tower number 2 being assaulted. They have RP, but again, they find him in your dream off in the trees. Still being fine there. Miracle trying to find a bit of a wraparound. Does have Empower on him, but just does not have the damage. And he's actually just going to farm. He's given up on defending these racks. They're getting them. Miracle.
Well, I don't know if that's going to work.
I mean, it won't work for keeping the buildings alive, but he's got bigger plans apparently.
He's actually just hitting the neutral. All right, Miracle's done.
Yeah, Miracle. I think he feels like he can't fight until he gets the MKB, I guess. But, I mean, dude is just like AFK farming over there on the opposite side of the map. And
he knew, though. He somehow knew they would not be able to get that last range drag, so the game survives. Not Megas.
Oh, they still have top 2.
And that entire lane on the other side, yes.
But he's almost got his MKB. That is probably what he was waiting for. Has a chance at getting a courier snipe here as well. Ooh, it's hiding. And there's the MKB, but they spotted him. I don't think they're going to be able to run him down. Tough stuff for T1.
All right. They got spells, though. Oh, that's an Orchid, though. Damn, the punish here from Skem. Saying he's like looking at Miracle. He's like, really? Still no BKB? It's like, I'm one of the Omni, right?
I will say every time I've seen an AM build a pro game, an Orchid in a pro game in the last like 2 months, they've lost.
All right, perfect. This is the turnaround catalyst for them then. I mean, he has the Manta, of course, but there's so many things that he's already dealing with.
Yeah. Oh God. Is he gonna blink up there? No. Okay. Keeping it safe.
Now that would have been the turnaround.
Yeah.
If
he would have died.
Just blinks into our whole team.
Here, take the game. Yeah, it's oftentimes where you get this situation where you're like, all right, well, we've got the disassembled Mask of Madness, so I can build this into, an Echo Saber. I can build it into an Orchid, and then all of a sudden, you just lose the game because you don't have a BKB.
They're up with Omni's talents. They're basically just the unnerf the hero talents.
Right.
It's like giving back the old cooldowns for spells.
It's like, man, that hero was really good.
Yeah. Would you like to play 7.20 Omni?
Unbelievable. Now, they push out the bottom lane yet again. It is a long Roche respawn time. This has got to favor T1 here. As Miracle
I would say so.
Trying to get towards BKB.
They just need those defensive items.
Oh yeah.
All right, what's the play? How can we save this game as T1? I mean, Chrono and RP, very good. Who do we even go after though? Is it AM?
Yeah.
Oh, she's the Bloodthorn now. Ooh, spooky hero.
A lot of damage.
How about a Haster and go on top of it?
And Yopaj, God, he's got the stats resistance on him. He just does not take that much damage. Jumps away, RP catches onto 2. Is it going to be enough? They're looking for the follow-up afterwards. Skewer's there, but they have the GA. Turning, trying to kill off this Omni Knight. They jump to the side, and that is going to be a Supernova. Looking pretty good, at least for the moment for Neon. Now the turn, disarmed by Skem. Trying to jump away, but there's going to be the Chrono. It's absolutely huge. Getting the demolish out, but JG was outside of it.
Manta. Down.
Still goes down and no buyback. Dude, I told you every single time. Every time.
It always happens.
Every game. The big play, appreciating the greatness of In Your Dream.
Oh my God, that cleave damage is absurd right now from Miracle though.
Yeah.
he was just swinging away in that fight. Like, sure, he doesn't have the BKB, but damn, he's got the damage.
Too true. Now, the only downside right here for T1 is that it is a long Roche respawn. It's still 47 seconds, but it might still be enough before AM is back up again. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, I don't know. It's going to be a really tight window because they're not going to have their chrono, and they cannot fight without chrono. There's like absolutely no way they kill Skem without chrono or RP. They need at least one of the two.
Yeah. And as
In
much
fact,
as
I don't think they can physically kill him. I guess unless he just gets perma-bashed.
as much as the panel was liking this Bloodseeker, I really have not been feeling the impact of the offlane Bloodseeker. I don't know. It's been a rough one a little bit for Mr. Sam H, I feel.
I think it's supposed to be more of like a snowbally thing. So he missed out on a lot of his opportunities. I mean, we saw what happened. Like, he just missed on the first like 3 big ganks on enemy core. Where if it just weren't for an Ember, those heroes would have died. You know.
Yeah.
Now, of course, there's not really a good excuse when it's like 9th pick or whatever. So
yeah,
or 10th pick, whatever it was.
Well, and I think there probably have been some instances where maybe we've missed a Blood Rage or something that was helping them to kill the egg that much faster. But
yeah, it has hidden value 100% too. Like, there's definitely a bunch of damage. I'm sure part of the reason why Miracle just absolutely destroyed that last fight is because he probably had a buff.
Right.
So that part's hard to see. Now this will be a little bit more visually stimulating as he has 2 ruptures. That I can keep track of. You know, big loud noise,
easy,
gushing blood.
Well, Skem, he's in the pit, and they will spot him. Paulson gonna go for the D ward.
The bravest D ward I've ever seen.
That was kind of crazy.
Yeah, there was nothing to. I guess there was Blink Skewer. Maybe he was hoping for the biggest of fates.
They do have a gem here on Yopaj. And looks like
he doesn't have his Omni right now. If they can pull him back, that could have been something. But Yokum not going for the big jump.
Well, 40-minute mark coming up now as we get closer, and it looks like they will be able to hold each of them their own outposts.
Yeah, look how far back Neon went, though.
Yeah.
They just fanned out, I guess, for the neutrals. Do they not have the last one yet? No, they do.
Yeah, I guess just trying to push the waves. The downside to this is that, like, basically T1, I guess, are going to have to deal with their lanes, right? Like, bottom is going to be
but their wave player is
it.
actually pretty good. Like, they have Coddle, Tiny, and Bloodseeker is, like, the side. Like, and then you have Void and Magnus, so it's completely fine. Everyone can push waves.
Yeah. Wow, this Rupture cast range also.
The couriers are scouting.
Okay.
They've already got 1.
Gotta be careful. It is a lot of damage in there. Bashed by Roche. Blinks out afterwards. Miracle was thinking about jumping, but decides not to. Roche down to half HP. And again, bottom lane is pushing in. Nobody is there to defend it right now for T1. Somebody needs to go back or they're going to lose that Rax.
I mean, it's just a ranged Rax. I don't think you have to win this fight. I actually don't think you can go back.
It's too scary. And they're sending back the Coddle, but the jump up onto the high ground. Yopaj is there, right already on him. Now trying to skewer, but the BKB comes out, and they're able to find the Hex. Miracle looking for the Chronosphere. Does he want to drop it? He won't. So they back away yet again. Yopaj going to be tossed in your dream, still looking and still alive.
Oh, Miracle didn't
Meanwhile,
want to
the
rip it.
bash. Rooted, Rupture yet again, trying to walk away from here, but he's in some trouble. Silence is going to be there. They jump into the pit, able to find him. Skem, he's getting caught on, bashed by Roach. They're not able to get the Aegis yet. Meanwhile, Will-O-Wisp drops down. The Aegis is so low. Skem pushed down. The Aegis is on the ground. Nobody's getting it. They're able to stab the Aegis. Paulison, the god. They find the Chronosphere and just going to run away. Dude, Paulison, what a player. You got the cheese, too. Dude, that's how you know you're the greatest support. You never have items, so you can snatch the Aegis.
Let me go, team.
But in the meantime, Skem jumping in, trying to find him, and almost able to get the kill. There is a Rupture, and Skewer back afterwards. RP, round 2, Skem! No. He goes down!
Oh, that's a fast tip from Paulson. That's when you're dead, you always have your finger ready.
Again, no buyback on the anti-mage. 400 gold away.
It's not in my nature, but...
Dude. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter that much, but if they want to, they can try and push down the lane a little bit here. Surely. I guess not with Chrono. That's the tough part.
And Ember was the only buyback, right? Yeah. After Yopaj died.
Welcome. Thinking about a chase down, but won't be able to get him. So yeah, it might not end up mattering that they don't have buyback on the anti-mage, as they're just going to try and control the waves.
They were so close to making that work too with, like, I think Yopaj was kind of trying to burn the RP in the Chrono. With the way he was playing, like, diving way ahead of his entire team, he wasn't looking for allies. He was just, like, buffed up and going as deep as he could. And we saw several times where Miracle could have Chronoed to kill him, but he held it instead, eventually getting the kill just from the burn down pretty much from the Bloodseeker. And if they didn't have that, then who knows what would have happened with that actual Aegis snatch, right? As we do have, this is where Yopaj died.
Yes, and he just ends up getting brought down there, and Skem almost able to finish it. The bash by Roche that was in there too, like,
I mean, the timings for the Will-O-Wisp as well, everything was just so perfect.
And they end up being able to save it. Oh, what a save. And getting the cheese too.
Yeah, Paulson just like surfed in there on the Force Staff. That looks so comical. The little moose caribou legs are just swinging around.
Yeah, very pretty. But they have cheese now on Magnus. Miracle, he has gone for the backtrack talent, which nowadays breakable for all you fine folks out there.
Yeah, nice catch. The fresh patch.
Yeah. I don't think they have any breaks though, and I don't think it matters that much, but you know.
Hey,
fun facts.
Trivia matters.
True, too. Man, this is going to be interesting, though. As Skem gets further and further ahead, he's still refusing to buy a BKB. He wants to go instead for the Abyssal Blade. Don't know if it's going to end up mattering that much, but there have been a couple of instances there. This In Your Dream, Silver Edged himself. Big old jump in from Miracle. God, that's so much damage.
I've mostly just been researching the difference between elk, caribou, and reindeer, if I can be honest with you, because I'm not sure what one Polison's riding. Because I knew caribou and reindeer are the same thing, but then I wasn't sure what an elk is.
Yeah, an elk is different.
After my investigation, it kind of looks like an elk.
Okay. Yeah, so I think caribou or reindeer are just domesticated caribou, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
I don't know.
I think the Europeans just call them reindeer and we call them caribou.
Got it. Fair enough.
Judging by the antler shape.
All right, David Attenborough.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a tough one. We'll have to ask the sex creator.
I'm down with it. So still an 8,000 gold lead. That mattering significantly less than the 2 racks that are going on. Yeah, there's Dota.
This Dota game. Oh, sorry.
No problem, man.
Continue. Yeah, we're waiting on Roche. It's 45 seconds until the Aegis will be gone, and Okada already lost it.
Yeah,
so that's what the life is.
Pretty much.
It's basically like no one wants to do anything until you have like the firm. We left the pit with everything.
Too true. There is always that sort of like inkling in your back of your head that's like, well, maybe if we smoke out, we can catch them right here, and they won't be prepared for it or something. But then they always are. Then you end up like losing the whole game and feel bad, you know, go on and rage pub.
Yeah, exactly.
A time.
Yeah, I bet there have been some real bad moments when a pro player loses at one of these games like this, especially now that we're in online, so it's not even like at LAN where they just like go down to eat or something.
Yeah.
They might queue into your pub and just be so mean.
It's true. Or just like really sad, you know, and dejected, like, okay.
They're just losing mid in your team, and then you just say one thing and suddenly just set them off.
Yeah.
Gotta watch out.
You don't know what people are dealing with, folks. Treat everybody nice. That's the key
or
to
just
life.
win your pub so you're not tilted. How about that?
That's true, too.
Boom. Take
Scam.
bonus on yourself.
Absolutely.
Everyone's playing so scared. They're just running around in groups. Again, it's the typical thing where we're just basically waiting for the next Roche. If they were to catch Skem or Yopaj, if they were to catch Yopaj, they could take a tower because they know for 2 minutes there's no buyback, and I doubt Neon would want to force a fight without one of their 2 big carries.
Right. Yeah. That's one of the possibilities there. It's, I guess, again, like you said, just so scary if you do end up losing that engagement and you know that Roche is capable of respawning. It's going to completely fall apart. Play hard, dude.
Skem fought out again, huh?
This guy's crazy.
I know. Is he? Who else is buyback? Who has buyback in this game?
Ember
Miracle
and
just
him
bought
don't.
his. Yeah, Miracle bought Satanic. And Ember's timer anyway.
Ooh.
Phoenix is gonna break this.
Oh,
Did
well
he
played.
know?
Yeah, I think he might have.
Well, how? They don't have an obs, do they? I don't see one.
They're really smart, you know?
That looked psychotic. God, how did they just get away with that? It was like the perfect dive where they didn't see him.
Yeah, until he was like already gone. Yeah, that was really neat.
He's so lucky.
Yeah, that was well done.
He was like a caribou running through an entire pack of wolves. And they just decided not to smell today.
Yeah, he put on his wolf suit. That's what it was.
Oh, yes, I love the famous tale of a caribou in wolf's clothing.
That's a great one. It's a good album,
good
too.
Child tale.
Yes. Fable.
Yes, I love those child tales. Yo, Pash in here now. 7-second BKB as the Aghanims with the Shiva's card. So he's zipping all over the place, and he definitely will have buyback once he has that time.
Miracle. They find him right at the start, jumped in, but the skewer afterwards, and RP comes out afterwards as well. They're just going to blow him up. Magnus is caught in this one, though. They have, well, the GA and Skem not dying. Oh, no. Oh, no. Hexed again by the Prince's Knife, out of mana, and going to fall afterwards. Sam H also in trouble. They jump onto him, kill him off as well. My goodness gracious, as they're going to run down Yoakum. Nowhere left to go. Wait. Okay, they jump over to the other side because they found the mag. In your dream, silenced, beaten, and dead. Triple kill for Skem. Who needs a buyback anyways?
Oh, after all that. Man, what a play. The Guardian Angel, the big save, without even having the Aghanims. Or, yeah, that's truly impressive.
Well, they're going to buy back on everybody but Miracle. And the other problem we've got here is the sheep stick from Grimstroke and then combo that with the Prince's Knife. Like, it's really tough. All Miracle had to do was show one time in the lane and they killed him. But...
Oh, Skem, hello?
Oh, skewer, long range, toss afterwards. Skem going to be brought down very, very low, but they don't have Miracle.
Oh,
so
that's
it does
Satanic.
not appear like they have enough. And Satanic living afterwards. They have the Will-O-Wisp, but it does not appear to be enough. Buyback now on the Coddle. Eyes set onto that Will-O-Wisp. They jump in again with Yopaj. In your dream, Invis looked for the skewer, but the BKB. Ember is going to be able to escape. 20 seconds until Miracle's back up. They might be able to defend this tower.
They can get one more fight, I think.
It's going to be a tough one. Very difficult. But they might be able to finally get it with Miracle back. That last engagement that went so terribly, they didn't even get it, but
here it is. They're trying to get.
Toss, jump them in, Skem in some trouble. They do have the chrono available if they want to use it. He actually jumps to the back line. He TP'd out of there, trying to focus down the rest of them. Yopaj jump forward. Silent though, the BKB, and he's disarmed. Miracle not able to do what he needs to. Trying to chase, but they won't be able to catch up to him. Another rupture jump forward completely destroys that Phoenix. And now another skewer with the rupture going on. RP afterwards controlled and dead. This time he has buyback.
Now they have Chrono for any potential chase down, but he's just dealing with the throne as they kill the Grim.
Grim will likely fall here. As everybody starting to go down. One last touch and they get the gem to boot. And Roche just now going to respawn.
Oh, daddy. That's something. That could be something. What is it anyway? It is... Oh, refresher. Boo. That's actually really good for T1. I just, generally the Aghanims are a little more exciting.
And Miracle is going for a Rapier next. That's what he's got queued up. Oh, man.
If they get Rapier Aegis...
Yeah. Game actually
Well, the problem is they're still an Omni.
It's true.
So they have to kill JG.
Yeah, this was such a good last pick by Neon. Omni Knight's been like the perfect answer usually when this hero is like awful.
It has looked good, but I think it's more so JG. I think that this hero's still kind of questionable.
That's true.
And he's played extremely well.
Well, and in this game, it's better than average. It's not like it's an amazing hero, but he's making it look really good, as you said.
Yeah, and just like the lane setup too, right? Because I think one of the hardest things about that hero right now is just trying to like get him started well, and he just got a 1v1 versus the Faceless Void really well, but he's in a little early here.
Danger, danger. They're behind back on Anti-Mage for this too, but Aegis is about to go down. They pop it. The Chrono's down already. He's able to get to the other side. Yopaj living, but now in some more trouble. Skewer has already been used, and well, can they find any more afterwards?
He stole it mid-flight, dude.
Are you kidding me?
Ember hasn't.
What?
Yeah, he stole it on the jump through. That was fucking sick.
Oh my god, what a player through the Chrono. Okay, and now can they find any more? I mean, this is a problem now. They did get the refresher at the very least on Miracle. Remnant jumps through again. Nothing else to steal there except for the hearts and minds of the people watching at home. As Miracle tries to jump in and kill off Yopaj. Not quite gonna happen. Root connecting yet again. Mana Void out. Brought down super low. Miracle turns around. Goes for the jump yet again. Aghanim's doing a good amount of work trying to control these heroes, but Scam is on top of him. Miracle got him. Can they do it? Ewell Scepter lift up yet again. Scam, nobody is dying really, but the Hex is there for round 3, and it looks like finally they're gonna be able to run him down. Scam beaten into him, takes down Miracle, forces the buyback, and I don't think there's enough left in the tank. As everybody coming back up again, they're tipping the Bloodseeker, appreciating Bloodseeker, and looking to finish off this game. Neon, incredibly impressive here as they get the Hex out one more time again, taking it down that Faceless Void, and it looks like that is finally going to be it as they jump in again. Miracle, he's just trying to stop the inevitable there at this point, though.
You keep saying it. Eventually it'll be true.
GG, there he is. It's not gonna happen.
All right, I absolutely love how much Scam abused that Princess Knife. I feel like that item sometimes gets ignored in games where it gets like hand off to a support or something, and they try to just like get these like dinky right-click sights in. But Scam just took that thing the second it spawned, and he made so much use out of that Princess Knife, and it was so helpful from this game. But okay, Yopaj, the fact that they're playing off of RP and Chrono, and they need these big spells to win, and you just steal the Aegis like that and get a second life, just ends that last team fight.
I have got to go back and watch that. I'm sure we're going to see the replay of it. I can't believe that he stole it. But very impressive showing there. Man, T1. Unfortunate in the end as Neon were able to take the game, but we're going to have to head back to the panel now, see what they thought about that absolute madness. Get ready. I don't know if we're ready for game number 2, but we're going to have to be. See you guys in a few.
To claim life, never let it go. These wings carry me, live this fantasy. Running through the fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah.
Got too much up on my plate, now I can't think. I said woke up, take a action, now I'm feeling this is it. Want the money, want the rest. I do purse, not no cess. They say darnish, why you sad? I said I just need the thing. Red tape, got too close, I hit the city. Black face, show you everything you need to your phone. Get it back. Someone said it's sad. I used to want it bad. I know it's in my head, keep seeing you too many times,
but it's not the end. So get back up and fight again. Take one step, take another. Find the strength for your brothers. Erase the doubt with your battle cry.
I have literally no words to describe how god tier Yopaj is playing here for Neon as they secure the first victory up against T1 here in one of the most insane games that we've seen here for ESL 1 Thailand. My lads back here on the panel, Poglet, QO. We were watching that last Roche fight, and as soon as we saw that Yopaj took the Aegis, we just yelled and screamed and freaked out for a good 15, 20 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that was probably the best Ember Spirit performance I've seen since Ana. I know that's like a big leap to take. That's TI versus now, but Yopaj is a god and he put the team on his back. Like, not to say Skem didn't play excellent Dota. No one else played great Dota. How do you steal that Aegis? Like, how do you have the hand? Like,
it's easy. Is it QO? It's easy.
It's easy if I play it, but unfortunately, I'm not in the tournament. But yeah, like, I think that was the first time that I see some heroes snatching the Aegis within the chrono. He actually chronoed for, you know, like they wanted to secure their Roche, but Yopaj, no, like I don't give a crap about your chrono. I'm just gonna like fly in and take your Aegis and go out.
We can see here in the replay package, he tried to do the exact same thing for the first Roshan. He was able to steal the last hit on it, but Skem was quick enough with the fingers to get that one out. They obviously did lose that team fight on the back of that, but I can't get over the fact that how god tier Yopaj has been playing. It's been insane. He has been stepping up every single game here for Neon. And it's not like the entirety of Neon are a bunch of sacks either. They have all been playing insane Dota. And we can see here up against T1, they're a good team on the back of that. They had the Magnus, they had the Void, but Neon just seems like on a different level.
Yeah, like we're not going to talk down to that. T1 had a few questionable item choices, but I think they played a fantastic game of Dota.
This is the moment. This is the moment.
This is what he does. All right, everyone, let's just sit here and rewatch this for another time.
He
This
gets
is insane. It's like 1 second, zips through, and just, oh my. Oh. You can't write a better story than that. The fact that Neon, they had 2 lanes up here. They lose the fight. Roche started going the way he for T1, and they just snatched that. And that's, you just close the book at that point. You just type the 2 wonderful letters, and then you just go to the next one. But just having a look at the stats here, it was a 54-minute game, and it just felt like there wasn't really much that T1 can do. It was more like an inevitability that Neon were going to close this one out.
I mean, for me, the big objectives were obviously those Roche fights, and every single time Neon puts such a masterclass on like the defense of the Aegis. The first one, they stole the Aegis. The second one, they cleaned it up in a really awkward fight. And then the third one, once again, they stole the Aegis. It's just those small things for T1. I think if they get the Roshan kill, they get the win on the first fight, or if that third one, they get the Aegis themselves, I think it's a different game entirely. I probably reckon they would win from there. But Neon Esports, they had other things in mind, and every single Roshan was so excellent for them.
Yeah, and not just Roche. I think they had this like early like phase, like well secured with the Omni Knight and Yopaj.
Yeah. I think that's the way that Neon plays. They always give Yopaj these space creators, these heroes that can take control of this game. And just having a look at this, man.
Look at this
90% kill participation and 68,000 damage. Yeah. That's usually what numbers you see from a Zeus, right?
Usually, like Ember Spirit become more mosquito, you know, the more it goes in the mid late game. So, and it's hard to do like damage output, but he had 70k damage. That's a Zeus amount of damage.
Yeah.
Like
the weird thing is, none of those items, I would view none of them as like offensive items. Maybe the Maelstrom, yes, but that's more of a farming. Like Shiva's is defensive. Ags, you get the extra remnant, pretty defensive. BKB, obviously. Like he doesn't look that farmed. He doesn't look like he has the items to do this kind of damage. understand how Yopaj did it, to tell you the truth. And I even watched the game from start to finish. It boggles my mind.
He's just playing on a different level right now. But, going into this second game here for T1, do they have to start putting a little bit more emphasis on Yopaj? Like, he's had insane performances on Pucks, Queen of Pains, Ember Spirits now. Do they try and make sure that In Your Dream just has that much better of a matchup that Yopaj doesn't feel like a factor?
Could you ask for much better than... Like, Magnus Ember, I feel like, is 65-35 Magnus way. Like, can you ask for much more than that?
Well, against Neon, you don't play Magnus. Even yesterday's game, look, I think TNC got lucky first game, but they know how to deal with this Magnus. They know how to create the space, what they need to pick. So just don't pick it, or if he's playing Ember Spirit, In Your Dream play Voice Spirit, and then control the map versus map sort of thing.
So it feels like they need a little bit more control for Yopaj to see where he gets going. But let's see if T1 will go towards the Magnus one more time. But before we head to another break, ladies and gentlemen, it's time again for our DHL drop quiz. For those of you guys that are playing along at home, make sure you do use !DHL drop and the corresponding letter to the answer that you want to give for today's question. We also do have our live leaderboard where you guys can check out your standings across everybody else here in chat. I'm going to throw it to Shiva for our question for today.
Welcome to the DHL Dota 2 quiz. You're getting ready for another question, I bet. Here it is. How long does a Skull Basher bash last? This is in seconds. Is that A, 1.2 seconds? Is this B, 1.3? C, 1.4? Or is it D, 1.5 seconds for a Skull Basher's bash? And if you know the answer, you know the drill. It is !DHL drop in the chat, followed by the corresponding letter of your answer for a chance to win up to €1,000 in prizes.
Shiva put it perfectly. You guys know the drill, !DHL drop and the corresponding letter for our question for today. It's about Skull Bashers. And Poglet, you weren't here on the panel when we did have the ranged Skull Basher coming in from Schem yesterday. It's an item that has felt pretty stock standard through its entirety, right?
Yeah, it's had some iteration changes about how you built it, items-wise, and then obviously the stats around it. But overall, it's done the same thing, and I feel like with the peace of mind changes that they've done to a lot of these items to make them more round numbers, etc., rather than just wacky all over the shop. It's a nice question, though, and it's I like that this is more simple. None of this, remember this one particular event from 2013. Good luck, everyone. Have fun.
Well, people were still able to get the answer there for our DHL drop quiz. But as we said, make sure you guys do be a part of the !DHL drop for that. But on the other side of this, we're going to have Game 2 of Neon versus T1. Is Yopaj going to ascend even further into Godhood, or will T1 bring this back? Find it out after this.
Are you the biggest Dota 2 fan? Then look out for the DHL drop quiz and show off your incredible Dota knowledge. Reply with the right answer in Twitch chat and track your position on our live leaderboard. Will you make it to the top and win the €1,000 prize? #GamersUnite.
Intel Gamer Days is on now. Whether you're looking to buy or build, now is a great time to upgrade. Get limited time offers and giveaways from top names in PC gaming. Unleash elite gaming performance with systems featuring new 10th gen Intel Core processors, and bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game optimizations for a mightier PC experience. Act now. Intel Gamer Days is only here for a limited time.
These feelings are waiting for you to come back. Amazing feelings are waiting for you to explore again once the world is ready. Until we meet again. Amazing Thailand.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is still unclear.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Weightless, like we're the two surviving pieces of something. Always you and me, trying to be weightless, yeah. And I know it feels like light years in the making. Up, 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 1,000 miles of luck, yeah. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, but we go up, up, up. 1,000 miles of luck, oh no. We stay understated. Pressure feels amazing. Just the dust, just the sand, just the motion of your hand. Just the dust, just the sand, yeah, yeah. Travel like traveling, just the dust, yeah, just the sand. Hey, just the just the dust, just the sand, just the dust, just the sand. Oh, it's you and me, trying to be weightless, like we're the two surviving pieces of something. Always you and me, trying to be weightless. And I know it feels like light years in the making. Oh, yeah, 1,000 miles of luck. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, and we go up, up, up. 1,000 miles of luck. Stay understated. Pressure feels amazing.
I was trying to be, thought you needed me, but apparently it was all fake. False intentions, preconception. You built me up.
ESL 1 Thailand is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, Ministry of Tourism and Sports of Thailand, and Sports Authority of Thailand.
We're 15 days deep here in ESL 1 Thailand, and that means that we've had 15 DHL drop quizzes so far, so hopefully your gigabrains in chat are cruising up to the top of our leaderboard here. It was an interesting one. It's about the Basher stun time. Was it 1.3, 1.4, 1.2, 1.3, 1.4, 1.5? I almost screwed it up. So let's go and have a look at how our answer panned out here for day number 15. It was 1.5. That's what I thought. Yes!
I believe it used to be 1.3, and I was saying like the peace of mind changes. I don't know if that was a year and a half or 2 years ago when they just made stats make sense. But that's when they changed it to 1.5. But still a great question.
It wasn't a great question. These DHL drop questions have been insane so far. 15 days. Hopefully we have our champion very, very soon here. Just keep in mind, you guys can check out our live leaderboard in chat if you guys do want to be a part of that. And check out which 6 prizes you guys can win as well. We should have another unboxing coming up in a few days for you guys. But heading into game number 2 here, Neon versus T1. We talked about it in the off break there. I think Neon can do 2-0. I think they are looking far too hot right now.
Yeah, I mean, in my opinion, I feel like T1 got everything they wanted. Like, it was clear that they wanted to play that Magnus Void combo. They wanted to have big AoE on their supports. I mean, the Bloodseeker pick, I hyped it up. I wanted to see it. It looks lackluster. Let's not kid ourselves. But T1 got everything, and they still lost.
Didn't do too much in the lane, I think, compared to what you expected. You picked Bloodseeker to actually harass the anti-mage, then they just immediately started with the tri-lane, and it became a tri-lane versus tri-lane. So I don't know, like that Bloodseeker didn't really pay off, and not just the Bloodseeker, I didn't like the Miracles item build, like getting an Aghanim Scepter first, because I don't know, against the anti-mage you really don't want to get Aghanim. You rather want to like just build a lot of DPS within that chrono, you to kill something. So yeah.
I think, you know, we were having a chat about this in the green room about Miracle's item build, and I personally feel like it was probably that first chrono that he missed onto Yopaj. They missed the ball, he remnanted past, and then he remnanted past one of the chronos as well. So I feel like that may have, you know, pushed him towards, okay, I need this Aghanims, I need this guaranteed bash to try and lock down these heroes so that I can get the Chronosphere on top. But, you know, we saw throughout that game, he just didn't have any damage. He wasn't able to kill anybody inside those chronos.
Yeah, I mean, this is including with Empower, which is just giving you an extra 40, 50 damage, and obviously it scales up to even higher in the late game. I think you're right. The Ags wasn't a terrible item choice. It was a terrible item timing. Like, I think not having that Mask of Madness MKB to get the solo picks, and then going back for a Butterfly, I found a bit questionable. We hype on how good the Rapiers are. I feel like there's a certain point where you're not winning these fights because you can't do any damage, and just commit to the Rapier or lose the game. Either way.
I think like even Nullifier would have been good. Just Gabby's, like yesterday, Gabby's build plus Nullifier because you're versing against Omni, and I'm pretty sure he could have burst like 1 or 2 heroes. But yeah, it was sad that we couldn't see that happen. And T1 start with Kino Pain.
So it looks like they're going to go for a Miracle Queen of Pain. You know, we're not going to lock this in. Inner Dream can play it as well. And I'm sure CMH has a few games on it in the offlane as well. But the fact that they got the Phoenix as well as the Clockwork here shows that Neon are like, all right, we're going to get this tanky Brawler 5 and we're going to play hard on this Phoenix.
Yeah, I mean, they can obviously switch it up if they need to. I'm not hating on the POS 5 Phoenix, and I think POS 5 Clock's solid. But it feels like already T1 are in the panic mode. Like, we're seeing a very early Miracle Queen of Pain pick, a first phase Rubik where he doesn't even see what spells he can steal. Like, right now you can steal Fire Spirits from Phoenix. That's pretty much it.
I mean, I could say that like T1 was pressured just because they picked the second pick.
Yeah.
When they win the coin toss, because I think second pick is garbage.
Yeah. Yeah, because we talked about it in the break. We got the information from our friends in the lobby that they decided to go for this second pick rather than going for the first pick. They got the priority in this second match. So they seem to value second pick over first pick and value that over choosing which side they're on. But that means that now Neon have Radiant and first pick.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing for me is, like, we're talking about cheese picks, Fluke and I. It's got to lend to a cheese pick, right? Like, if you're panicking, you drop game 1, you got everything you wanted and still lost, you choose to get this second pick, this last and final pick, T1 have to have some kind of cheese. Like, that's the only thing I can think of.
Or just a better matchup theory rather than cheese pick, like just give in your dream good game so they can actually play out the games is like another reason. But I mean, the reason why second pick is so bad is because you pretty much know what you want to pick in the first 2. But like third, fourth, obviously you see enemies pick and then pick your hero. It's like so much more beneficial because yeah.
And like, we're seeing it in the bans actually. Like, we're talking about like how beneficial it is to know your draft. Neon say pretty much have whatever you want. Just we'll get rid of Alchemist, Brood. I wouldn't be surprised to see a few more final pick heroes come out.
Ogre.
And Ogre.
Like, as soon as like T1 like chose the second pick, Neon knows their intention. Like, oh, these guys are just gonna pick last pick either Miracle in your dreams, like Cheese or a strong laning hero, and then Alchemist and Broodmother's banned in the second phase.
Yeah, they just want to get rid of any shenanigans that T1 want to go for here. But, I think this Ogre Magi kind of leans us towards a carry that needs to be buffed up a little bit, right? Like, the Queen of Pain can utilize the Bloodlust, yeah, but usually when you see this Ogre Magi, it's usually like a Juggernaut or one of those heroes that loves being, buffed up.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Oh, Neon, what are we going to do? So, for those that don't know right now, Furion is 1-7 in ESL 1 Thailand Asia. So, the hero is having the worst win rate of any hero that's been played more than 5 times. And Neon have just picked it up really early, mind you. Like, this is a 3rd pick.
I mean, Neon knows that it can be King of Pain carry and Ogre carry, so might as well pick Furion, and then you can sort of lane against the King of Pain as a 3, or you can just put it +1 because they're running +1 King of Pain. Why can't we run a, like a Nature's Prophet as +1?
But, coupling up with the Nature's Prophet position 1, do you have to try and couple it with anything, in the other core roles that enable a little bit more, like maybe, something like a Void Spirit for Yopaj to play a little bit faster, or maybe a little bit more scaling from other cores?
It's always good to have set up. Yep.
Yeah. I like the Void Spirit. It's both because it's a natural lore could pick up on Furion, and obviously the Yules plus the 8th Remnant coming out from Void Spirit into the Orchid is pretty much a kill on anyone. The issue is going to be you need burst. Like, you need a lot of damage. So, like, Void Spirit is probably the best we can think of right now. I know they don't play, but I want to see Neon pick up a Zeus here. Like, a nice little global strat, bit of Clown Fest. It's a nice way of dealing. And it's too late now because they've picked the Kunkka mid.
Oh, the Yopaj Kunkka. He put on a masterclass last time he played this hero. So, another hero for him to try and style on In Your Dream if he can. These bans come out here now, though. So T1, usually when they play this Queen of Pain, In Your Dream plays also another hero that likes to play a little bit more higher tempo. So maybe the Void Spirit ban coming in from Neon to try and, hinder a lot of the presence that T1's going to try and go for in this mid game.
Void Spirit does look good for Tier 1. Their issue is obviously going to be right now they have 0 things to hit buildings. And like we talked about, like how hard it can be to actually take towers, and you really need to commit as a team. Right now, if they don't win the team fight, they're not hitting any towers. They're not slow sieging.
But T1 always surprised me with this safe lane King of Pain. Like, it didn't really feel like they need any building damage. Like, King of Pain was farming pretty well with the Ogre Magi buff previously as well. And if that hero just gets Orchid, BKB, and SL Curse, I don't think tower should be too much of the issue. This last pick against Kunkka, that's the one thing they have to decide what they want to do here.
Yeah. Is there anything left that's a good Kunkka counter, though? Do we see something random like an Ursa?
Yeah, it could be. I remember Miracle running Ursa mid quite a few times.
The issue with that is obviously if Miracle plays in the mid, then you've got In Your Dream playing the Queen of Pain carry. He does play that hero, like Fluke said earlier, but I feel like when you pick it this early, with the amount of success they've had on Miracle's Queen of Pain, it has to be him. And Ursa kind of gets kited, I feel like, against the Fury and against the Clock. You can't really get on the egg that well, and they're really relying on that Ursa if that's what they pick.
Let's see what Neon want to go for here. They've got a big reserve bank left open here, so they can go with whatever they want. Are we still feeling like this is going to be a Schem Nature's Prophet with the heroes they've seen so far?
Well, high chance for me. Yeah.
What are they going to go for here? Drow Ranger. Okay, so it looks like it's going to be a JG Nature's Prophet and just going to come back. They've only got one other range core. So this Drow doesn't buff anybody else up too much.
That's fine. I mean, it's more the issue of when you want to hit your timings. So obviously when he's ready to fight, you'll have a nice level 12 boat coming in from obviously Yopaj in the mid lane. So I do like that combination. Silence is very good with X. You can't really counter it that well.
I think laning wise is fine too, because you just need one Clockwork 5 and one range core. Against any sort of dual lane, Drow Ranger should be able to farm pretty easily.
Yeah, I mean, you've also got the presence of because it's a pos 3 Furion, they can always just rotate. It's not heavily committed. You can't just be stuck in that lane like a lot of carry Nature's Prophets are. So I do like this, all in all.
10 seconds to go. You think PA, QO? What about you, Poglet? So only a couple seconds left here for T1. This is do or die as well.
They're going to go for a mid here.
PO? Okay. So in your dream, they're going to go with the audible. In your dream, probably picking up the Queen of Pain here. Is this enough? Is this Phantom Lancer enough here for T1 to dodge the bullet of being sent out of ESL 1 Thailand?
I feel like Neon's draft is too fast. I think they won't be ready on numerical Phantom Lancer. I don't think Sam H can save him enough with that overwhelming.
It's Conquer offlane, mid Nature's Prophet.
Okay, so I feel like that's probably in response to the Queen of Pain for In Your Dream. But lads, before we do head off to our break and our casters, where are we sitting here for this prediction?
If I say Neon, am I caster cursing them?
Probably.
I'm going to go Neon.
All right, okay. What about you, QO?
I'm going for Neon.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, looks like it's 3 from 3 here on the panel for Neon in this game. Number 2, can they send T1 out of the tournament, or will we be going to a game 3? You guys are going to have to wait and see, and we're going to leave it with Lyrical and Trent.
I fell apart when I saw you look at me that way. It broke my heart to see. It was a moment of darkness, a moment in time that I regret for being so heartless. It was a moment of I fell apart when I saw you look at me that way. It broke my heart to see. It's too hard, it don't come easy. I went dark, I lost it right away. And when it starts, God knows what I'll say. In my head, I had good reason. I went red so unexpectedly. I should have said that sometimes happens to me.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back, and thank you to the panel for setting us up for the most excellent of game number 2s between Neon and T1. Trent, we saw a giant flaming man jump through space and time and steal away a Sacred Heart of the Roshan. How you doing, man? That was crazy.
Wow. That's exactly what happened. Yeah, that's fairly accurate. Unfortunately, he won't be back. We still have the Flaming Bird. That has made a glorious return here. And then we have an ogre who rides a bird, as well as the Arcanas here from Polison. But yeah, Neon looking to close it out here if they can with the Drow lineup. So Drow as well as the Yopaj, Nature's Prophet. So we're expecting some quick plays out of him, as well as likely earlier rotations from JG on this offlane Kunkka.
And this is a hero that I feel like has made a bit of a return to form more and more often as this Drow Ranger played in the safe lane. It tends to punish a lot of these melee heroes that sort of can just sit there naturally and are fine. Just start throwing out those frost arrows, beating into them. There's not a whole heck of a lot that you can do. And then, of course, multi-shot just feels devastating nowadays.
Yeah, seriously. Actually having a good laning tool is pretty awesome.
Yeah.
30 seconds to battle.
Very, very nice. So we'll see how this ends up working out as Sam H and Paulson are down there right now with Yoakum. Not sure if they are going to stick around this way. It looks like Manuel is saying that he wants to head on up to the top side. So that's going to be somewhat interesting, playing the off-lane Kunkka. Another one of the lost relics of the olden days.
Yeah, I feel like we're starting to get it a little bit lately. but certainly has not reached the levels of popular again. I think back when the deny still functioned the old way, it was way more viable in the offlane simply because you could first phase it even more. So like it's still a safe mid for the most part, but back then it was like a crazy safe mid. So then the only question of putting the offlane basically became like, okay, do we want a different win condition mid?
Right. Which is, you know, a viable option. It still gets all of the good things out of it that you would normally be able to, of like, you know, big boat, getting that damage mitigation. And speaking of which, we have something that I have not seen. This is how you know Neon is a newish team. JG doesn't have the immortal for the ghost ship. He's got the original. That's going to be interesting to watch. I haven't seen that in a while.
He doesn't have the ghost ship. He has the boat.
All right, it's weird. Or the big old shark, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you're not wrong. I have not seen that one in a while.
Well, full on tri-lane versus tri-lane here, as Skem is going to try and deal with Miracle and Paulison. This is a bit of a scary lane, if we're going to be completely honest about it, but Januel now going to be chasing away Yokum a little bit and puts the screws to him as they push him on back, but the chase down coming from the Ogre. He's big, he's bad, he's out of control, but he can't get first blood.
I liked the decision last time from T1, and I like it again with this tri-lane. I think once more they're kind of getting the favorable trade, although this time Miracle's down here, and they're not able to just like chuck the offlaner and give Miracle like total free farm. So on the other hand, though, this seems like a better matchup for them with the PL than compared to having a Drow lane. But it's all about just keeping the forward pressure on if you're Drow in the lane, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Keep them running back and away from you, and then you can keep that pressure on as still more damage on the play hard. Nothing doing. The trade out, 2 last hits, and that's it for Skem versus the 7-1 coming out for the PL. Of course, the other angle of this is that it's going to be a Kunkka versus a Legion commander up top. At least for now, Legion having a pretty good lane, but as the levels go up in Tidebringer, this is going to be a much more deadly rotation, I think, from JG than it would be from Sam H.
Yeah, I don't know. As they actually get the jump onto Skem, so that's going to cut down a lot of damage. Unlikely to get the kill.
Oh my God, barely. The illusion almost takes him down, but it's not quite going to be there. Play hard, but the turnaround. Look at the damage that comes out. Oh my God, the multi-shot. And now trying to find the finish on to Miracle. Paulison needs to turn on to Skem, but he's not. He's going over to the other side. Miracle down very low. 1 last hit, and Skem gets the kill. The last 2 left alive are the Ogre and the Phoenix, both hitting level 2. But that is going to be the extent of it.
As much as I'd love to see them finish that fight, I do agree that Paulison would probably win that one. So probably best for Januel to leave. But I think that was worth coming back in, right? Because Miracle got the kill. Skem got the kill onto Miracle, so value there for him.
Totally. Absolutely. As Yopaj comes back to the mid lane afterwards on that Nature's Prophet, summons some trees, and it's fine to go again as down bottom. The key thing here to watch for is I feel like multi-shot is so much more valuable in this lane than the Phantom Rush, and we might see it in a second. Multi-shot goes out. Paulison takes a lot of damage. Just play hard. Keeps on hitting into him with the battery assault. The burn down, stick charges, trying to live, and they find a trade as Miracle kills play hard first.
Yeah, I mean, that's Ogre, though. Like, nearly getting out of that one. That would have been pretty bad. But I think as long as Ogre is in a fight situation like that, you're kind of happy.
Definitely.
JG is... he fully caught back up and was actually ahead of Sam H for a little bit up top there too, but this will be a very interesting dynamic to see how the rotation game comes out of this, because as you said, like, it's a little bit easier for the Kunkka, but I also feel like there's a stronger like spike for that Legion commander when you get like that Blink Dagger or maybe just drums or something and start running around this map, because with the sonic wave damage coming from the Queen of Pain, it seems like a very nice duo that they're going to have, whereas I feel like it's going to be a little bit harder in terms of allies for JG, because you assume that the Drow is going to be a bit busy. Going to have to rely on that Wrath of Nature to get some pretty big hits, I would guess.
Yeah, it's definitely true there. You can see they're sort of threatening a TP rotation from the Nature's Prophet down bottom as well. As soon as he started to channel that out, everybody from T1 backed out a little bit. But yeah, it's mainly going to be up to, as you said, a couple of rotations. JG actually taking a lot of damage here from Sam H up top. It's being zoned out as they are going to be able to completely push him out of the lane again.
Yeah, that's kind of another momentum-based lane. Just because, like, as long as Kunga's like keeping that pressure on with the Tidebringer, it looks good for JG. But if you ever just lifesteal back up as the Legion on its same age, it's going to be quite good. As an escape here from Play Hard.
Dude, Paulison's level 4. What the hell? They managed to get a Cogs pushback. Yeah. I guess that makes sense.
At the start.
Genuel is going to have to sacrifice his life as In Your Dream makes the rotation over and finds the kill and actually takes a killing streak.
Yeah, because he had the double too.
Yeah.
Oh, man, that hurts.
Hey.
Some free gold handed over. At least that got nerfed. That would have felt really bad in like some of those older patches where it gave way too much gold early. But now they're initiating on the Schem. Can they get the Cog save?
They will for the moment. Look at the rotation from Yopaj. They bring down Paulison. That's what they needed. And now Yokum not quite able to get him caught there with the Sprout. They jump in within your dream. Sonic Wave connecting. Big old hit. Genuel gotta run away as Yopaj kills off Yokum. Still seeing what they can find. Blink is going to be off cooldown again in 2 seconds as they're trying to bring down that Phoenix. In Your Dream taking a lot of damage, but it's able to jump away.
Nice salve by Genuel on the tree line there. As they probably weren't expecting that bird to be so healthy when they finally saw him again.
Yeah. And that does mean they're going to evacuate mid for a second. Schem takes over. Yokum also heading towards that direction as Queen of Pain is going to come back into the lane and probably be able to force the Drow out. In fact, if he's not careful, he might just die.
Yeah, sticking around here.
This is very dangerous. And
oh, man, that was close.
Yeah, they're going to jump on him. Rotation is coming in from the Clockwork, but there is no way that works. Although In Your Dream, he's getting caught by Yopaj. Oh, the rotation. Was it a bait? If it was, it worked beautifully. As In Your Dream just gets pummeled to dust. And JG, they've got the boat available, as well as Play Hard in the area. They're going to bring down Paulison, most likely. Very nicely played by Neon. As the Ogre gets ran down, keeps on getting punched. Sam H shows up now as well, trying to turn with the duel. Torn interrupting it, but the duel's going to land. The boat comes out at the last second, trying to get it. It is going to be a winner, but Sam H might go down as well. The Wrath of Nature. Oh, Sam H trying to run away, and he gets the salve off. JG trying to catch up, hits onto him, but can't get the finish.
Yeah, he's not even going to chase for the X after either.
Wow.
The speed is there, so good rotation from Sam H. Who's winning down bottom then? Is it Phoenix just getting everything?
Seems like it. You know who's really winning though? The viewers. We've got 2 kills a minute right now on game number 2. This is psychotic.
Yeah, these games have been excellent so far in Southeast Asia, I have to say. Thoroughly enjoying our time here. Miracle, not enjoying last hitting versus Phoenix, I'm sure, but no real threat, just a nuisance.
It's a bit tough. The big story that I feel like we're hearing at this point in the game, though, is you've got Yopaj that's very farmed, Drow Ranger, not so much. Lowest of the cores right now, and give a couple hundred gold one way, and Rubik's going to be above her.
Yeah, on the one hand, they're like getting the return kills at least when they dive her. And she does catch up pretty fast with the ultis, so it's not the end of the world, but you have to imagine they're also going to be hunting her pretty hard. So Play Hard, going to need that level 6 and going to be looking to make those like defensive turnaround plays with these hook shots more so than aggressive ganks, I feel.
Yeah, doing whatever they can to keep that Drow alive is likely the name of the game. So we see Kunkka there just run away from Sam H. He's going to TP out. Does already have the phase boots and the bracer, so he might end up playing more of like that tempo setting mid as he's already level 7, and once he starts getting those points up in X, it's going to be a difficult hero to deal with.
Well, his itemization out of the mid lane, especially the more popular ones today, are basically just off-lane builds anyway, right?
Right.
Like Spirit Vessel Halberd,
yeah,
sort of a styles is fine to go for, although you are against the PL, so it's super tempting to go Radiance. With PL and Legion, right? But with the start you get, it seems unlikely with starting in the offlane. Even though he had the 1v1, he didn't really get to like stick around too long. He started rotating pretty early.
Yeah, if he gets a little me time, maybe there's a chance, but it would be a while, and feels like they're going to need him to do things before then. There is a rocket flare going up, spotting the Rubik back behind the tower, and Yopaj going to go and try and say hello, but they won't be able to find him quite in time. Torrent barely off the mark there. Wow.
Well, this is one way to funnel some gold in. Start taking some towers.
Yeah,
absolutely.
On your well. Under threat down here.
And Sam H, level 8. Sunray. Okay, they just found him. I thought he was going to Sunray TP away. I guess he still can. Okay. No, he's dead. And Yopaj kills Yokum, so there you go. Round 2 of it as the Rubik ends up falling.
Well, they wasted duel, so there's that.
I mean, they won the duel, right? Oh, no, they didn't win the duel. Yeah, you're right. It's fair.
Genius level play. I mean, could have lived, I suppose.
Yeah.
That would also be pretty genius level. That is a 10-22 Orchid.
Wow.
Yeah, that's a bit scary. What's Queen got now?
A bottle?
Yeah. She's got her Mystic Staff at least. So, or not Mystic Staff, but yeah, she's on her way towards her Yules.
As soon as he sees her blink, they just go. And immediately gonna blow her up. That's the Orchid reveal. 10 minutes. This game just got so difficult for the Queen of Pain. She's really far away from Yules.
Yeah, her staff's on the courier, but that is indeed a bit of a problem. And the other thing is that there's still a PL too, right?
Yeah. Bottom tower is under attack.
He went Midas.
He went Midas too, so that Manta. I mean, then you're still thinking about your defusal too.
Right. No, he has to go Manta first. There's no way he can't, right? Surely.
Yeah, I think so. With the Phoenix too. I mean, yeah.
This early Orchid from the Nature's Prophet is very, very good. Such a nice pickup this early on, and taking the 20 damage talent now on top of it. Any setup and people are dying. They're going to smoke in now. Hollison in your dream and Sam H trying to set up for a kill. They will run into Yopaj and Genuel. Okay. Dives away. Spots everybody. Supernova just going to be dropped. Turns to try and hit it. Can they bring it down in time? Hook shot interrupt, but no. They won't be able to get it off. Trying to bring down that Ogre. Dies to the Soulburn. X pulling back in Sam H. That's a lot of damage as they will hit and kill double for the NP.
Another Orchid in 3 seconds.
And he's got him. Oakham in trouble. Dude, these low cooldown TPs and the Orchid is just devastating. He's godlike at 12 minutes. What? 900?
I didn't even see when he killed Sam H there. I saw him kill Paulson and Yoga. I actually don't know how he killed the Legion.
Oh, it was a little bit of help from Mr. JG on that as well. But yeah,
it hit him for 222. I guess he just got a couple right clicks on him.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
12-9. Yopaj is having a game for himself right now. This is very impressive. I guess they do have an answer if they can find Sam H there for the press the attack. I guess that's kind of how they have to play around it with the Orchid. Because otherwise,
not a great solution though.
No. Yeah, this is going to be tough. There's a call of ping as we are well on our way to Dragonlance for Drow. This just feels like it's going to be such a quick timing for all of their items and everything to come online.
Oh, it should hopefully give the space for Skem because there is still problems. Like, we're talking about this Nature's Prophet and how amazing it is, but Skem is really far down still. Still the lowest on the cores.
Yeah. Not a place that Drow Ranger necessarily likes to be at. But if Skem can get some alone time as the Nature's Prophet keeps on making space, that would definitely be quite helpful.
Yeah, the problem only enters if Skem stays poor and then these BKBs start to come out, like on the Queen of Pain especially.
Right. Yeah, that's a pretty serious problem if that does end up happening. We're seeing also how big of a deal it is, this Phoenix not being able to get that egg off. Very frustrating, I'm sure. As he is way back there, and Sam H is like, I know where you're at.
Yeah, I've seen this game before.
On hook shot. On the other side of it, they pull him in and catch in your dream. Oh, no. Oh, Sam H, you were baited, my buddy. They find him. Orchid is there, and they give him the tip afterwards. Oh, my God. They get him. Sam H now all alone as he's trying to escape. As will he be able to actually get out of there? They have another X into Torn afterwards. Yeah, he's just trying to run away and salvage himself a little bit of embarrassment. But Sam H is brought down along with the Quap. Damn, dude.
Yeah, I mean, it's still only a 1K lead. At the very least, it's not really getting out of control here. They're chasing ghosts in the tree line, it looks like.
No. Although they are getting the items that they need. Paz just queuing up a BKB next and has the Ogre Axe. Like, I actually don't know how you're going to kill him if he gets that BKB in the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, it's going to be that really annoying Snowball Nature's Prophet who just TPs in the middle of the team fight and just stands there.
Yeah.
Lively now. Your admiral is on board.
And in the meantime, also JG going for the pipe. So another one of these team fight items on top of the drums to help his team become that much stronger.
You know what I'll say is I kind of like Miracle going for the defusal.
Okay.
Because I think Manta is not going to help you win team fights.
Yeah.
Manta is just like going to try and keep you alive and farming, but I feel like they have to actually engage them a little bit first.
Yeah, that's fair. Well, they engage the Rubik in the mid lane and going to take this tier 1 tower. As the 15-minute mark comes around, it looks like it's going to be a trade of runes, 2 apiece. In Your Dream, getting much closer to Yule's finally, is going to have it now after finishing off that creep wave and looks to go and pick up the Void Stone immediately afterwards. Very much needed.
Miracle will get this Ancient Camp too, so we'll see if he commits.
Yeah.
And yeah, he just bought it. All right, we're going to Teasel. He's not going to hop off.
It's definitely
does feel dangerous.
Yeah. This is the type of game where if I guess you're right though. Like it's probably going to help him farm faster too, and if he's able to catch like one person out of position, it'll be really good. But Drow is catching up as well, and I guess that's the other problem is that there's 2 silences with Gust and Orchid.
Right. So why?
But yeah, it is just going to be a wait around for the 20-minute mark as we're back into the game now. And bounty runes traded off. It looks like it's 4 bounty runes for Neon here. So they take over this side of the map. And Vampire Fangs as well for Yopaj. Good to see it.
Everything's coming up Neon.
There you go. Absolutely. So 9,000 gold lead as they hit away mid lane. The catapult's pushing, and they're keeping these creeps back with the JG illusions as well. So this tower is just going to take a bunch of this damage, and they're not really able to defend it. All 4 heroes grouped together, but the X is there. The hook shot comes in afterwards. They destroy Yoakum. Torrent is going to land onto Paulison. He also falls, as will the tower. Devastating.
Yeah, it's just an unending march here. Up to that high ground now. So the BKB was used though on Nature's Prophet. Might have to just be a little bit cautious.
Yeah.
Of course, that's only if they actually show any sort of threat. And Miracle is still down to the west there, just farming away.
So give the tips to their buddy, Mr. Sam H. And X Torrent just forcing him back yet again as they will take a set of racks at 21 minutes. This is just a complete and utter stomp right now.
Oh, I love this. JD goes back for the Vlads too. So he's got drums, pipe, Vlads for this Drow Prophet lineup.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I mean, Miracle again, he's like trying to come online, but it's going to be a little bit, as I do believe it is going to be a pretty tough go trying to hold on here.
It feels like we need more of these offlane Kunkos.
Yeah.
His item builds are just so useful out of the offlane.
It's true.
Though, he also got like a solo lane
right
to start with, which is nice.
The 1v1 I think really helps. And the problem is a lot of those heroes you'd want to 1v on like a Timber or something, and like Kunkka can't do that.
Yeah, exactly.
But very interesting stuff. As JG has an arcane rune, they spot up here on the top side. In Your Dream, who is still just stuck with the Yules. Like, he does not have an answer. Unbelievable. Opaj up top, trying to chase on a Miracle. Won't be able to get him, though. As they still hold on to this Aegis, they're going to take over the outpost at 22 minutes. Only 1 tier 2 tower remain.
Yeah, they aren't even laying a racks. This is ridiculous. Very fast game.
Yeah, this is tough. This is really hard for them to deal with. Mantadon for PL. He's starting to get to the point where he can fight.
Dire's top tower.
Level 18. In the mid lane, they will find one.
Man.
And, oh my god.
These cogs pushes have just been like crazy. They just chain stun out of it every time.
Top tower has fallen.
Yeah, dude. This is really tough here. I don't know what you do at this point if you're T1. They don't have an answer. Like, BKB is out. Yopaj. 8 seconds. They got BKB on Skem as well. JG.
Tip Sam H.
They do. That's what you do. The tier 3 tower is going to be assaulted. JG walking forward there, and somebody to come on at you. Stolen X. Torrent comes out afterwards, looking for the Cogs catch, but it doesn't even need to be there. Find the stun, sending out some illusions onto Playhard. It is not going to be enough. Throw in the multi-shot afterwards as Neon taking buildings. They do lose the Aegis. Ends up getting X right there on the side, jumping forward for the Torrent before he's able to get the duel. The boat is going to land afterwards. Sam H is demolished as they are trying to run away. They find Yokum. They find another. Sonic Wave is out. They don't have any way to deal with this. Miracle getting slowed down, has to doppelganger away. Paulison gets completely obliterated, and everybody healed back up to full, as I think this is going to be a 24-minute Mega Creeps.
They're speed running this one. It's one of the faster games that we've seen in a while, and I mean, the fingers are so fast, they're tipping Sam H mid-fight.
That's right. Play hard, taking a lot of damage. Force Stab keeps him alive for the moment, but Miracle turned upon, gets completely brought down to absolutely nothing. Multi-shot, JG gets the kill. No buyback on any of them. Yopaj still absolutely full HP. They're going to buy back on the clockwork
today. I mean, what a couple of games from Yopaj.
Honestly, yes.
Like, this is not a Drow lineup. This is a Nature's Prophet lineup.
Oh my god, look at him. He's just falling so quickly. Is going to die there. Paulson pulls it back in. That is Mega Creeps and GG. 11, 0, and 12 for the Nature's Prophet. What a god.
Yeah, sick play around this as a team.
Damn.
I mean, they did not make a lot of mistakes in this match, and they make it look really easy because, like, the snowball potential and everything. It's kind of risky, though. Of course, we've seen, like, how many Drow lineups fall off because of this, like, you know, maybe you just miss out on a couple of those ganks or something, or a couple mistakes. But I think Playhard just did such an amazing job in that clockwork. He was 23, same as Yopaj, the two of them. 23 kill involvement there.
Damn,
solid team effort from those two, bringing it home.
And it's like just so clear through the numbers, like who was able to come online, who wasn't, and it feels like this is sort of like a part of the game where if you're just not prepped, and I think this is why when we're watching some of the NA matchups, Nature's Prophet's been first phase ban. He can like just set that tempo so strongly.
Yeah, I mean, Playhard did the second most damage in this game as Clockwork, and only behind Yopaj, and he took 19,200. He received, the only person who took more damage was the Ogre.
Right.
And you saw Bolsa just like running through team fights trying to die.
Yeah.
So very impressive stuff here from Neon as we finish out our first series already today.
Perfectly done. And we got to hear from the wonderful panel back on at the studio, see what they thought of that series as we get ready for the second of the day.
It broke my heart to see. It was a moment of darkness, a moment in time that I regret for being so heartless. It was a moment of darkness.
a ghostly revelation. I may have fucked up all my chances. And we ain't sleeping on the floor again. We never sleeping on the floor again. For the ones who didn't make it out, for the ones that didn't see the light, for the ones that never cared, never gave a thought, found no happiness in that brand new car or the house you bought. I see you talking about the love you lost, and it was gone like way before you ever thought it was. Yeah, I took my time, no quick ones, quick run, quick guys to get back there. Hot roads, I didn't think I'd come back fast, cause I was running road so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. This is such a ghostly revelation. I may have fucked up all my chances. Fucked up all my chances. I was running. And we are never feeling cold again. And we are never feeling cold again. But I can't act like it's easy. It's hard to preach. Cause I've been burning trees and watching fall. If we cannot breathe out, we go forward. Sure, I was searching for cure. Fishing a little wildlife. And when I'm low on fuel, I'll still be running till my back broke. Halfway, lost hope and I'll check it. Hard roads, I didn't think I'd come back fast. Cause I was running roads so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. This is such a ghostly revelation. I may have fucked up all my chances. Fucked up all my chances. Been around the globe, looked around, nothing fitted. Seen high and lows, but you won't even get it. Been around the globe, think it's time to admit it's not the end, but the road, and you won't even get it. Been around the globe, looked around, nothing fitted. Seen high and lows, but you won't even get it. Been around the globe, think it's time to admit it's not the end, but the road. I was running.
Off the back of some more Yopaj dominance, Neon were able to stay alive here in ESL 1 Thailand with a 2-0 victory up against T1. And as we get into our game fuel post-match, me and my panel will try and tell you guys why Neon are looking so hot right now. Lads, welcome back on the panel. Pog with QO. This is just, I don't know, Neon are just insane right now.
Yeah, that was absolute dominance from game 2. And the double caster curse wins out. We talked about how bad the Nature's Prophet pick has been, win rate wise. Nothing to do with the hero. I know a few people in chat had a few comments about that. And just generally speaking, how that was going to play out. And Neon, they had to prove us wrong. Yopaj looked insane yet again. It was great to watch.
I think it has to do more with that T1's like Queen of Pain reliability. Like they rely on this hero so much, and you know, like just picking Nature's Prophet as like a core at pause 1 or pause 2 is not really a big deal for Neon, and I think that put them into a really good space of the draft.
Yeah, it also did feel like this offlane tri-lane again didn't really work out for T1. They put some more heroes towards bottom. There was a few times where Skem was able to get our way on like a little small sliver of HP and live out, get another multi-shot out, and then they just waited until Yopaj was having pure dominance across the map. A few times they tried to gank him out, but he lived, and then they just kept their foot on the pedal and they just sent T1 to outside of ESL in Thailand.
Yeah, I mean, my big issue with that tri-lane for me was they ran a tri-lane into...
You know, other 1v1s that he's had, especially in that game 1 where he was playing an Omni Knight and he still came out on top.
Yeah, I mean, and game 2 as well. Like, he played in that solo lane. Obviously, it's not the greatest. Kunkka solo feels a bit awkward. But it comes down to play hard as well, enabling him, I should say. So JG played perfectly, but the fact that play hard can then just do whatever he wants makes that combination so strong in my mind. They clearly have so much faith in between each other.
Yeah, it all happens because they are just taking way too much lead in the draft anyways. We don't know what they're going to do. Enemy team doesn't know what they're going to do too.
Exactly. We've got the 2020 vision, and unfortunately for T1, they do fall here to Neon Esports in the lower bracket. They will be bowing out of ESL 1 Thailand, and Neon will be moving forward. We're going to head into our second series of the day. It's going to be Fnatic versus Sparking Arrow. Who's going to leave us next? You guys have to wait and find out.
And so is my soul, yeah.
Mercedes-Benz,
Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL,
Ministry of Tourism and Sports of Thailand, and Sports Authority of Thailand.
We've already said goodbye to one team today, and now it's time to say goodbye to another. Fnatic versus Sparking Arrow Gaming. And only Sparking Arrow Gaming are left from our Chinese region, and Fnatic, they're looking to fly the flag high as well. Boys back here on the desk, Poglet QO, getting ready for our second series here, Sparking Arrow Fnatic. Sparking Arrow, though, they have gone on the lower trajectory, unfortunately losing their last 6 games in a row, I think.
Yeah, they haven't looked great either. It's not like they're losing in 55-minute games. Some of them have been 20, 25 minutes. I mean, we saw Boom Esports really just destroyed them in a ridiculous fashion. And I'm a bit worried for them because obviously we talked about the Mercedes-Benz MVP. We talked about God King, DD being absolutely fantastic players, but they were living and dying by God King in my mind. And when he has an average game, it really shows how badly they can play.
Yep. I think the weakness about the SAG is the laning phase. God King and DD, when they're not getting like a good game, they showed like a pretty poor performance, and they're versing against one of the best team in Southeast Asia. So might be a bit difficult for SAG, but I hope they recovered well with their losses against Boom.
Yeah. The other side of it is I want to hype up Fnatic a bit. Like I was at least worried when they came into this tournament. Their first few games were quite shaky. Obviously with that sub in for Raven, DJ Jab switching up those roles. But they have been so strong their last 3 series. And it's really a tale of 2 halves. The first side of the tournament was pretty terrible. Second half so far has been ridiculously strong. And I feel like similar to Neon, there's a really hard lower bracket out if you come up against Fnatic right now.
Yeah, and that's what we talk about when we talk about momentum with these teams, right? You know, Sparking Arrow, they started in the upper bracket. They lost pretty handily there to the Boom Esports. But Fnatic, though, on the other side, they dissed out a whopping as well in that lower bracket match. So they're looking quite strong coming into this series. And I think Fnatic have really found their groove right now. You know, they've got Forever in that offlane. They've got Raven coming in that position 1. Jabs and DJ switch that 4 and 5 role. They're all really starting to look quite consistent coming into this. And they've understood which kind of drafts they wanted to go for and which heroes they want to play as well. You know, their first series that they played up against Motivate, it looked a bit shaky. You know, obviously Raven got that first victory with the Spectre, but other than that, he didn't really look too crash hot. But now they've understood how they wanted to play, and I really think that they're utilizing Forever a lot more as well.
Yeah, I think this was inevitable, though, in my mind. Like, it takes a bit of time to bring in a sub, to bring in, well, 2 subs, really, 2 new players. But once you figure it out, like, they're good enough players. Like, Forever is insane, Raven is insane. Like, they were always going to end up looking like this, in my mind.
Yep.
Are you guys expecting much different from these teams? From what we've seen from ESL 1 Thailand. Obviously, we had the Bloodseeker pick this morning. Anything else?
I don't think either of these teams are too special, and like they don't pull any cheese strats out. They're not like too ridiculous in their draft. I wouldn't be surprised if Fnatic do like a 4 Protect 1, to tell you the truth. Like a really hardcore late game carry.
Yeah, what's strong? What makes like a tier 1 team strong is like you know what they're doing. Yeah. I mean, enemy team knows what they're doing, but you just can't stop it. Like that's what like bothers like teams the most. So I think Fnatic and both SAG, they are not that like special like Neon or anything, but I think they're very, very solid with how they want to play out their games.
So if they're able to get what they want to play, then they feel they're most comfortable and look the strongest, right? Whereas, you know, a team like Neon, where it's a team that nobody knows what the hell they're going to do, and they just pull it out and they just go, all right, we look really strong. So I think that might be the fight that we're going to be seeing here. But, you know, if Fnatic can take any leaves out of Boom's book yesterday by shutting down this God King Faces Void that he loves to go for, then it might be a little bit difficult again here for Sparking Arrow.
Yeah, I mean, the other side of it is you've only had 1 day to recover from that barnyard strat. And 1 day is not really a lot of time to actually prep a draft, to practice a draft, to actually implement it in scrims, etc. So I'm a bit nervous that straight up it's going to happen game 1 again, where they just get rolled over by a Beastmaster, a Chen, an Enchantress, hell, a Lycan we were talking about. And it felt like Sparking Arrow had no way of stopping that. So I hope in that last 24 hours they've figured something out. But I'm nervous for them, to be honest.
I mean, they still do have some really good players in that roster. OP can always shine, DD can always shine, September can always shine. Red Panda's always looked really strong when he's getting heroes like the Clockwork and stuff. So it really does feel like that these last couple of results are starting to tarnish the reputation that Sparking Arrow have had, but they are a really good team. And I really hope that they just reset, mentally come into this series trying to play their own Dota, and then if Fnatic can match them, then we've got a really good series on our hands.
Yeah. I feel like their hero pool's gonna get like banned. This SAG, Clockwork ban, Phoenix ban.
Bang!
Oh.
Yeah, sorry. It's a Bloodseeker pick.
Why? Why are we seeing more of this?
I know Forever plays so much Bloodseeker. He loves that hero so much with this Dagon build, and I can feel it.
Yeah. Especially with the Soulbind too, right?
Yep.
Double Rupture, double Dagon.
Yeah, I mean the Veil Yules into Dagon build looks solid in my mind. I'm hoping they've practiced this a bit more, because to tell you the truth, it felt like T1 had not practiced that, because it was really janky mid-game. They really weren't playing together as a team. Even their tri-lane was quite awkward. So I'm hoping Fnatic, with a bit of a bit more experience, we'll say, because like a lot of these players have been together for a while, they've actually got some strat ready for Bloodseeker.
I'm sure Forev's just like, I'll play like this, and then they just play behind Forev. You know, he's done that a few times when he's playing the Timbersaw as well. It's kind of the style that he likes to go for. So I'm excited to see if Forev can show as much success as, you know, the EU and North American players that have been playing this Bloodseeker.
Yeah. On the other side, though, like the Venge Doom strat, it's just very simple. Like we were talking about, you know what's going to come. Can you stop it? Venge Doom is very stock standard as far as picks go. And I'm glad to see Fnatic ban the Drow out, because that hero, for some weird reason, feels incredibly strong.
You never want to give Venge Drow as well. And I think Doom has been showing a bit poor performance if Fnatic wasn't using it. So I'm not sure whether that hero can be good, but I mean, it depends on what carries like Raven wants to play, I think, and what mid Moon wants to play.
Do you think Moon's going to go for more of these very standard mid heroes that he's been going for? You know, his Death Prophet looked really strong. Do you think maybe he's going to fall back to something like a Dragonite, considering they have this Bloodseeker that might play a little bit faster for them?
I don't hate Dragonite Bloodseeker combo. I think Death Prophet would be very good with the Exo combo with the Blood Rage. That Spell Amp would be absolutely filthy to deal with, and also like that 2% health doesn't really matter because you've got the Spirit Siphon. But it's too early to tell. Death Prophet's a last pick pretty much always, in my mind.
And Dragon Knight is, I think it's a lot weaker than like a current heroes that's coming out. So that's why I know Moon and Yopas, they all love playing Dragon Knight, but they probably just feel bad about this hero.
Yeah.
So
I mean, Spirit Vessel is a good item, right? And there's got a lot of these heroes that have a lot of damage. And Phoenix is, you know, one of the heroes that's constantly in the meta, so that laser beam's not too good for them. But, you know, I want to see Moon have the Moon games of old, right? Like where he's the one that's dominating everyone. It feels like the games that Fnatic have been winning have been, you know, him just being stable, him just playing those very stock standard stuff, and nothing like over the top and, you know, crazy flashy from Moon.
Yeah, I mean, even when Moon has those games, they're not on like flashy heroes more often than not. They're on heroes that he just straight overpowers the enemy. There aren't that many left in the meta right now. Like as we were talking about DK, Death Prophet, etc. They're not really meta picks. A lot more flashy mids. The spirits are obviously ridiculous right now in the mid lane. So Moon doesn't really have the same place he used to. Like he obviously plays a fantastic game, but I feel like he has to play this stock standard role for Fnatic right now.
Fnatic is like very well organized like strategy team, so I'm pretty sure they will be just discussing about the strategy and just picks like what's the best for the the game. So yeah, could be fancy, could be not fancy.
Yeah, I mean, I'm more interested in the Wind Ranger ban, to tell you the truth. Like, Terrorblade makes sense, right? It's one of those heroes that, yes, it's the poor man's Drow in the early game, but late game with the Venjora, it's insane to deal with. If you ever get that Metamorphosis attack range, you basically hit from the goddamn car park. So I understand the ban, but the Wind Ranger ban, I don't see that hero get played much.
I mean, you got the Soulbind, you always got Double Shackle, you've always got, Focus Fire is always really strong, MKB is really strong. Oh, we get the Angry Bear.
Okay.
Hell yeah, I'm excited to see this. I want to see Raven just get mad at some kids.
Another hero that doesn't really care about the Blood Rage as well. That health percentage on Ursa with Enrage does nothing really. And that's a lot of attack speed to run through. Once he gets that Basher, that Abyssal, he's going to one-shot anyone unless they have an Aeon Disc.
I wonder what they might just do 1-1-3 if the Bloodseeker is not in the lane of like they can die. So Venge +1 is generally weak. So if with the buff at the bottom lane, if they do tri-lane, he's gonna be moving so fast and like with the good regions.
So you just put Forev in a solo lane where he's in the Radiant safe lane, and you just go an aggressive tri-lane with like the
could
the
potentially
Ursa
do
and
that
Aya?
too. Yeah, or just go off lane alone, or just start with Grimstroke and let Grimstroke TP bottom.
Yeah, I'd love to see that tri-lane, to be honest. You put the Inkswell and the Ursa, you tag the Ursa up with the Tether, and obviously that movement speed goes between both of them. Who's running away from that? Doom's a pretty slow hero, even with that Scorched Earth movement speed. Rubik and Venge are not great level 1, and they're not really great until 4, 5, maybe even level 6 sometimes for these heroes.
Even then, there's going to be a lot of food here for the Ursa here for Fnatic.
Yeah.
What does Sparking Arrow need? I would love to see something like a Pugna coming out from them.
The problem with Pugna right now is like you obviously have to decrep yourself because Ursa can just enrage. You're not too worried about that. Phantom's Embrace will ruin your life. Zeus though I do like. That's a lot of magic damage. So it might be able to slow down this push coming out from Fnatic because that's a fast-paced drive for Fnatic right now.
And Zeus is so it's just such a nice pick because Ulsa and Bloodseeker won't be able to hit towers. Whenever they go high ground, when Zeus just lightning bolt like one here, then like they're already 70% HP and I don't think they can push. So they need to have some other solutions.
Yeah, I mean also they're pretty garbage for actually getting on top of the Zeus. You're talking about that high ground defense. None of them are going to be building Blink at a reasonable pace. Like Abyssal's pretty much the only mobility Ursa gets. So I want to see Fnatic pick up a Blink rotationary mid. I wouldn't hate to see them play Queen of Pain, to be honest. I know that hero doesn't fare fantastically well against the Zeus matchup. It's pretty 50-50. But this mid game, I feel like he could run rampant.
I want to see Lina.
Lina?
Yeah, I think Lina was showing very strong performance against Zeus in the laning phase, and they need some right clicker at the back, like Bloodseeker and Ulsa plus one more melee core doesn't sound great.
Yeah. What does Sparking Arrow need then? What's the God King hero right now?
What's
Juggernaut?
left for him?
You don't really want Juggernaut into an Ursa.
There's Anti-Mage Void, Terrorblade all banned. They go with Nature's Prophet carry. Okay. I mean, they must have watched the previous game because Yopaj just put on a masterclass on how to destroy and dismantle a team in 10 minutes. So.
Is this like a God King Doom?
I think it's God King, Nature's Prophet.
It's got to be, right? Like a carry Doom into what will be their tri-lane. I feel like that just gets shut down.
Whenever God King plays like non-right click hero, I don't feel that confident.
Yeah.
Storm Spirit.
Another fast-paced hero. Like we were talking about, I said they needed something to jump on the Zeus. Can't think of something better than Storm Spirit right now.
Raven doesn't have Dipper.
Oh, man.
I don't know if I can go for this Ursa right now. All right, lads, as we start heading into this first game here between Fnatic and Sparking Arrow Gaming, what are you thinking? Final thoughts and predictions. Poglet, you first.
I think this is a much better Bloodseeker draft. I don't want to rail on one pick, but it didn't feel great last series. I think Fnatic are going to be very fast-paced, and DD won't be able to keep up. I think Fnatic should win this in about 32 to 35 minutes.
What about you, QA? Where are you standing with this one before we head in?
I feel like Sparking's draft is a bit better as long as they do well against Ulsa lane, Ulsa versus Doom lane. If that is like solved out, I think the other two cores should be fine.
Yep. All right. So it looks like SAG is QO's choice here. Pongo's going to go with the boys of Fnatic. I'm going to have to go with Fnatic again here. We're going to head it to our casters one more time. It's going to be Lyrical and Trent.
Picking up scars and I hold them close. They shut me down, but I got this fight. Shine a light on me when my heart goes dark. Cause I never lose faith now. I'm in the flames of an angel. Fire, fire, burn. Fire, fire.
Here we are, ladies and gentlemen, on to our second match of the evening or the day or whatever it is, wherever you are in the world. Dota 2. It's about to take place, and I've got my lovely buddy, Mr. Trent, there. Thank you again, panel, taking care of business as per usual. We've got a wonderful one. How you feeling, man?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this one. This looks pretty fast-paced. IO draft with like Ursa and Storm Spirit, Bloodseeker, super fast heroes going up against the Zeus, plus this global presence of the Nature's Prophet once again. If you guys were tuning in for the last series, of course, Game 2 kind of run by the Nature's Prophet from Yopaj. So we'll see if God King can replicate something similar here, although he won't be doing it out of the mid lane. It's going to be that safe lane Nature's Prophet instead.
Which, in a way, it feels like it's going to maybe come online a little bit later because you're going to be sharing XP, obviously, but you're going to have more gold to get that orchid possibly even faster. Start just jumping around and finding people.
Or more damage from a Zeus mid, too.
That's a possibility, too.
You know, some nice global potential, yeah. I do worry a little bit. I feel like this Storm should have a really nice game. I mean, there's a Doom, so, you know, maybe OP is just going to be OP God and get it done that way. But other than that, it feels pretty scary for someone like DD and even God King to handle the Storm Spirit this game.
Yeah, you're not wrong, man. That is a little bit of a scary one if he gets off to a hot start. And of course, the main way that you're going to be able to find a Doom is if you're able to find that initial setup. And that's probably where the Rubik fits in, you know, seeing what he can do as far as being able to find an opening and get a lift into a kill. It's going to be up to Mr. September, and he's well capable. But at the same time, I feel like Fnatic has got to be the favorites here. These guys are too freaking good.
Yeah, IO Ursa too, an old combo. We are seeing a little bit more with the return of Ursa and all the wild new abilities this hero has. Now this combo should be better than ever, you would think, with the extra mobility of the Ursa and the Abyssal Blade later on.
No, 100%.
And look at that bonus attack speed early on with Overcharge too. Like, ooh. Yeah. Those are going to be some fast attacks. You know, you get the overpower to start things off, and then you can just finish them down with the additional Fury swipes after.
I don't know if you saw that, but they tried to make a soccer shot. Almost able to hit a goal, but not quite in time. Yeah, 3 heroes down there bottom. Frev going to throw out the Blood Right in just a moment to try and force back God King along with the Stroke of Fate, but still catches him right on the edge there. That silence. And Forev will be able to get the bounty rune, so it looks like it's going to be a trade-off there of 2 apiece.
Ah, the old standard. Well, and speaking of standard, Forev also just thinking about the same build that everyone else has been going for. The Veil into the Yule's already queued up on him as our mid laners will meet. And we get pretty common matchup back in the day. I mean, we don't see quite as much Zeus bid anymore, but Storm likes to make an appearance now and then. Zeus, although quite different at this point, I guess.
It's true.
Yeah, you used to rely a lot on like that Thunderbolt and maybe like just 2 points in the Arc Lightning, and now you can just kind of do whatever the hell you want with the Arc Lightning.
Yeah, I think part of it too is just like how much base damage you get right now. He's hitting for 71 a pop.
Oh yeah, seriously.
He's strong.
He used to hit for like 50 or something. Like,
No,
you couldn't actually last it with this hero.
But definitely capable of doing it now. As we take a look down bottom, you're talking about DJ playing on the IO as per usual. He's going to block off the camp, can tether back over to join his Ursa, and Raven should have a pretty good lane here, I would imagine. Obviously, you still have to deal with like the Fade Bolt, which is annoying trying to last hit, but you're an Ursa against the melee. Doom should be able to be okay.
I hope he's got the Ring of Protection, but if they get on top of you, still could be a problem. And he does have that Orb of Venom as well, so right now, with that bonus move speed, this is danger territory. If the wave starts like walking into OP, he just has to be a little bit cautious.
Yeah. Up top.
Blood right up top hits God. Oh, it does not hit God King. Whoa! The slowest juke of all time.
Fancy footwork.
Yeah.
Got his twinkle shoes on. But yeah, double melee with the Wave of Terror also hitting onto Forev. And it can't be fun, to be honest with you. That's going to be really annoying. But in the meantime, he can just keep on last-hitting creeps, getting that regen going constantly. And we'll see how it ends up working out for him. As the top lane, he just keeps on being able to ensure the range creeps. It's so nice.
Yeah, and that's going to push the tower in, and they're also zoning Red Panda away from that camp as much as they can too, right? See if they can get this pull off. So he's over here contesting this pull, and that's what gets him in trouble.
Now, Inkswell, is he going to be able to get the finish? Yes, they do. Jabs, first blood, and that is going to be a walk back to lane for the Venge afterwards.
Yeah, couldn't quite get the pull. So that was the cost, right? It was first blood in exchange for this wave not getting pulled into the camp, but then Frev's just going to do it again. He's just going to blood rate this wave and try and push into the tower. Of course, you have Treant, so God King can do a little bit more manipulation than usual.
Yeah, actually going to force out some extra regen to be used by the Bloodseeker. Not a great time for him up there on the top lane. But at the early goings, 1 kill up top. And as far as the CS goes across the board, looks like it's relatively even. Grimstroke actually getting involved in a lot of that as well, as Moon putting the hurt onto DD a little bit there mid. It's apparently top last hits in the game. See if he can get this range creep or not. Looks like he's just going to have to give it up.
Yeah, Jabs has been focusing on the Treants too. With after the blood rite, he's sometimes just throwing out the stroke to try and help to knock them down, just to reduce the power of God King a little bit in the lane.
Dude, and he got Chain Lightning on OP God. Oh, it's so annoying. It's so much damage.
I feel like we don't see that very often on Doom, just because his mana pool is so small.
Yeah, but even still, it only costs 50. It's like 140 damage or something like that, I think, too. It's hard to deal with as mid lane. Getting a lot of damage out onto Moon, but does have the stick there, and they're probably going to be heading over for those 4-minute runes. See if he's going to be able to get one. And there is a rotation coming over from the Rubik, so that's going to be a little bit of help for Zeus to try and get him the rune, but we'll see if they get there in time. He's going to have to head towards the top, and it does spawn up top where Jabs is there to help him. Okay. Not bad at all. It's a big win.
Yeah. Keep it that. So dice rolls in their favor. Not too bad. That looks like that must have been September salve, I think, given to DD. So that helps cover his loss on the bottle, and he'll just have to wait for the 5-minute now. Of course, he might die when Storm hits 6 with an arcane rune. That is a very real concern.
Yeah, he's saving mana right now on the Moon, and might die before then if he's not careful. He's taking a lot of damage there. Moon pops the stick. Tries to get up close. He hasn't bottled up enough, though. Is it going to be there for the lift? They don't bring down the Zeus.
The damage reduction just saved him.
Yeah. Dude, Fade Bolt.
Wow. What a play from September to stick around after that. I would have thought he was going back down bottom, too, and he just made a loop background on the high ground. Very unexpected. for good reason. And of course, now basically wasting that Arcane Rune, and September goes in for the bounty too.
Yeah, they will get the other ones, though. It looks like Fnatic. DJ able to sneak over and take the other bounty rune. So 3 for 1 in the end.
That was a good response, knowing that the Zeus was still relying on that bounty rune to go over and take that.
Right. So big win there at the very least, as we can see across the lanes right now. Nobody completely pulling ahead. Storm, the lowest of the net worths of these cores, but only by about 400 gold. Oh, very, very close so far. He does need to get level 6, though. Moon gonna just head back to the jungle for a minute while Forev, he's finished off his Veil, and yeah, checking him out. Moon, a little bit of me time.
Might be kind of slow for the Fnatic to start too. I mean, maybe a couple relocate plays or something, but the one thing they're kind of missing is that first like stun to like set up the relocate. And Moon, it's hard to make plays without the power runes until you're like level 12 on the Storm. And you have like some actual mana items. Well, there you go. He goes Arcane right into regen. So, you know, sometimes you just get screwed, September. I don't know what to tell you, but you just...
that's so sad. And they get the lift up afterwards, waiting to pop that regen, and might need to actually.
He really doesn't want to risk. Yeah.
Okay, and I'm able to keep it. So,
is he gonna run back an Inkswell? Oh, Moonthrift's gonna farm. Oh, there's definitely a play potential there, but BD's out.
Yeah. Doesn't want to tempt fate. Waits for that creep to come back, then goes to clear it up. These regen runes are just so nice. They also got the D ward there on the observer ward in the jungle.
It is actually ridiculous. Arcane rain to regen, like, come on.
And guessing right on it both times too, right?
Yeah, true.
The other part.
Radiant's bottom tower is
They get a little bit fresh. Ooh, big hit there from the Nature's Prophet. And Raven, got to be careful, but DJ is going to be able to keep that constant regeneration going. As up top, hits a quick little Veil onto the creep wave after the Blood Rite. And Forev, you told me that this was sort of the snowball-y hero. It feels like he's having a much better game this time around.
Yeah, compared to our last Bloodseeker offlane, this let's say a good start. He might be needed to rotate the bottom lane if they want to defend this. I feel like his outspam could really help here. Like, let the Ursa jungle and just start blood writing bottom, because you're not going to be able to take this tower. And anytime now, they're going to bring that Nature's Prophet to the bottom lane.
Yeah, that's a scary situation for sure. Forev still standing here against the creep wave. Big old punch through, and the Inkswell. God King trying to TP out, and he will be able to finish it. But yeah, as you said, they might think about going down bottom with the teleport from Nature's Prophet at this point.
And it's really hard to fight under this tower with the Thunder God's Wrath too, because we've seen this combo, right, where you go ulti and ulti, 15 seconds till the Wrath of Nature's back up. But if you can use the Zeus ult and the Prophet ult, it's a ton of damage.
Well, Zeus ult comes first. Raven jumping away, gets healed, and Rage comes out there as well. Jabs trying to keep him alive. They drop the Doom, in fact, but Storm Spirit able to find God King on the back lines. They will kill off Raven. DJ also falling. Forev trying to play cleanup here now, but there's way too much damage there, and they end up trading 3 for 1.
The Moon basically went for the solo kill, though. And now he wants some more.
Brings down September. Stun. Red Panda trying to chase this down. Can they kill him off in time? They will. They get the pullback and a triple kill for Moon.
Well, it looked okay for Sparking Arrow Gaming, and then that happened. And that feels kind of worse, because you just got all this golden XP on the Storm Spirit. Just like direct focus, and a hero, like, I think they need him to have such a good game right now. I really like their lineup, but if the Storm's not there to kind of set this mid game, then I feel like they can get run over by this strat of like just walking into towers with all the tree ants and popping these double ultis and just like overwhelming the side of Fnatic.
Yeah. Well, and they are trying to keep that pressure on. I mean, that's the other downside of this, is that it slows down the timing of that last big fight there, because they're trying to take that bottom tier 1 tower, didn't end up getting it, and now Frev's down here to hold it. Though they are going to bring in more heroes again. Storm, he does have a TP, and he's back at home. If they see that they're starting to come down here, he's going to head on up to the top side of the map, actually. So they might need to outspam and hope that they can hold.
Well, the two of them can kill every wave, so if they're going to dive, the treants need to be in there, but yeah, that works.
Dun, 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 dun. Oh, they kill the trees again. Okay. Dude, Forev is just like digging a hole. He's like, don't come near me. I want this for myself.
Dire's top tower.
Oh,
Man, if
and
he
not
can
it.
cut a full path out, this would be really nice.
TPs running. Jabs gets out for Ev. Also long TP, but they escape. And that's 4 heroes bottom for an extended period of time. While Fnatic going to try and take the tower of their own. And ooh, Zeus. Danger.
Where's that Storm Spirit? How close is he?
I mean, even just the invis actually on the Bloodseeker could try and run down the Zeus, but Zeus is backing away and going to bottle up afterwards as Moon keeps farming. So this time around, it's going to be 3 bounty runes going the way of Sparking Arrow Gaming.
And they'll have their combo back up on the next Wrath of Nature. Oh, that's a really good Rubik's steal.
Yeah, that's nice. Level 4 too.
Yeah, unfortunately, you don't have the Arcane Supremacy quite yet.
Or the Veil. But I'll get there.
That's true. Yeah, that part's pretty nice.
Dude, Moon is just living on this side of the map right now. They're going to pop the ulti and immediately blow up Jabs down bottom. That's what happens. They did just run in with the drums. But Fnatic still comfortable sitting on this side of the map. 5-5. And Raven, he is also going to be up here with them. They could go for some type of a relocate play, but as you said, there isn't really that hero that sets up for it.
Yeah, Moon's almost 12 though, and that, I mean, he's got the Kaya too, so he can set up. It's a little costly, especially when you're this deep in enemy territory. It's going to take like all his mana.
Yeah.
Just to like get in and get out. But if it's for a core hero, it'll be worth.
Definitely.
OP though, one more gank and he's gonna have that blink dagger, and they're gonna smoke up for it. So he's gonna dive the Venge without any of that help.
And they get the Wrath of Nature afterwards. Yeah, that was really bizarre.
That's a good TP out. He was in big trouble.
Yeah, they won't be able to connect there, thinking that they're gonna run to the storm, but he is already out. So yeah, another big win as they dodge the gank. You think there's any chance that that was premeditated? Because like he didn't even try and go on the Venge fully. He just like jumped her, and then they're like, and then he backed away before he even killed her, and then 4 people showed up.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It was hard to tell with what the Eye on the Ursa were doing. I don't know if he expected like a play from them or something, but it's it might have been just forcing rotations there from Moon. It certainly made a humongous dent in the economy of Sparking Arrow Gaming because they wasted a lot of time.
Yeah. Not sure if I'm giving too much credit there or not, but like he didn't even go for the pull. I just waited for the stun to hit him, and then he backed away afterwards.
Yeah. Well, now he's a haste rune too, so if they want to try and go for that play, the power rune is here once more.
Yeah. And the big win so far out of a lot of these heroes does also feel to be the Grimstroke. He's gotten the lane to himself a couple times, level 8 already. I believe the Glimmer keeps coming out to him, and is getting close to behind the Bloodseeker.
Moon is thinking about going straight Bloodstone, though. No Yules in between versus this Orchid. That could be a problem.
Yeah, it's a little scary. Especially if they end up, like, sort of playing a little bit passively. If Raven needs to get into these items later on, although it does look like he's going for a Halberd. So maybe they're just going to try and like fight around that item.
I mean, the other fact is, if they're trying to fight on top of Moon like that, like let's say they silence him, you know they're going to lay a Blood right on top, and there'll be one Silence Storm Spirit versus an entire Silence Dire team. I say that, now there's a Silence on September too, so that also helps, but Acid Moon wants them.
Oh, gotta be careful. The Doom's coming in afterwards. Lift is there, Blink Dagger reveal, and Mega Dead as they blow up both the Bloodseeker and the Storm. That was not the way it was meant to go.
I like that he doomed him, even though he had like 100 HP left. I think that's worth it. Like, don't let him get out.
Yeah, that's fair.
He's the key.
Get the stun onto 2, but Jabs also will die. Big plays up here, making it happen for Sparking Arrow Gaming.
Radiant's middle tower
I really like this Nature's Prophet Zeus combo.
Yeah.
Was it them who was doing it the other day too? I think it might have been. Because we've definitely seen it before. Already here in the playoffs, so I like it.
Radiant's middle
to get the tower. Tier 1, OP God moving in. Blink. Dude, this drums blink. Doom is so freaking farm, but they're going to relocate in. a little bit crazy. Red Panda, but they popped the ulti already. Now trying to get in the midst of it. Moon, he needs to dodge away from the silence. Oh, wait, no, that was theirs. Never mind. God King, and can't quite catch him. But they will be able to run down DD on the Zeus.
That's good punish, though. I mean, it looks crazy to relocate in like that, but what do they have to fight now, right? No Wrath of Nature, no ulti there from the Zeus, no Doom, so time to run and gun as much as you can. Maybe SAG are going to respect that a bit more on the next engagement and just try and back out and, you know, not overextend their gains. As now they're going to give away the Roche to an Earthfall lineup. Not a lot you can do.
This is real nice for Fnatic, as I think Moon takes this still, in spite of obviously Ursa liking it. Yeah, Moon will pick us at the Aegis, and that makes the Bloodstone a lot more palatable.
Yes. Yeah, it's way better. I mean, hey, if he goes like Yules or whatever, they're still doomed. So it's like, there's no real perfect solution versus this Orchid. You're better off just like playing kind of greedy and trying to be a good Storm player.
Yeah. Don't get caught. Don't put yourself in a bad position. Wait until there's sort of an opening salvo of spells used with the relocate and then go afterwards. But that also kind of means that they need somebody else to go in, which might just be the Bloodseeker. He's going back for a Hood afterwards on Forev, as Moon ready to push out this top wave again. Does not want to get caught or killed. But yeah, Forev maybe can be that one that runs in there. Oh, he starts a fight with the Yules or something.
This is where the game plan starts to feel a bit stranger, I feel, for SAG. Because their Tricore is just a little bit odd. Like, it's a cool lineup and everything, but it reminds me of our last game, where Neon just had to, like, really start pushing the tempo with this Nature's Prophet and, like, getting into that AC and everything and just trying to, like, close out the game. So you can't really afford to overextend and lose another fight like that.
Yeah. And it's the type of lineup from Fnatic that can turn around a fight so quickly. It suddenly feels good, and maybe an IO buyback and then relocate in to turn a fight, or, you know, you have a Moon buyback, and those ones can be very much worth it.
The really hard part is just this Aegis completely counters the way they want to fight Moon.
Yeah.
Now they have to, like, try and ignore him and kill everyone else.
I guess hypothetically, if they're able to sort of find a pick off with the Orchid or something, that could be the avenue to go with it, and then you have the Doom follow-up afterwards.
That's true, yeah. Orchid, Death, and then War Stomp Doom on the follow-up. Right. Respawn.
But they push out that bottom wave. A little scan, seeing who they can find. OP is the one that would be in the midst of a fight if they were to smoke on out, but...
This is a 20-minute outpost.
Oh, yeah.
You're quietly taking this bottom tower, you know?
That's real good.
And they don't have one taken for the Radiant. Like, they can't just go steal this or anything. So they're going to have to decide if they want to fight for this or not. And they almost seem a bit hesitant to come up here with the Doom. Do they have a power rune? Oh, it's an illusion. Oh, wait, he's an Arcane active. Okay. It's
Arcane active, baby. And then if they get the Orchid, he's got that illusion afterwards.
Yeah, that's
big
nice.
Jump. Okay.
Trying to find them hiding in the trees.
Makes sense. Yeah, smoked
they
up.
Were waiting to gank Forev.
But they're going to take the outpost back. And they won't catch anybody. All right. Perfectly fine. Both of them got a Philosopher's Stone. Let's see who ends up taking those. Looks like it wasn't the IO. It's Jabs who's got it on Radiant. And probably the Rubik. He's going to take it on the Dire.
Yeah, sounds good. A little smoke check there from Zeus. Just making sure TD doesn't want the team getting caught out.
Absolutely not. So yeah, again, all of the cores staying fairly close to each other. Forev a little bit behind the rest, but he is being brought out. Looks like some more items in just a second. Maybe it's just a TP scroll. But he already has the Hood done, as well as the Veil and the Yules. So he feels like he's kind of doing his job already.
Yeah. SIG not finding any more like aggressive plays though right now. As Red Panda might just be dead. Yeah, Yules into Bloodright, Inkswell. Sayonara.
Yeah, easy kill there. And that is Bloodstone charges for Moon. As they take back over the outpost. Oh, they want to try and get the tier 2 as quickly as they can, and then afterwards they can try and claim back the other outpost.
Yeah, Storm's already heading over. Nice, okay. That's good, so it'll just be a trade.
Well played.
Look at that
Okay.
arrow. That's a clean looking arrow. Man, nice drawing. Those DJs.
is under attack.
He would be the type of guy that gets a clean arrow like
I can appreciate that. You know, mine are. I can't even do a straight line down.
that. Terrible.
This is way nicer. Oh, yours is
Oh,
way
look
better.
at that's the observer.
Oh, I thought that was yours.
No.
Yeah, we all suck. DJ's is so crisp.
It's amazing. All right, well, Rubik trying to save up for that blink dagger now with the stone, and at this 20-minute mark, 10-8, still feeling like they just want to wait out that Aegis, but it's about to be gone now, which means a free regen rune for good old Storm.
Oh man, this Aegis has just like, it was like a big bay window that was there for SAG of like opportunity to win this game, of just like, okay, this is the frame of which we need to play, and now it's like one of those tiny little privacy windows at the top of a bathroom where it's like really small.
Yeah.
You know, this Aegis just absorbed a full 5 minutes of their win condition. And I worry that unless they get perfect Doom, this game's so hard. That's a good start with a stomping stun.
And he can't do it, and they'll leashed up afterwards. Io been brought down really low, but he gets the mechanism off. Leash now jumping. This is DD Storm, does get lifted, but they got their eyes on Zeus. He is in a world of hurt forever. Not going to be brought down. They do manage to kill off Raven. DJ now also in a little bit of trouble, but Storm zipping in, finds September. Able to kill him off as well. 3 for 1 so far as DJ gets the TP out right in front of Red Panda and God King. Very well played.
He didn't have to use his BKB at the very least, but I mean, that was the Doom that essentially cursed Ursa to death.
Yeah.
So as long as you only lose the Doom target, that's a pretty good fight, I think, for Fnatic.
And particularly not getting it on the Storm, right? Like he's got these bloodstone
run right into Red
charges being
Panda.
built up. Oh my god. You don't see him. Just stand
Don't
still.
move.
Don't get
The
get out of
Bloodseeker
there.
can't see you if you're not moving.
Definitely not true. By the way, but
have you played with a Bloodseeker picker before?
They're not very intelligent.
They're not that bright.
No. Dude,
Sorry,
Moon
Mel.
got another regen rune. What the hell? How is this fair?
Control is so important for Storm. Hey, they could get these runes. That's just rune control, baby. It's not RNG after like 10 minutes. After the lane stage, it's lane control.
Dude, they got him. Oh, but he pops the BKB. Now it's to jump away. And that's just going to be Jabs losing his life. Although the turn coming from Ursa, Yule Scepter lift up. Trying to go in. They've already lost the regen on Moon. He has to be real careful. But they will be able to bring down Red Panda. And it looks like that's the end of the fight. 1 for 1. And I guess also a BKB charge used on God King.
Yeah, that was still his first one though, because he didn't actually use it in the last fight. So kind of whatever.
So Raven, Sanjin Yasha, Basher going back for the BKB next. Currently the 3rd highest net worth in the game, the Battle Fury-less Ursa.
Yeah, true. We haven't really discussed that, but I guess with the IO, it just makes sense, right? I mean, we've still had Battle Fury Ursas with the IO, but just the idea of getting the status resistance, I think, looks really good this game too with the SNY, and then you need the Basher. Already messed up OP real bad in that last fight because he like got the stomp off, and then he just got bashed right after, launching his BKB before he could Doom.
That's annoying to deal with, but sort of shows the problems there. If you do manage to get on top of these heroes from RNG, do they have any Force Staffs yet? I guess that they have the Venge. That kind of makes up for it. But besides that, like, they can just get bursted by these heroes.
Yeah. All right, so September, just steal Soulbind, so you can get double Doom. All right, cool.
Easy.
How hard can it be? Unfortunately, his control over the Storm has been weakened as there's now a Lincoln's also done for Moon.
What?
What? A Lincoln's? Oh, what if he gets Aegis too? Now that's in a minute.
This is kind of nutty. They spot him, looking for the jump, able to find the IO, bullying the little man, but DJ turns, trying to bring this down. God gets the Doom, didn't see it. That hurts. It hurts real bad. DJ pops the mechanism, tries to run away. OP just chasing this IO the whole time, and he gets the jump away afterwards. DJ living the Glimmer Cape to dodge the stun.
Nice
God trying to TP out of there, will manage to escape.
And Forev still chasing. Gets the Yules on in September.
And they're even going to relocate over for this one.
Oh my god!
Easy as pie.
See that damage? That blood rate did 575 damage. No wonder this build's broken.
Dude,
75 talent and then the Veil.
Yeah, it's really good.
Oh my god, 575 pure damage? That's insane.
You know, these things happen. And that's like without that much spell amp too, you know? I wonder if that's the next iteration of the build. Kaya Sanj or Kaya Yasha or something.
I mean, that's a lot of spell amp. With the blood rage though, like
yeah. Well, I mean, like through the items.
Yeah, I got what you mean.
Look at all that text on there.
Well, you know, he's been reworked a couple times.
Well, 16 to 10, a 2,000 gold lead, and 25
for a minute.
In. They just go back in for it.
Yeah, that's the real issue. I can't believe it's still only a 1K lead. Does not feel like it. It feels like this game is extremely difficult for STG. What does Dota Plus think? 68%. So they're not too awful, but it's been feeling that way for a long time too.
Yeah, it's true.
That seems kind of fair.
Well, they are going to run it down a lane, tier 2 tower in their sights, or just more kills. Because right now, they are kind of getting out of control. It's Red Panda able to get the walk away before Moon spots him, but they do see the Rubik. Hello, sir. Ooh, good blink back. Newly minted blink dagger for that Rubik gets him away.
Smack. Raven farms away here.
Yeah. It's just perfectly fine keeping that going. As God King trying to get towards the Scotty, almost has it completed. It's a nice piece to deal with the IO, but to be honest, even the heals from that don't feel like it's the most important part. It's like just the tremendous amount of burst that you have with like Blood Rage and then either the Blood Rights or Moon jumping on you.
Yeah, DJ's contribution kind of feels like just movement, like relocate and then just straight up speed during the fight.
Yeah.
I mean, it is an Ursa. It's not like one of these squishier IO friends or something. It's not like a Gyro who like kind of needs the survivability a little bit.
Yeah. As we do see the Thunder God's Wrath used yet again. I believe he has Aghanim Scepter almost completed on DD, which will make a bit of a difference as far as like just the potential damage output. But I mean, he doesn't really have a way to save himself if Ursa just goes on him, or if Moon goes on him for that reason.
Are fortified.
Yeah, Nimbus will be his save, I guess.
Quickening Charm gets picked up for him as well.
Moon's just jumping at camps.
Dude, he's so out of control. And September hits him right on the head. As the chase down comes, big old blood right, and then the beat down from Raven.
That was a well-timed voice line. You should have known.
Oh, Moon!
We'll find you.
Oh! Zips away. Damn, they wanted that. And they won't get it. And now, instead, he's going to find that Venge. Big old jump. Red Panda, some trouble. Goes for the Glimmer, trying to TP out of there. Jumps in, gets the... Oh, God! The hit from the Nimbus kept him alive.
All right, nice. And relocate back down bottom for DJ. Go over the Holy Locket next. Wow. Unseen item. How exciting.
That's a real interesting one.
Hopefully the game lasts long enough.
You think we're at that position right now?
Yeah. There's a dire sentry down there on the other side of those stairs too. So that ward could fall, and Venge is on the way there, but oh no, it's a bait.
Dun-dun-dun. Breaking Lincolns.
Oh, don't worry, he's got an arcane rune.
Nice,
Controlling runes. Good Dota.
OP. He
don't forget the telescope
right over
move.
to the side. Okay, jump in. Hoof Stomp's going to be there for the initiation. They're trying to bring it down Red Panda, and they will get him very quickly. But on the other side, doing the IO and just walking away. They're focusing on everybody else. God King trying to get out of there, but is going to be bashed. Killed by Raven. IO still living. They're coming over trying to go for the deny there, I think. DJ saying, please leave me alone. But 3 dead very rapidly for Fnatic, and it is just looking quite good for them. Still a minute left on this Aegis for Moon.
It's just one of those situations where the draft had a very specific plan. You didn't hit it, and now your draft just looks like, what were they thinking? But
right,
you know, it had to snowball. It had to look like game 2 of Neon, and it was not there.
Definitely was not. SAG struggling, and Moon in complete control of this game. He's going back for the Shivas pretty soon here. Rev also an absolute monster.
They need like crazy steals right now from September. He needs to like change the game. Like this double doom or something off a Soulbind. It's all I can imagine doing it here. They catch him.
Well, that's the Aegis. It's about to expire anyways. Raven kills off Red Panda, Yule Scepter afterwards. Rupture onto OP. Moon gonna step outside of the Nimbus, bring it down, and well, they got their eyes over there. They're going to steal Rupture. That's something. As the Nature's Prophet thinking about moving in, but everybody backs on out from Fnatic. I will say I'm a little bit sad we're not seeing more Spell Lamp items out of the Bloodseeker, but I guess there's diminishing returns at a certain point.
What should he do? What would you like?
Sanj and Kaya. No, Yasha Kaya. That's the one. He's going to Aghanim's. Boo.
Oh, that sounds pretty good.
I mean, it definitely is. It's definitely the right play. But,
although Doom's like the only one that moves.
That is true. Although if you swap somebody,
there.
Dude, if Red Panda swaps somebody and it kills him,
yeah, that's true. There's no save.
Wow. 10,000 gold lead now. As it is a big old jump. They got him. Excuse me? Sir?
I did not see what led into that. But either way, he just got war stomped and killed.
Yes. He just tried to jump in and he got hit by everybody.
All right,
he was
nice
trying to
pick.
kill the creep wave.
That's definitely the kind of stuff you need. Well, there's Rupture number 1.
Okay. And they'll hold him in place for a moment. I guess at the end of the day, it is just going to be fighting for that next Roche. So dying now, even for the Storm, isn't like the end of the world.
Oh, here's the replay. Yeah, let's see what happened.
Hello.
But were they smoked?
Potentially.
They might have been smoked. Sure. They were definitely baiting the Rubik either way.
Yep. OP.
That was a sick play.
Rupture out. Need to walk away from this one for the moment. They get the Doom off. Can they bring anybody else down? Leashed up for the moment, stealing the Soulbind. Okay, but they've already used the Doom. Can they kill any of these other heroes? Double Rupture off the War Stomp onto 2 as well. Doing so much damage with the cheese. Save coming out. They swap back in Raven again. Storm Spirits respawning in 18 seconds, but it might be a bit too late. If they can wait this one out, turning now, kills off God King. Trying to find more. Look at Rev just running around super fast. They're trying to see if they can run down the poor old Zeus. Godlike Raven as they find Red Panda as well. And he is going to drop. Everybody following.
I like that call. You lost the fight without Storm.
Yeah.
We're done.
Yeah, at a certain point, it just gets to be a little bit too much. So in the end, as my Dota crashes, 33 to 20, or 33 minutes in 26 to 11.
Yeah.
Very impressive showing.
Yeah, SAG, they had an idea. It didn't work out. And excellent last pick, Storm. As well as the rune control. I have to go back to that. That was really key. Because I think if Moon doesn't get those initiations in the mid game, it can get like a little bit weird. They don't have like the best control. But Forev showing off the offlane Bloodseeker as well. And just everything from Fnatic, the opposite. Their draft perfectly came together. And gave them a pretty clean looking win.
The panel is going to be very happy about the Bloodseeker doing well as well. So shout out to you guys. Let's head on back there, see what they have to say before we get into game number 2.
Tell me if it's alright. Am I your lover? Are we going solo? Or is it polo? Her face is saying don't go. I'm acting like I don't know. Whisper my name. Say what you want. Come a little closer. We should take our time to think this damn thing over. Should we grow closer? Should this be over? My heart for your mind, probably we should start.
Ooh. Yeah, yeah, I see no signals, no signs. Girl, you be tripping, no lies, nah. You said you're not set by. I flew in all the way for this. I'm not here to waste your time. I just can't give you vibes, you changed a bit. Girl, you mad teasing. I don't mind leaving, just let me know. She told me take it easy. Hey, yeah. I just came here to make y'all feel good. You know what the message is. Suddenly you with me now. You know what the message is. I be running wild for you, babe. You know what the message is. I don't have no patience. Ain't no conversation. Sometimes make you feel good. You're my mission, my grand prize. Catch my vision, no damn pride. Girl, you mad easy. I don't mind leaving, just let me know. Then she told me take it easy. Yeah, yeah. I just came here to make y'all feel good. You know what the message is. Suddenly you with me now. You know what the message is. I be running wild for you, babe. You know what the message is. I don't have no patience. Ain't no conversation. Sometimes make you feel good. I just wanna talk, but you don't wanna listen. Tryna go far, but you got mixed feelings. So I'm finished. I'm on my way. Then you tell me you need it. Back in my space. Hey, yeah. How could I lie? Just to be cold. Wanna be honest. You should know. I just came here to make y'all feel good. You know what the message is. Suddenly you with me now. You know what the message is. I be running wild for you, babe. You know what the message is. I don't have no patience. Ain't no
Luckily enough for Sparking Arrow Gaming, we have these wonderful pictures here of beautiful Thailand for them to calm themselves down as they come into their second game here. And once again, I'd like to ask you guys to join in on our survey here for Thailand. Just let us know what views you guys like, what place you guys want to visit when Thailand does reopen in a little bit of time here. But as we do get ready for our second game, my lads are back here on the panel. Poglet QO. That was a Fnatic victory, and that was a victory that Sparking Arrow, to me, feels like they might be mentally out of this.
Yeah, I mean, they were close for, 27, 28 minutes, but 2-3 missed plays in a row, and all of a sudden Sparking Arrow just GG out before even a Rax fell, before even they got on the high ground. I think Fluke could be right. It might be a bit of a mental block for SAG.
The draft looked pretty fine, but they just couldn't get that enough advantage they wanted to get. And Fnatic, if they don't kill something in the time, the Wisp is always gonna be bothering you. The Doom is useless. So I think with that Furion on the God King, like they needed to, maybe have 5k lead or 10k lead. I was expecting that scenario. Unfortunately, that didn't happen.
Yeah, I only give props to Fnatic though. They played that draft, or what they wanted to, pretty much to perfection. Like we were talking about timings when they wanted to fight. They pretty much got the Bloodstone, the Lincolns, and then just ran them over. And it's great to see, like even in these fights here, you're seeing them just kite around this Doom. Like you said, God King just didn't have the impact. And finally, we got to see a Bloodseeker that actually did something.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I think a lot of it was on the fact that this DJ IO was almost never touched in a lot of these fights. You see, he's kiting around everybody. Yeah, he gets doomed here, but he does end up surviving on this fight. His positioning was so strong that, you know, he was never really getting caught out by the Zeus. He was never really getting caught out by any of these other heroes that had a lot of items and a lot of spells to get on top of him as well. And you can just see here in this last fight, I think this was probably a little bit of... not right target priority coming in from Sparking Arrow. The fact that DJ lives this entire thing, keeps Raven alive, and then everybody turns around and kills Sparking Arrow.
I mean, we're talking about a mental block and just like mentally being done with a game, and this is the most prime example I can think of. How do you not kill an IO in the middle of your team fight?
Yeah, and like not just IO, like also went like full HP because of that cheese.
Yeah.
So not just like you know, that 2000 HP cheese, that was like 3500 HP cheese.
It's pretty ridiculous the fact that Raven was all for rights there. He was certainly dead, but DJ was able to keep him alive there. Holy Locket picked up as well. Trent and Lyrical, unfortunately for them, they weren't able to see the Holy Locket that we've seen throughout ESL 1 Thailand being picked up on Chens and Ayers alike. And DJ is one of those players that likes to pick up this Holy Locket just for that little bit of extra burst healing as well.
Yeah, it's such a niche item. I feel like it's playable, and we were talking about like the heroes you can pick it on. Chen, Io, maybe an Oracle, Timbersaw if you're really feeling it, but the item pretty much stops there in my mind.
It's just the fact that it gives you 31 charges, right, for an IO. Like, DJ can just sit there, get that massive burst heal, and it's always more burst heal for whoever he's tethered to as well, right?
I think it's a good stat too, like a little bit, not by much.
Decent mana pool, bit more health, bit more stats. It's not bad. But, I mean, what do you need to build on IO? It's a mech and then do whatever you want, really.
Yeah, like look at these two cute items.
I think the biggest thing with this is the fact that he only died once.
Yep.
And this is a strat where, like, you look at this lineup coming in from Fnatic, and if they're able to constantly kill this IO on the side of Sparking Arrow, then maybe this could have dismounted a little bit, but DJ only died once. This man's a little ball of light walking around beeping and booping, and he stayed alive for a lot of it and kept his team alive as well. So that's the power of the IO, and I think DJ, as well as Jabs, are really starting to come into their own in this support duo for Fnatic and really looking strong once again.
Yeah, I've loved this rotationary swap that they've done just to make sure that their lanes are stronger. Like there was obviously that discussion during when we had them on the winners interview, a bit of a language barrier, a bit of a play style barrier, but I'm glad they've sorted it out because they look really strong right now. And if they win this one 2-0, it's going to be an absolute cracker of a lower bracket series.
Dota is a soul game. It's not a language game. You just need to have a right soul, like right teammate, and then your performance is gonna be out. So
that's true.
Yeah, like who needs language? You just don't have to speak a single sentence, and you probably can still win the game if you.
Maybe it was Forev QO. Maybe it was DJ just being like, I don't know about this Forev guy, man. I don't know if I can lane with him. But I know it has looked really good here for this lane. Role switch up here for Jabs and DJ. But on the other side of this, how does Sparking Arrow reset coming into game 2? They've had a pretty abysmal last couple of matches that they've played. A lot of these have not looked like the Sparking Arrow that we wanted them to be. How do you mentally reset? Who's the hype man here for Sparking Arrow? Who's the guy that's just been like, all right, lads?
I'm not sure whether they have coach or not. That's a feeling, but I heard there was an RNG second team. If I'm yeah, so that means like they probably have a coach, and I think it is very clear like what's going on with the team, and maybe if it's just a laning phase problem, then you just can't solve it.
Well, who knows? Maybe it's the coach of Sparking Arrow that can solve it. Maybe Fnatic are going to leave it unsolved and get this 2-0. We're going to head to a short break. On the other side of this is potentially going to be our final game here for Sparking Arrow. Can they bring it back to even? You guys have to wait and see after this.
Intel Gamer Days is on now. Whether you're looking to buy or build, now is a great time to upgrade. Get limited time offers and giveaways from top names in PC gaming. Unleash elite gaming performance with systems featuring new 10th gen Intel Core processors, and bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game optimizations for a mightier PC experience. Act now. Intel Gamer Days is only here for a limited time.
These feelings are waiting for you to come back. feelings are waiting for you to explore again once the world is ready. Until we meet again, amazing Thailand.
You ready? Huh? Hey, he's a good boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is still unclear.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Never let it go. These wings carry me. Live this fantasy. Running through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah. Gonna let it burn. Running through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, Messiah. Gonna let it burn. 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 Found me in the darkness. Now they see me shining. Calling me a goddess. Thunder and the lightning. I'm falling, I'm faster. Making my way back, I'm close to home. I'm fighting harder. Because I've come to claim my throne. Never letting go. These wings carry me. Live this fantasy. Running through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah. Gonna let it burn. I'm running through the fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah. And I love this fantasy. Running through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah. Gonna let it burn. Running through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, Messiah. Gonna let it burn.
ESL 1 Thailand is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, Ministry of Tourism and Sports of Thailand, and Sports Authority of Thailand.
Start over.
As we get ready for our second game here between Sparking Arrow Gaming and Fnatic, the question has to be asked. Can Sparking Arrow come back from these last couple of losses and mentally reset here up against Fnatic? My lads with the answers, Poglet, QO. We're getting ready here for game number 2 between Sparking Arrow and Fnatic. And Sparking Arrow, they just need to go back to the regular Sparking Arrow that they were.
Yeah, the other issue could be maybe that regular Sparking Arrow has been countered. Like, obviously the first few weeks were something different to now. It's not like they're playing exceptionally worse. I feel like teams are drafting better and just generally playing a bit better against their timings.
Void and Anti-Mage is like one of the significant example where that's like the best like God King's hero, but they apparently all get countered. So he's probably uncomfortable with like what he needs to do, and if the carry player is uncomfortable, I think it's a team's responsibility to make him feel more comfortable.
So do we think that a little bit more of DD trying to have a few more tempo heroes is trying to give him maybe another win condition as well, you know, not picking these Zeuses and these Leshraks that feel like one death and they're kind of out of the game?
Yeah, I would like to see them go that way. I like Zeus as a hero, but I think you're right, Fluke, in the fact that those type of magic damage heroes, they fall off once the BKBs pop, and if your core isn't ready, like you'd know as a carry player, if your mid's dying, no matter how farmed you actually can't play Dota in those situations.
I've actually didn't see many games from DD with like those spirits. I think spirit is the like what SAG needs to go for, like Earth Spirit, Void Spirit, Ember Spirit. I think Southeast Asian teams are using it pretty well, but yeah, like instead of Zeus, like way too passive. They need like something to follow it up.
Yeah, I do agree. I think either one of the spirits, I think Void was banned that game, so was Ember. But I wouldn't hate to see an Earth Spirit mid. Like we've seen Yopaj play at a ridiculously high caliber. Even the Storm Spirit, an early pick, could have been good for them rather than let Fnatic have it. It's just awkward though, if like we're running back and saying you have to play something you're not comfortable with just because God King's uncomfortable, or if that's what we're speculating. It's just strange for Sparking Arrow just to collapse pretty much right as playoffs start.
Yeah, it really does feel like that they just come up into a lot of these teams. Obviously, they're a lot higher caliber because they're in the playoffs here. They're playing against teams in the other group, and maybe that's just the way that it went in the group stages there for Sparking Arrow. The fact that they were able to have a little bit of better teams up in their groups. Maybe their play style was a little bit better coming in that group stages, but now coming into the playoffs, this is where they need to step up, and this is their potentially final game for ESL1 Thailand. This is where they need to show us why they were a team that, you know, coming into ESL1 Thailand, they're looking really, really good.
Yeah, I mean, this is also the last Chinese team, I believe, still in the tournament, so they're really fighting for the entire region, really. Because like we've seen with the MVP vote, Mercedes-Benz MVP, like obviously there's a lot of Chinese fans loving this team, really voting for them, rooting for them. You see in the Twitch chat, they're like very well loved. So I do want to see them come back and at least make this 3 games if they're going to go out fighting.
What do we want to see, QO? We want to see like Anti-Mage versus Void.
Well, that's God King style.
Ooh, Panda.
That's surprising. When you lose the first game, you don't normally pick weak laning hero, and Panda is considered as one of the weak laning heroes. So
yeah, maybe OP's like, all right, lads, we're gonna do it. Panda tree lane feels pretty strong though, right? Like you've got the clap, you've got the Nature's Grasp, which is always really strong.
Yeah, it's one of the few lanes that actually can pop that Drunken Haze consistently with the Nature's Grasp. The double slow is quite strong. The issue is going to be, like Kyo said, he's not a strong laner even with that magic damage. You can't really bully a ranged hero out of the lane. So if they go something like a Drow Ranger, they have nothing to deal with it.
Looks like they ban out the Bloodseeker already here from Sparking Arrow, so they don't want to deal with that. Fnatic, though, starting out with the Tiny and the Grimstroke. So it looks like DJ Grimstroke with Jab's Tiny. He popped off on it last series that they had with that Tiny as well.
Yeah, I think Tiny's just the hero of the meta right now. Even with those movement speed nerfs, the hero still feels absolutely bloody fantastic to play in pubs and pro scene, obviously.
Yeah, like just way too, like strong in once he gets dagger. Like he pretty much does like what like pause 2 has to do, but from pause 4. So why not?
And yeah, they do ban out the Drow on Sparking Arrow, so I do like that they're actually thinking about this weak lane, like you said, Kuro. So they're going to force Fnatic to be uncomfortable on that carry role. It's going to be awkward though, because neither of these heroes are great rotating mid laners, rotating mid game heroes.
Yeah.
Like until they get a blink on one of the two of them. I feel like Fnatic once again can do the same strat. They just find a few heroes that can run them over in the 15 to 25 minute mark, get an early Roche, and then the game could very much repeat itself.
So do we feel like something like Frev playing like a Beastmaster or something like that? It's a little bit more high tempo, gives them that little bit of extra lockdown. It's always good with the Soulbind.
Yeah, I mean, it's also good, like, you put a boar, you put the Inkswell on the boar. It's a pretty, like, easy way to combo stun up. Tiny as well. Beastmaster could definitely be the go. What are your thoughts, Kyo?
I think Beastmaster can be only picked when you see their carries. I think that's the most effective when you're playing it. Obviously, if the team strat is good and then they just have good synergy, they can just pick it, but not against Treant. Treant is sort of annoying unless you get like Necrobook 3, but you only can get that item when you're like so far in the lane.
Yeah. Well, like seeing this Brewmaster, if you're the carry player here for Fnatic, what's a hero that you're calling out for, Kyo, going up against the Panda? Is it like something like an Ursa?
More than like Ulsa, I think, well, since it's a Morphling, they probably want to pick something like PA.
Yeah?
I love PA. Just I like it. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I find if you're PA versus Brew, you're not going to die, but you definitely won't win that lane matchup.
Yeah. And like,
it's awkward though.
All the carries are banned, so.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, there's 6 or 7 carries banned at every time you get to this mid phase, and obviously SAG have picked the other one. It's getting awkward in these mid game drafts, like this 3rd and 4th pick. It just seems like you just take whatever's left in the dumpster. Like you just go bottom diving. Is a Slark still in? Oh, I might pick that kind of thing.
I think they should be picking mid or offlaner here. Can switch. Pain carry could be one viable option if Raven's comfortable, but I don't think that's a Raven style. Yep, Doc's here.
Okay. For Rev hero. Ah, here it is.
Immediate Earthshaker Morphling.
All right, so Sparking Arrow, they're like, it's do or die, guys. Let's bust it out. The Earthshaker Morphling.
The problem I have with that is, where are all their roles? Like, that's a POS 5 Triot now, POS 4 Earthshaker.
Yeah.
Like, where is their mid game going to be once the Morphling's obviously not going to be ready with that Aghanims plus E-Blade style build? They can get run over very quickly.
I'm sure you just go like treads with a Mobber Mask and an Aghanims, right? That's what you do with this Morphling?
Yeah, treads, Mask of Death, and maybe Yasha into like Aghanim, Manta style, something like that.
God.
So the Slark is the response here from Fnatic. That is very much a Raven hero. A lot of people were talking about this Slark versus Earthshaker matchup, and it does feel like it can go both ways, right? Because you've always got the Echo Slam, you've always got a lot of damage that can come out from that Earthshaker, but at the same time, Slark tends to dominate a lot of melee heroes.
Yeah, and there's also 3 melees so far. Morphling is as close to melee as you can get for a ranged hero, and also you can't waveform. You can't do that stupid enchant jump with the Aghanims. For those that don't know, like the combo is Morphling becomes an Earthshaker and just flies around like an absolute madman. So it'd be interesting to see if that actually gets off, because it usually takes about 25 minutes, like I said.
Slark, it looks like very free Morphling Earthshaker game.
So what about now here from Fnatic to try and close this out? Do they need more lockdown?
They need like a rotator, and if Moon picks one of the spirit and SAG picks, let's just say Zeus and like just his style of mid, I don't think that Earthshaker Morphling is gonna be effective. So
yeah, I mean the issue is the Storm Spirit and Earth Spirit. I don't believe Moon will play the Earth Spirit.
Yeah.
Running Storm back into an Earthshaker is a bit awkward.
Tango.
Ooh,
I like it.
I'm pretty sure Moon plays that mid. I think I've seen him play it a few times.
Well, he's going to have to.
I mean, you could also go like a tiny mid, or you could do like Darkseer. I don't know, that sounds pretty bad, but I'm sure you could go like tiny mid, and then you could have like a position for Darkseer, and then maybe...
Storm Pain.
Okay, I like that. It'll set a good tempo for the mid game as well. Like, it'll buy space for this Morphling, because God King I don't believe will want to fight until he's got those items.
Look at this. This is something that we didn't talk about. Every single time that they run this Earthshaker Morphling, OP God is the guy who plays the Earthshaker.
Yep.
We're having a position 5 Brewmaster, boys. This is running it back from the puppy style.
I don't hate it. It's a hero that you get the ultimate off, you throw someone up in the air, most likely it's going to be Moon or Forev for this fight. And you can make that 4v5 fight without any items, really.
Yeah, and he needed to find something replacing Clock. Clock is getting banned every time. So this is another melee hero that I can just lane with your range core, and like they just picked it.
All right, so boys, they're running it back here with a position 5 Panda. Where are we sitting here for this second and potentially final game?
I think this is a better draft for Sparking Arrow Gaming, weirdly enough, but Fnatic just had their number. And I think Fnatic's, yeah.
What about you, Kua?
I think I'll just rely on the draft. I think SAG has better draft.
All right, I'm going to have to stick with QA one more time. I've seen Earthshaker Morphling far too many times to know where the result is going to go. We're going to leave it with our casters once again. It's going to be Lyrical and Trent.
So baby, stay with me when the sun doesn't go down, and we will drift away until the day the world stops spinning. Oh, baby. The stars falls around us, entwining us. Can't say why.
And ladies and gentlemen, the panel has spoken. They've said their piece. Morphling and Earthshaker. It's a pretty scary combination, but Fnatic, that's a really good team to deal with it because they had a guy that played it a whole heck of a lot on there just recently. Trent, how you doing?
Hello, hello. Yes, lovely sights there in Thailand. Reminds me of the river here over on like the left side of the map, right? You know, there's a waterfall coming through, but can they stop the waterfall of this Morphling? As you said, that will be the big question. God King moving off of the Nature's Prophet to something a little more traditional in terms of the carry role here. Something that won't run out of steam quite as fast.
That's the hope at the very least. And I think that they're pretty well set up to make it work. The scary part is that Fnatic have a really nice lineup, I think, of at least at being able to keep it under control. You've got leashes, 2 of them in this game. You've got a bunch of stuns, blow up potential with the Tiny, depending upon how much farm he gets. I think that they might run into some issues, but this combo is always still super deadly.
Yeah, it has fallen off pretty hard though. Not something we see considering how prevalent it was before back at TI 9 quals.
The good old Mr. Savage, of course, Fnatic. Having some very, nice memories with him as well. While around on the team.
And Raven's like, hello. I don't do that, so you're gonna have to give it over to SAG, I guess.
Yeah. I'll force it away. Just gonna eat down a bunch of trees here, and most likely it's gonna be SAG able to take out both of those bounty runes. While simultaneously Frev gonna pick up a couple over here. I want to see how the Frev Darkseer works this. game.
Yeah, a couple interesting heroes, right? We have the Forever Darkseer. We're going to have the Pango in the mid lane, and we have the 5 Brewmaster most likely here, as he is indeed heading up there to that Morphling. So 5 Brew gets a little bit of love here and there. We hear the panel mention Puppy. He sometimes brings it out. We've seen it in NA a few times lately too, I feel like. It's a hard one to make work. And I don't really see a big benefit in the Cinder Brew either up top here to start with. So it's likely to just be like looking for that team fight. And there's an early toss for some Ion Shell damage.
Not bad, not bad. They'll be able to trade that one out up there on the north side of the map. And of course the Ion Shell as well. The thing that could be nice would be potentially like the Dispel against the Surge and the Ion Shells, but it's somewhat unreliable. I guess the Inkswell as well. Those could be some
I don't know. The Mass Dispel's like cute, but it's so unreliable because it's already on a giant cooldown and you have to be like in your split form already. So it's a useful tool in team fights, but you can't count on it.
Yeah. It's the type of thing that will be sort of a nice little bonus for him as well. But I also want to commend Red Panda playing a panda. I think that's really important. But unfortunately, he died. Well, commendation didn't do much. Sorry, buddy. As they're pulling the creep wave over, and yeah, Morphling should have a fine time farming underneath the tower there as we see back down bottom. OP playing the Earthshaker, trying to hit away into Raven there, but doesn't quite get it. And DJ sort of threatening the stroke of fate as well. Time. 2 strength heroes against Slark in the laning stage. Could be a little bit scary.
Yeah, it is interesting with the heal too, though. Bit of a unique one. Pretty cool matchup though, between like the enchant totems and like trading those right clicks and just knowing your limits every time. So it looks like mid lane, Queen of Pain.
Yeah,
it's scary there as Jabs eventually gets turned around, but you're happy to trade your HP into whoa.
I don't know.
You can't let them rock 'em sock.
Jab's like, yeah, I did that. I helped.
That's perfect though. Like I'm a support trading my HP for the mid's HP. That's extremely good.
Yeah, and then it didn't really have another option, I guess. I mean, he didn't have a courier coming out to regen back up afterwards. They do manage to kill off DJ's courier, but Raven chasing down OP, able to find that stun, pounce afterwards. Thinking about it? No. They're just going to have to be very wary as he's still trading hits with September there. 5 stacks up of that Essence Shift. Surprised he didn't go for the pounce onto OP. I guess there's still a lot of turnaround damage there.
Yeah, I think that's his main reasoning. Oh man, I have not seen Morph Shaker in a while. Man, this is like our second offlane Shaker at this tournament for us too in the playoffs. So a lot more core Shaker than we're seeing in these other regions. As again, God King getting ran down a little bit, but one thing that's nice about this draft for them too is this morphling into the Darkseer. I'm generally pretty happy with this matchup, I think, because there's a good chance that a lot of the creeps are just going to wind up under tower, and you can handle that very easily as morphling. The Tiny presents a bit of a problem though.
Right, and if he's able to run up on you, you got to be very careful because it's more burst than you're used to. And a surge forward, Frev trying to get some extra damage there, but God King gets the kill onto Jabs, and Frev might be in trouble too. Oh, I'm not going to try and go for it.
Yeah, seeing the Tiny already used everything, suddenly a window opens for the Morphling to abuse that low armor. And again, the downside of the Darkseer versus the Morphling is that you don't have burst damage. I guess you could take an early point in vacuum now, which he already has done.
Ooh, DD picked up for DD. And he is going to have to TP away. Moon heading all the way back home. That's really unfortunate there, but we're going to see the re-go of it here as they were able to go for the toss back, thinking that they could make some more stuff happen with Avalanche, but it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, and then it's just instantly turned back around on. Easy peasy.
Hold on. Yeah, kind of an interesting little build here. Brewmaster going for the 1-1 as the Cinder Brew. He can just ignite it himself if they're getting in his face like that.
Yeah. Would be nice to get a point in the Drunken Brawler, though, for like a little bit more survivability. But versus the Surge, you can't really guarantee your escape. However, right-clicking onto that Zero Armor Tiny could be really nice if you ever catch him without spells again, much like how he just died there.
Yeah. Well, in spite of the solo kill, Quap's still having a really good time mid in terms of just the last hits and denies. Currently a little bit ahead of the Pango in terms of net worth as bounty runes are getting traded off, it looks like. A bottle picked up for Revo along the way as well. And Moon, he's going to leave that rune over.
Ooh. A little bit low there. The heal comes out, gets a salve, and has one more shared tango. Raven also salving up here.
Jabs passes by Red Panda. They pass away from each other. And Moon, meanwhile, just going to go farm the small camp while Forev pushes out this top lane as well. So everybody just fairly comfortable with the sort of status quo of trading right now. And it's going to come down to some later rotations, most likely, for us to actually see any big kill potential.
Yeah, there's OP, though.
Yeah, that'll happen.
Yeah, those rotations. I mean, the Morph is going to keep getting the farm, because now the Tiny's gone. So this is like total free farm for your Morphling, which is good news. But the Earthshaker's a fairly easy target, especially before he's the threat of the Echo Slam.
Definitely. That's the sort of constant go at. I mean, he is a little bit tankier sometimes, but meanwhile, Jabs, they don't have a sentry ward down here, but they did see him moving over. So DD apparently not afraid, as he always had the blink back afterwards. And they're going to find him. Do they want to go for the toss back? Jump onto him instead, and going for the ulti. The bounce back's going to be there, not in time. And Moon thinking about just going Sonic Wave. Oh, the roll. It's not where you want to go, Moon. Fairy Fire in trouble, barely able to get out of there.
Yeah, that's not one you think of very often. Or an interaction you see all the time.
Jeez.
Wow, that was a nice little save, yeah.
I guess, though, the cooldown for Rolling Thunder is significantly longer, or rather shorter than the Sonic Wave is. Down bottom, they are going to go into September. Can't stay latched onto him, so just will be able to back out.
Again, I'm a little present on more kills, well, as they will jump onto September, but this feels like they're really getting the strong part of this lane, right? Slark's to the point where he's ready to jump on. They have this Inkswell. You would think that he's a rather terrifying force now for OP to contend with. He's just praying for this Echo Slam. I don't even know if you want to use it. It's going to be like the threat of the Echo Slam is going to be more valuable than actually dunking the Slark one time.
Yeah, it'd help keep you survivable through the engagements. Or rather, less likely that they would go on you, and then you sort of have free time to farm.
Yeah, you kind of hope it opens up like a 1v1 where you and the Slark are just like farming passively. I think that's sort of what they need, since there's such a big key to OP in this game. But then again, like the Morph Shaker is also, I guess, like a little bit weaker in some regards because of those changes to the cooldown.
Yeah.
But you also don't have the worry about the talents anymore from the Morphling, right? Now it's just like whenever you have the items, whereas you used to have to rely on like the level 20 talent.
It's true. Yeah, that's a good point.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
But I still think that it's just overall going to be weaker as well because of all the disable that they've got. As God King, they're going to be over in the area, going for some last hits. Jabs kind of stalking while Red Panda's nearby as well. There is a smoke going down towards bottom, it looks like. Or
one strength up here, too.
And they are going to be able to get the roll in onto September, looking for that kill while simultaneously going up top. They dropped the wall.
They tried to vacuum first as the initial thing, and I think there was just a miscommunication between Forev and Jabs because he just could not get the follow-up stun very fast at all.
Well, Cinderbrew, Avalanche, Toss. They have the Queen of Pain jumping in, though, and Sonic Wave just blows up for Jabs, trying to TP away. It was not going to happen.
Yeah, I think Red Panda's okay with that trade.
Yes, very much so.
And that movement from the supports, again, freeing up OP down here. Second in net worth, just behind his own Morphling. So, SAG down to kills. Does not matter. They're feeling quite confident, I would think, about the current pace of this Earthshaker and what they need from him this game.
And I'm very surprised. They're opting to go for the Hand of Midas on the Slark. So it feels like Fnatic, in spite of like the inherent dangers that you have with more Shaker, they're willing to go a little bit later game with this. As another vacuum, and God King shows up. Forev, he is in trouble. Inkswell trying to run away, and he's going to be able to make it out. Oh, Raven. Careful there, buddy.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not feeling that confident about that Midas this game.
Out for the room. Avalanche and able to get it. Roll back and forth, finding the God King himself, trying to switch over to the side, get the stun, and able to jump away. Silenced. This so hard to kill this guy, and DJ gonna go down to September. They drop down the wall afterwards. Everybody's taking so much damage from DD. God King will end up falling, but they're able to get a return here most likely as Moon trying to TP out. Jabs very low is gonna fall, but they get out with the other two. Okay.
All right, take down this precious Morphling. And it's time to start stacking up the kills now, though, for Fnatic, right? Like, you have a Pango, you have the support Tiny. You are looking to assassinate across the map with this Rolling Thunder right now.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
They really need to do that, definitely. And the scary part is that, like, when this Orchid comes out for Quap, which feels like it's going to be relatively soon, I don't know how you deal with that necessarily. Like, Raven obviously can kind of dark pack if he gets lucky, but Moon is going to be in trouble. That's for sure.
Yeah, Moon going for a pretty good item himself, though, in the Diffusal Blade. Help try and deal this Morphling as these Toronto team fights. The Aggro Slam dunked onto Forev.
Oh, and he's going to go down. And can they get a return kill onto OP? He just turns and blows up Jabs. DJ, nothing left in the tank.
And that's Blink. And 620 gold.
Damn, dude.
Double Bracer paying off there.
They are killing it. 3,000 gold lead here, just 11 minutes.
OP's on top of the charts right now.
What the hell? Yeah, Blink this early.
Oh, stacks, I guess, from DJ will be the answer. See if they can try and buff up these supports a little bit. Moon's already farming on the right side there. And only able to get one camp, DJ. I guess he doesn't really have anyone who can farm the Ancients that well.
Yeah. No, it's not really a great option there.
Slark is in big trouble. Almost goes down the bottom lane. Gets off the Shadow Dance.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And almost losing Red Panda also. But yeah, it's going to be a trade-off there. It looks like, at least for now, they're just giving up the Tier 1 tower as DD was looking for a kill afterwards. Quap not able to make a kill on this rotation.
And they've got to be so worried, though. That was a jump without the Echo Slam, and Raven was like, 50 HP away from death.
Yeah,
and then the Orchid's going to be done here soon for DD as well. God King trying to hold this tower solo.
I mean, they just, like, TP'd him up, and, like, there's no way that Fnatic can pressure this.
No, not with the Lurking September and the Overgrowth.
Yeah, this is too difficult to do. Well, they're gonna just move forward, get some hits onto him, and try and take over this area. It looks like God King is actually going to respect the numbers.
Well, they don't have Echo Slam either, so there's not that much fear in the TP rotation, but the Sonic Wave is there, and I guess the Brew Split's there too. When you have living armor, you do want to fight this.
And 30 seconds until Echo, a little bit less than that now. They got to be careful. Everybody's showing up. Going to try and jump away. Surge already out of there. But they've been able to catch one. It's Moon who's going to jump over the wall. Wall drops on the other side. Okay, now going to get the split out. Doing a lot of damage there on a God King. Not able to kill him off, though. And Moon needing to jump away. They haven't taken down anybody yet.
Yeah, they're low on the side, though.
Moon, he's going to be the one that gets caught. And on the other side, Forev trying to TP out. Does he get out of there in time? No. So they take down two.
I feel like September did a lot of damage that fight. He got an Overgrowth with the two of them in the Brambles. Yeah, look at that damage. 1180 is a Treant.
That's crazy.
That's a ton of damage. I mean, the only person who beat him with this is the Queen of Pain with the Sonic Wave.
Well, this is looking pretty good.
Yeah, and now we're watching OP thinking about the Boots of Travel next. No treads like that typical like boxy style build where you just want to get really tanky.
Okay. That's pretty interesting. He just wants to be able to, I guess, kill Raven whenever he's in a lane.
Yeah, bots feels kind of strange though because like you kind of need Echo Slam every time. So it's not like you're this super fast-paced hero. I feel like your movements are definitely like premeditated all the time. Well, there's the Echo.
I don't know if he's going to get this kill. Well, with the Quap there. Yeah, that's going to be a finish. Well done. OP getting a little bit of help from DD as they move down the mid lane to take the Tier 1 tower. But no Echo. Avalanche toss finding OP. He's dead. Where's your treads, bro?
All right, well, parts I liked about that play was he was forcing a kill on an objective and then immediately trying to take it with the team. But it was definitely a really bold one. Didn't feel like they really had enough like pressure anywhere else on the map. Like bottom's pushed out, top's not pushing into a tower or anything like that. And then to just go for like the most valuable objective on the entire map seems a bit risky. Raven unable to get the stop there. September will TP out at the top. And gets his Meteor Hammer down.
Okay. Wow, really?
Yeah.
Jeez.
He's had a pretty good game.
That's 15 minutes. That's nuts.
Yeah, 2-2 and 4. The most farm support.
Well, good stuff, definitely. SAG is they're up 6,000 gold at 15 minutes. And again, it's nice to have Raven surged around with the Ion Shell, all that good stuff, but it's feeling like they're just not going to be able to come online quickly enough. And who really does things on this lineup? Like, I guess Pango, kind of, and like Tiny once he gets more gold on him.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, I do agree. That's kind of the main problem. Darkseer walls will be pretty thick too with the Morphling, I guess.
Yeah, that's true.
That's one that you can look forward to. And there's the Tiny Blink. So, gonna have to look for that blow potential. At least he got it before he died.
Silver linings.
Yeah, there it is.
Exactly. As right now, they're just taking over the entire map pretty much, it feels like, as September is just holding on to this tower. Every time they move on in, they're going to pop the mechanism, keeping this catapult alive.
The Echo Slam's only 30 seconds away. They were a bit hasty with it last time, but I could definitely see him trying to save it for another defense up top here. It's just drawing. It's like a big magnet up here, man. They're like migrating here. They want to mate or something up top as Fnatic. I mean, can't help it. It's instinct.
There's nothing that they can do, though. Like, Tree just pops down that Meteor Hammer, heals it up afterwards.
There's no reason to walk out there. He just wants to dive me. Come on.
Oh, wall. Okay, breaking the blink. That's a little bit of a bait there. And the roll in afterwards from Moon, they get the kill.
All right, September was confused. Baited his allies.
God King. Is he in trouble now as well? Doesn't look like it. Red Panda on the other side should have split back up soon, as they're sending in Raven, trying to get him, gets the split off. Moon trying to hide away. Another big battle coming out as they blow up DJ. Did not stand a chance there, but he's going to buy back and try and run to this fight.
So far away. You have a tier 2.
Yeah, and, well, they have the lift here onto Moon in just a moment if they want to use it, or they can just kill him off. Raven going to be forced to pop the ulti and try and run away.
Oh, this
it is completely falling apart right now. Raven overgrowth afterwards. What? They got the Darkseer as well.
How did he still have overgrowth after all that?
I don't know, man.
I can't believe he made it that far in the team fight with it.
Farev is the only one that manages to escape. It was a buyback from Grim. This is a complete and utter disaster for Fnatic.
Let us remember that was the Earthshaker 100-0'd with no Echo Slam. Wow, DJ, nice spins though.
It's looking cool.
Yeah, the dignities.
The team is looking bad, but he's looking cool. That's the important part.
Use that Bob Ross spray.
Yeah, gotta
see.
Be
necessary when you're playing Grim.
Well, jabs. They don't really have another plan besides like just try and go with the blink daggers, but it's so scary to jump in there. They almost have a spirit vessel on the Brewmaster. Unbelievable.
That's an interesting choice on a 5 brew now that you don't have the aura.
Yeah. Ooh, jabs. No, I'm not going to go. OP was so ready for that. Dude, and look at the damage out there. Afterwards, goes in pretty deep. Silence is there. Avalanche, toss, tries to bring him down. Still so tanky. As he drops the Echo Slam, going to land not that much damage, so they kill off the Earthshaker. Much needed turnaround there for Fnatic.
OP, what's going on, bud?
Uh-oh.
He's struggling a lot on the aggressive moves as this Earthshaker, isn't he?
Yes.
Like, the defensive ones are fine. But when they actually try and make plays, they're having a hard time giving him that good forward vision that he needs.
Sometimes it's better just to do a little less. So, they will get the Imp Claw on Raven. Scan, trying to find the Queen of Pain. They know he's over here. TD, where are you going? Looking for the jump, avalanche toss, and the roll through as well, trying to kill her off in time, and they're going to be able to get it. Fnatic making something out of nothing here.
Yeah, Red Panda's nearby trying to steal that bounty rune first, and will at least get it as DJ wants to drop a deep ward before going home.
But Forev,
he
gets the other
careful
two.
now. Oh man, good thing OP didn't come up that high ground.
Yeah. Could have been real bad. Boom. Get Meteor Hammer.
Oh, that's a DD, and they're hanging the pit. You know, I wonder why he didn't go Vlad's, though, on Red Panda. I mean, he has 5 urn charges, so I can't complain that much, but Vlad's is just, like, so ridiculous with the Brewmaster Aura, as well as with Morphling and the base damage increase.
Moving in. Trying to make this happen. Jump for Rev. Avalanche. No, sorry, the jump in that's going to be there. They catch the silence on both of them. It's a ton of damage out. They bring down Red Panda. Do they have anything else afterwards? Raven gets the Aegis, and now they've got a Morphling illusion and has to E-Blade himself. What did they just do?
Oh, they got
Avalanche
OP.
toss comes in on the backside. I thought that was the Tiny running in, but it was just the Darkseer and Raven. They now find God King trying to kill him off as well. Disarm, DD, trying to do what he can. Overgrowth, that was a big play there as they still have the Rolling Thunder trying to find September. And God King jabs running in. They're going to be able to find him. And the kill. They take him down afterwards. Raven almost going down. He's still got the Aegis though. As they get the surge, the turnaround tries to bring it with the Meteor Hammer. It's not going to happen. Dude, they are all falling. What have you done, SAG? You just lost everybody. And now the Queen of Pain jumps back in, wanting to find a kill, but they're coming back in. I don't know if she knew that he had the Aegis. That's going to be another death. What in the Sam hell did we just witness?
An inability to ever push their advantage. They kept defending. Defending fights was great, but again, it's just like their choices offensively are a little boggling right now for SAG. I mean, the DD was tempting, sure, but geez, man. Nice way to sneak in here. And again, yeah, that Soulbind was really nice. Guaranteeing the first kill there and not allowing that split to come out when it was important. And despite not having the wall right away, they used it afterwards for the follow-up to help chase down this Morphling.
Yeah, once he used that waveform in, as you can see, just them running him down, he was just stuck on that kill side. And God, Raven just barely able to live. You can see why
mech.
Darkseer. Oh yeah, the mech too. The Darkseer is just so good with that Slark. Unbelievable. As they finish it off there and back into the world of the living as the Quap will die. Taking a look at just the switch in net worth and experience and everything.
Yeah,
it's
it
all
all
coming up
flipped.
Fnatic now.
It was like a over 75% win chance.
Yeah.
And now it's up to like 65 in terms of in favor of Fnatic. Does not feel like Morph Shaker. I mean, I guess they haven't made it there yet. That's part of the problem.
Yeah, and God King not actually going for the Aghanims. He's going back for the BKB after the E-Blade.
Oh, that I definitely like, because he needs that.
Radiant's
Yeah.
bottom tower is under attack.
Now they have Blink on the tree. As September has retaken his spot, and yet again we meet up at the top tier 1 tower. It's like we never left.
Tower is under attack.
Oh, this has been the best fighting ground for SAG. And they have all their ultis. Oh, their jabs. That's aggressive.
Wanted to find somebody, but won't be able to. Yeah, it is kind of interesting though. Like you've still got this Midas Slark that feels like he can maybe take over this game if things go long enough. Again, it's against Morphling Shaker, so I guess there's a caveat to that, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, I don't know. Like the Midas, it feels kind of fine now because now he's top of the net worth anyway, and SAG have squandered their advantage that they had earlier.
Right.
So now you're kind of happy that you went for this.
The other thing that's going to start to be really scary is you're getting all the team fight items on Forev, and he also just got that Ion Shell provides 300 health, 350 health. So everybody's a lot more survivable that has that on him at this point.
Yeah, we'll see if Red Panda can work the Dispel magic.
Yeah, he's going to need to.
Now, how scary is this blow up though from God King? E-Blade, who's our main target? I mean, 2,000 HP on the Tiny Eye. DJ is definitely the big one.
Yeah.
Perhaps got the hood. Yeah, so mostly DJ.
And they need to make sure that they make use of this before that pipe comes out. It's getting kind of close on Forev. And that could very quickly turn into a problematic situation. If you get pipe done, if you get these BKBs completed. Although it does look like none of the Radiant are going for BKBs except for the Pango. Slark trying to finish off Gotti instead, which is a nice answer for the Morphlane.
Yeah, but now God King's working on the big one. The Agnes. Trying to create the combo.
Avalanche toss, pull back in, kill off September.
It's a spree now for Jabs.
Jabs has played quite well. Blink Dagger, Yule's Scepter done. They have anything? Yeah, Grimstroke's got a Glimmer Cape too. I think Fnatic are getting the items they need to deal with this. At least the initial hit with the E-Blade. The Aghanims is going to be a different kettle of fish, definitely. SAG, you've got like the Orchid that you can use. Still a 10-second BKB on Quap.
Yeah, that's a nice looking thing for them at least.
Right.
Anger's coming down. Are they going to commit for this defense? For Ev as well.
Moon in for an opening.
Slark's pretty far away for this.
Deadly, deadly. Thinking about that roll. DD still there. They want to go and
now it's real tempting. He waved in.
Switching over to strength form, but he's going to be pulled back in. That's an avalanche. It's a toss, but the BKB reaction and just going to go for the TP out of there. Sonic Wave over to the other side. Already used onto Raven, trying to find him. The slowdown is there onto OP. Diffusal Blade used BKB reaction. Moon chasing, trying to kill off OP. And unwillingness to take that fight afterwards for SAG. They're just going to try and push out the waves again.
Well, at the very least, they didn't burn the BKB on DD. He held on to his. But that was some scary stuff for the Morph. He doesn't have BKB.
Jabs. He's silenced. He's under fire. He's in trouble. They're trying to bring him down, but all the rest of their friends are also taking some damage here. Brought down the Earthshaker a little bit earlier. Moon now in some trouble. Swashbuckle runs away. Overgrowth able to hit it. And going to dig in their face as he jumps up to the high ground. Still in some trouble. Another Swashbuckle. Able to get away. No mana left on God King as he's out of there for the moment. TP out. Oh, God, he gets back home just barely, but the Spirit Vessel.
Oh, wow.
It was enough. It was enough.
Wow. Yeah, I'm really surprised that just happened. I guess he couldn't spam bottle. I mean, he bought a salve and I just saw him selling fairy fires.
He was buying a salve, but he had the Spirit Vessel on him still, and just too much damage from the Leech Seed and the dagger and everything.
Damn, I mean, it's still crazy to die in Fountain, though. That region is so much.
Yeah.
But yeah, Spirit Vessel, good item. Good choice, Brew.
Yeah, exactly.
Still need to have Vlads, though.
True.
Perhaps next.
2017, just a 2,000 gold lead now, as we're still waiting for that Aghanims, which is coming out. It's about almost 3/4 of the way there for the Morphlane.
I will say,
then we're going to see some crazy stuff.
Yeah, the other eggs I'm waiting for is the Pango with that Diffusal. I think that's going to really wreck Earthshaker's game. He went for the bots build too, so he doesn't even like the treads for the mana help, or perhaps even like arcanes or something. Treads, of course, but Diffusal will crush him.
Yeah. I guess the other thing that you do have to be a little bit concerned about is the Morphlane. If he runs out of mana too, that could be a problem. And I don't see any arcanes on anybody.
Oh, what's this Roche
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Minute 40.
Middle of the road one.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Get the courier kill. Easy peasy. As Moon just going to push out this mid lane. He is a ways away from his Aghanims. Definitely a bit behind where the Morphlane is at. But Fnatic needing to make use of this. September's pushing out the top wave, and they're going to try and go for a bully onto him again, but it's not an easy kill.
You could just invest in a gem too. That's a bit costly at the current state of the game, but they're really thinking about that next Roche. They want to ensure all the vision is gone. I mean, even with a Slark, they're still that dedicated to go for the gem. I mean, typically you'll just see the sentries, because they kind of pay for themselves anyway with the triangulation from the Slark, but it's also a lot slower.
Right. That makes sense. They're just keeping it on the courier right now, actually. DJ not bringing it back yet.
All right, come on and slam. And
moving on in.
Jam. Yeah, we got the wobble online.
For the opening. What will they find? They have the split if they want to use it. Already jumping right on in. Blows up one. This is the problem. As God King trying to find a jump on anybody else, but they have all evacuated. Although they do get the lift up now onto Darkseer. Secondary Yules now from the Tiny. Forev trying to get out of there, but able to hit both. Oh, that was a big hit. And now the follow-up. Forev trying to do what he can. Gets the vacuum pullback onto several. E-Blade out and going to be ran down by OP. And just like that, all your hopes are gone.
Damn. Yeah, they just didn't have anything to fight there, did they?
No.
Morphling becomes a whole other beast once this comes online. Did he even pop BKB? He didn't.
Yeah, dude, that's terrifying.
He's just on the offensive the entire time. And the Roche is up. It's a Radiant Courier in there now.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
It feels like they need to be the ones on the aggressive, catching them on Fnatic. Because if you're allowing the Morph Shaker to like jump on you, it feels like the game is just over at that point. As wave farmed through onto all of them, took the CDR for the Morph. As over to the side there, trying to jump away, but to get the overgrowth, Moon, BKB, roll away. So you gotta try and go for this kill. He kind of needs to just get out of here, right? Yeah, TP will complete, despite of the fissure.
Ooh. Every time I see God King Morph, I just get worried.
Right?
Someone's gonna die.
Yeah, dude, it's a problem. It's so much damage so quickly.
At least it was Fnatic who got the Imp Claw. And they don't have the jacked up enchant totem damage.
I mean, it's already big enough, right? Oh, Raven. Careful, careful. Jumps onto him, but the turnaround. Avalanche toss, trying to kill him off. BKB reaction. Now trying to get away. E-Blade is already there. What more do they have left in the tank? The Soulbind able to catch. He doesn't have any ability to jump anymore. Now trying to turn on to Red Panda.
He just got ulti.
See if they can kill him off, and they will be able to.
Oh, man. It came in just as he was starting to die and couldn't pop it in time. Also was dropping low on mana. If they jump on the DB, he'll get out.
Another BKB charge used. All right. So Fnatic kind of baiting the Slark there, and now gonna walk into the pit. You have Pango roll back up again. No overgrowth, but Fissure goes out, and yeah, they can't go into there.
I think the Panda split is good enough. Although at the same time, they don't have the BKB on the Morphling. Dabs looks to be calling for a rotation almost.
Interesting.
Looks like he kind of just wants to smoke at them. Timing has been missed by a little bit. The BKB's back up on the Morphling now. And he has the Chrysalis too.
This is deadly. He's over there. They walk up high ground, find the Panda. Fissure comes out, able to get that silence out. God King destroys Jabs. What more do they have left in the tank? DJ tries to walk away from it. Raven gonna go toe-to-toe and try and bring him down. Get the Ion Shell afterwards. Dark Pack trying to live. Raven able to do it. And now they get the silence, the stun. They bring him down. God King falls. They find a double kill there. And over on the high ground, they will manage to find Moon. But Raven, he's pissed and gonna get a triple kill to boot. No buybacks on any of these heroes. As you have an Avalanche toss, but the BKB Raven still wanting to chase. Gets the first hit bash to take DD in hand, and he's not stopping. Running after this man damn near till the fountain as they find that finish. Unbelievable.
5 for 2, I believe, with Jabs going down a buyback, right? But, you know, that fight actually... Jabs just getting blown up 100-0 like that and instantly buying back and returning doesn't even feel that good for SAG.
Oh.
He was like a giant sponge there, and well, you can see who carried that one, huh? All the damage from Raven.
That's unbelievable. He got his level 20 talent right before that also for the Dark Pack damage, and now they have Roche.
Dark King tried to go like all in when OP hopped in, and he started morphing a little bit of strength, then he went back Agi, and Raven just shredded him.
Yeah. Oh, and the Scotty definitely been very helpful with that. Has the Abyssal Blade done now as well. And I will say, if there's a region where they have played against Morph Shaker before, it is Southeast Asia. That is for sure.
I think DJ just got blasted on Roche because of that bash.
Nice.
Nice. Oh, Frev's initiating.
Okay. Does have the vac wall. Hard to kill him off. Never mind. And looking for more. But the Abyssal Blade, the jump, the chase, but there's the BKB. Raven still trying to fight this one. They don't want to deal with him. God King trying to run away, and Raven's like, all right, I'll hit everybody else then. Still has some agi on this one. 26 building them up. Jabs is dead, now finding the Earthshaker. And the lift up immediately taken off afterwards. Dark Hack, but he went into the Shadow Dance. Finds the kill, turns on the Quap. Dude, Raven is going off right now.
Wait, minus the creep. He stopped the block of the Shaker.
Unbelievable. Raven, the absolute player.
The ultimate counter.
Screw your Glyph. And he finds the Panda afterwards. 36 stacks of Essence Shift. Yeah, he's ready to go again.
Yeah, I think he's ready to take a tower, too. Catapult in tow. He's got a couple of them.
11, 1, and 10 on this Slark. Raven doing absolutely everything for the team.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
And
they have the Echo.
Dire's middle tower is under
Yeah, they look good with that, but I don't know. It's a big old creep wave. Oh, they want to go on this. Fissure, Dark Pack, careful. And they're not willing to go. X marks the spot where Raven's at. E-Blade.
Some juicy. Jeez. I mean, you can't echo the Aegis. That's the only problem, right?
Yeah, I guess that's true. Still 36 stacks as they get the repair kit on it, but Raven will eat through that one very rapidly. Abyssal Blade just catches the tree. September in trouble. They bring him down. Dark Pack takes it off afterwards. Now turning on Red Panda. He's got to be careful too. This man cannot be stopped right now. Oh, the control though, and the vacuum ball pulls it back in. Able to catch, disarm, in trouble, bashed. Didn't get the switch over, and the Scotty doing its work onto God King, trying to make this happen. He's able to get the jump away. Just barely.
It's just an escape that we're celebrating, though. It's not great news. It's Frev narrowly surviving. Oh, the dagger.
Oh,
it's not
the damage over time, but he's living the Guardian Greaves aura. Raven wanting to chase any of these heroes down to half HP. Still 36 stacks of Essence Shift. They keep the tier 3 tower alive on SAG.
A Sonic Wave back here as well. As that buyback, the only death there on our Treant.
Man, it feels like it should be so much harder right now for Fnatic, but Raven is just sort of like this indomitable force that's level 25 now. And he's keeping the Essence Shift forever. You got the talent.
Yeah, he has a crazy amount of armor too, right? So the ability of the Morph to just like right-click him down with Totem even is reduced. 70% reduction there.
Yeah. It feels like he needs to just keep going, though, to make sure that he keeps those stacks up. And if possible, take down this building. Yeah. Again, if they try and step up to this, it's just death, it feels like. So they're going to pop the Glyph and, again, the repair kit. Frustration of many a player, but they will get the Dark Pact out again. Raven backs away, want to heal back up to full, and then ready to go again afterwards. As they've got the next tier of items to get.
Yeah, and Satanic as well, just in case you thought he was annoying to try and kill. Pocket the Midas and put that thing in. Oh, a leveler.
Oh, God. He immediately drops it. He's like, come here, give me that.
Let me see that thing.
Let's see what we can do with this.
These damn buildings. Let's show you, Treant Protector. Oh my God, so fast. What's the attack speed?
High.
Oh, 409. 0.41 attacks. Or seconds.
Building is getting eaten up. Raven beats away at it. Still 28 seconds left on the Aegis. They can't do anything now. Like, they have to wait till it wears off.
Yeah. They can keep double fissuring just to delay him.
20 seconds. Got to be careful here. So we're getting towards the end of it. Also, Essence Shift stacks are wearing off. He moves forward, thought about going on September. Abyssal Blade turns to fight. They got him under control, but the Dark Pack gets off again. Down to half HP. Aegis.
2 seconds.
3 seconds left. Ravy's got to get out of there. It's going to be reclaimed in a moment. They pull him back in to toss him out, barely able to live.
Oh my God, Jabs.
That was so close. Jabs, the savior. Unbelievable. He will pay for Raven's transgressions, but now they're going back in again. Trying to get the control out. Raven finding these rulings one by one by one. They get the silence now onto Darkseer, but controlling and killing off that Earthshaker. Morphling. Nobody to switch into now. That is the solution.
Jabs is a legend.
Oh my God. They find Red Panda yet again. Raven pops the ulti, ready to fight him yet again. The vacuum wall. Nobody's having buybacks right now as they're going to try and kill off that Queen of Pain. They'll get him. Red Panda steps outside for only a moment, but now the turn. Switch back over to the other hero. God King trying to get away from there as Moon jumps in again. And their eyes on the prize. Who else do they find? Looking for the jump, able to find Red Panda, gets the bash, the Moon roll back and forth, going damn near into the fountain. Nowhere is safe from Raven, the menace, the man, as he finally decides to give up his chase. But they're so bound together and, well, they are absolutely dominating. 42 Essence Shift stacks.
The knife's edge there. That save from Jabs. Well done. Well done. And then the rest of the fight just kind of played itself, huh? Raven's just running at him. Oh, that's BKB.
And he's moving in. Who's the God King now? As they vacuum and pull back in. Going to go for the Abductive Strike, but GG, they've had enough. It's over. Oh my God. Oh my Raven.
Yeah. One king left in this game, and he will take that crown quite happily as Fnatic. 2-0 victory here after what looked like a bit of a dicey start to this game. So, some concerns as to what was going to happen. But they figured it out. Those Roche fights were troublesome. Man, aggression, again, was the complete downfall of Sparking Arrow Gaming.
It's nuts. It's like they were responding so well when that aggression was coming at them, as you mentioned, but then, they try and get a little too aggro and it all falls apart. Raven playing really well as per usual, but Jabs also with that save. That could have flipped the whole thing around.
Oh, it's such a painful way to lose. You're like winning so hard and you just make a couple wrong decisions about what you should do when you're actually leading. And Fnatic just punished ridiculously hard. So extremely well done by them, and they're going to be moving forward.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, 4 teams left now in the tournament. Let's head on back to the panel to hear them talk about all of them as we get ready to end off today.
Tell me if it's over. Am I your lover? Are we going solo? Or is it polo? Her face is saying don't go.
I don't want your empathy, I just want another enemy. I'm not gonna change a thing for you. I'm over middle ground, and I really wanna burn it down. I'm not your friend, and I won't pretend I am. So don't reach out and I mean that. I'm under siege and I need you to see that. You're on one side, I'm on another, and we will wage war upon each other. I'm no angel, you're not either. I'm at a favorite place, you're at a leisurely place. I'm unscathed, I'm unafraid. A war, welcome to the war game. You're no ally of mine. Your life is a kind of lie, and I know that I won't change your mind. We have no common ground, and we're never gonna figure it out. So don't get friendly, get angry. I'll bury you down by the bar. So don't reach out, and I mean that. I'm under siege, and I need you to see that. You're on one side, I'm on another, and we will wage war upon each other. I'm no angel, you're not either. I'm at a fever pitch, you're at a leisurely pace. Unscathed, I'm unafraid. A warm welcome to the war game.
Earthshaker Morphling wasn't enough there for Sparking Arrow Gaming to get the victory in that second map, and unfortunately for them, as the last Chinese team, they are out of ESL 1 Thailand, and now we move into our Game Fuel post-match. Me and my panel try and tell you guys what happened and what went wrong and what went right for Fnatic here as they move on into the playoffs. Poglet, QO lads, welcome back here. Earthshaker Morphling, it was dominated that game.
I mean, there was a window there where it looked awkward, it looked iffy for Fnatic, but they showed no fear. They just put Raven on the front line, said, have fun, do your best. You've got enough life steal, you've got enough items, really, to survive the gank, and he basically pulled them through solo.
I was surprised about that EB choices instead of like Manta or Agony Scepter, because that obviously slowed down the process. What's the point of picking Earthshaker Morphling if you're not doing that thing?
Yeah. It really did feel like that they had a few good fights here that were going through. There was a couple of times here where they defended the tier tower quite a lot, and I thought, you know, maybe this is where they start getting on top here for Sparking Arrow, where they're able to hold out the map for long enough that they didn't get overran too early on. But there's just a few, you know, team fights. This team fight around Roche specifically just looked so bad for Sparking Arrow. This was just before, or just as they got the Aegis on the Morphling, so they were getting closer to that Earthshaker Morphling timing, but they just fell a little bit short here, and it's unfortunate for them that they fell short in ESL 1 Thailand as well.
Yeah, I mean, I like that we showed that Roshan fight because I believe Raven didn't die from there for the rest of the game. He literally went into that godlike immortal mode, always had stats up. I think that was the big thing about these fights. We're seeing them all start, and like you can see here very roughly, he has 30 stats, like 30 stolen Agi shift. You can't fight a Slark with that extra 90 damage becoming 120 some of these fights.
Yeah, you just have to avoid, like, if the Slark steals like way too much dead, even though you're playing Morphling.
Yeah.
It also did feel like this Earthshaker, once it got out of that laning phase, really didn't come into its own. You know, he went for this Boots of Travel build, he went into the Shadow Blade a little bit later as well, but it just never felt like OP was hitting these really big Echo Slams. They weren't really combining it with the Sonic Wave, and they just never were able to get a grip on this game and really use their drafts like they wanted to.
SAG had 8k lead. 8 to 9k lead. Like, I don't know, I think maybe without that Roche play, or there was so many times where I think they could overrun the Fnatic, but I just feel like they didn't overcome their previous games, like
The jitters,
the
yeah.
losses. Yeah.
I think we're always going to look back on that E-Blade BKB late purchase. As sad as it is that we're looking at one item specifically, I think that was the turning point. Like, they didn't kill anyone with the E-Blade in their first fight, and the next fight again, they didn't kill anyone with the E-Blade instantly. And it's one of those little things we talk about, like a Divine Rapier purchase. We talk about a BKB, a Satanic. Like, that's how close these teams are. That one purchase, like a 3-minute window, is enough to lose you the series and obviously kick you out of the tournament.
Yep.
I think another scary thing for a lot of these teams is the fact that this tiny hero is still untouched by a lot of these teams. It's very highly contested, and Jabs is playing amazingly. I'm really impressed with how he's transitioning back into that position 4 role. He's looking really, really strong on heroes like Tiny. He's been playing heroes like Tusk and Clockwork as well, which he looks extremely strong on. But this Fnatic roster, you know, we started at ESL 1 Thailand kind of doubting if these guys could have even made it to playoffs. And now they got in that 4th seed. Unfortunately for them, they were only 4th in their lower bracket. But now they've crushed 2 opponents, and they're coming through with a little bit of momentum heading into the rest of playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, you can't knock on them for coming in 4th. That whenever you have subs and a change of rotation, it's going to be awkward to start off with. But right now, lower bracket Warriors, that is the gameplay for Fnatic, and so far they've been doing really well. 2 2-0s in a row. Obviously, they have the Neon draft book that they have to deal with coming up to... That's tomorrow, isn't it?
That is tomorrow, yes.
Yeah, Fnatic's just showing where they were used to at, you know? Like at the first few days, it looked very, very shaky, but now with Raven and 4Ab like melting into the team, I think they're showing strong performance. I really like to see that, like, you know, like their Fnatic is always on org where you're just staying in the 1 or 2 places.
Yeah, they really do have a star-studded roster. And speaking of their star-studded roster, we do have our winners interview here with Raven from Fnatic. First off, Raven, I'd like to say congratulations once again on a lower bracket victory here. I want to touch on how you feel like you're melding together here with this Fnatic roster after recently coming into it.
First of all, thank you. And at first, it's very hard to communicate for them because they have different playstyle. But right now, it's becoming easier because DJ also changed to position 5, so it's easier for me to play. So yeah, it's getting better now.
Yeah, I'm just going to have to double down. That game 2, Raven, you saw the Morphling Earthshaker come in. Is your game plan always around that Slark pick, or is that just a we'll hope for the best kind of thing?
I think it's just hope for the best thing. And because we have Darkseer, so it's kind of make it strong more. But I think it's just the Morphling build. It's kind of not good. So that's why we just keep going to them, I think. Yeah.
Yeah. What was your feeling when Geek Fam got knocked out, Raven?
I have nothing to say.
Oh, this is the answer that I wanted. Yep.
Yeah, I have nothing to say.
Yeah. All good. All good.
All right. It's okay if you don't want to answer QO's questions. I want to touch on a little bit of the confidence you guys have gotten back. Obviously, you started ESL 1 Thailand with a series loss, but you guys have really started to rise up to the challenge now and looking really, really strong again. Do you guys really ride off the momentum in these series?
I mean, it's kinda, but we always want to keep improving, and our coach keep telling us what to do. So that's why it's getting better and better. So that's why.
Yeah, I've got to ask you, Raven. You've seen Neon Esports. They've been playing very strong Dota. Are you scared of their Barnyard strat with that Chen, that Beastmaster, that really fast pace? Are you going to be able to give us any tips on how to maybe deal with it?
Right now we don't have a really strat, but I'm scared of their playstyle. But you know, we just wanna do our best and beat them.
Yeah, well, fingers crossed you guys do come out with a victory there tomorrow. And I'd just like to say good luck for tomorrow, and hopefully we get to see you a little bit later on, Raven.
Okay, thank you.
Again, it's always good to hear from these players, hearing more perspectives. You know, I wanted to hear it from the horse's mouth. I wanted to hear how he felt moving into this roster. And, you know, he put it quite frankly, you know, they played a little bit different before he came into this roster. And now that they made a few switches, he's feeling really confident. It looks like the coach is doing a lot of work for these guys as well.
Yeah. The big thing is, how is he so relaxed? He just went like absolutely godlike, went hack in the game. He just comes in and he's like, yeah, look, it's just a game. Yeah, we're just like
that's
casually.
That's the TI player's attitude.
Yeah.
You know, I don't care. Like, what about why do I have to care so much about this tournament? Like, I'm already going TI.
All right, QO. Looks like the TI player's confidence is exuding through these player interviews as well. And now we look at our updated bracket here at the end of the third day of our playoffs. So far, we've said goodbye to 4 teams. Motivate Trust, Geek Fam, Sparking Arrow Gaming, and T1 all out of here, out the door, not coming back into ESL 1 Thailand. But now, Neon Esports versus Fnatic will be our first series for tomorrow, and then TNC, Predator, and Boom Esports playing in that upper bracket. Right now, these are our top 4 teams, lads. I want to hear if you guys can give me seeding 1, 2, 3, and 4 right now going forward for these last couple of days.
Oh, okay. I honestly think TNC will be 1.
Yep.
I think Neon 2.
Yep.
I think Boom 3 and
Yep.
Fnatic 4.
Really? After the performance that Fnatic has been having, you think the Fnatic are going to go out 4th here?
Like, Fnatic played exceptional Dota, but so did Neon. And I'm so glad I'm not here tomorrow because I'm going to, like, straight up just be crying watching
What do
it.
you
It's gonna
mean?
be
You're so
insane.
glad you don't get to cover the games live here from the studio. That's what you're glad
See,
about?
The problem is because then you have to come into the post game and just be like, "Oh my god, like how do I keep calm on panel when you've just seen what most likely will be 3 55-minute long games?" And you're just like sweating. You're a mess. You don't want to deal with it. Like the camera's just not ready for how like
The camera's never ready for you, Foglet. But QO, before we go forward a little bit here, what about you? Where do you think that your seeding is going to go? Let's see your top 2.
I mean, Fnatic 4.
Yeah?
Yeah, Fnatic's 4, Neon first, and TNC second, Boom third.
All right, that's pretty interesting. At least both my panelists here are going a little bit different. But let's have a look and see how our schedule is going to be running for you guys tomorrow. As I said, we only have 4 teams left here for the playoffs of ESL 1 Thailand. And we're going to start off with our lower bracket match. Another team will say goodbye to us here in the studios. And then later on in the day, we're going to have our upper bracket match. Winner of that goes into the grand final. Loser plays off against the winner of Neon versus Fnatic. It's going to be an interesting set of series tomorrow. We've got a lot of good Dota tomorrow. We've got a lot of good teams tomorrow. And I think the biggest thing for us with this top 4 is I haven't seen too many slip-ups from either of these teams coming into this last couple of days.
Well, especially playoffs. Like there was a few missteps, I want to call them. Like Boom obviously dropped a game here and there. TNC looked a bit iffy here and there. But since playoffs, they've all played near perfect Dota. And that's the scary part. Like we're doing these predictions.
Yeah.
We could be completely wrong just because of how close they all are.
I mean, like I don't really like how like Neon with the Neon versus Fnatic, one of them has to be like knocked out and be a 4th place. Like I think those 2 teams are currently like the strongest placing at the moment, and then Boom and TNC is my follow up. But unfortunate, like.
Yeah,
It's just how the cookie
lower
crumbles,
bracket,
lads.
It is what it is.
It is what it is.
Fnatic just had to be more cohesive pre-tournament. That's as simple as that. Like we talked about Raven then saying there's a few difficulties. If they didn't have those difficulties, we'd be talking about them in the upper bracket. There's no doubt in my mind with how they're playing in this playoffs.
That is true, but unfortunately for Fnatic, they are sitting in that lower bracket right now. But that is it for us here in the third day of ESL 1 Thailand playoffs. We said goodbye to 2 more teams today. T1 as well as Sparking Arrow Gaming will not be joining us for the rest of the tournament. But we have 4 amazing teams left here in our playoffs. Who's going to be our champion? We don't know yet. You guys are going to have to wait and see tomorrow. Join us once again here for the playoffs of ESL 1 Thailand. Stay safe, and we'll see you then.
Everybody's gonna see it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. Even if we fall, we will rise up and we follow the path that we believe in. No, we're not gonna stop until we reach it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. We rise up from the dust and clean our throat. We will rise up and we follow the path that we believe in. No, we're not All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up. I found out I'm not alone, 'cause I'm just like you. We are fearless when we fight and not afraid to level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances. Yeah. And we ain't sleeping on the floor again. We never sleeping on the floor again. For the ones who didn't make it out, for the ones that didn't see the light, for the ones that never cared, never gave a thought, found no happiness in that brand new car or the house you bought. I see you talking about the love you lost, and it was gone like way before you ever thought it was. Yeah, I took my time, no quick ones, quick run, quick guys to get back there. Hot roads, I didn't think I'd come back fast, 'cause I was running roads so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances. I was running. And we are never feeling cold again. And we are never feeling cold again. But I can't act like it's easy. It's hard to preach. 'Cause I've been burning trees and watching fall. If we cannot breathe out, we go forward. Sure, I was searching for cure. Fishing a little wildlife. And when I'm low on fuel, I'll still be running till my back broke. Halfway, lost hope and I'll check it. Hard roads, I didn't think I'd come back fast. 'Cause I was running roads so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances. Been around the globe, looked around, nothing fitted. Seen high and lows, but you won't even get it. Been around the globe, think it's time to admit it's not the end, but the road, and you won't even get it. Been around